Your Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
You have cancer. There's nothing you can do to prepare yourself.
Round 1 of chemotherapy. I'm gonna fight it. I'm gonna survive. There's no way I'm gonna let this take over me.
Cancer doesn't care what you look like, who you are.
It may not.
It's one of the lives that's been saved.
1, 2, 3. Never give up.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Visit v.org/donate.
You could just watch ESPN, but why not tap in? Tap into all your sports in one spot with the ESPN app. Tap into articles, analysis, and content with ESPN Plus. Tap into who's who and who should be in your lineup with ESPN Fantasy.
What a monster week we saw.
Tap into every, all the, and never miss the
breaking news.
Because once you tap in, you're tapped in. ESPN.
Bam!
This is Freddie and Harry.
So, Freddie, I'll ask you, since half of you are the Cowboy fan here.
No, the full is me. I'm a full Cowboys fan of Jets.
No,
Freddie.
no, Freddie. There's no
yeah.
such thing. You cannot be a full Jets fan and a full Cowboys fan. You have two teams. So 50% of you is a Jets fan. 50% of you is a Cowboys fan.
Shannon asked the question before I strangle Harry.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny.
Giants. So many things with this team, obviously. Defense was not what the secondary. There's just major holes defensively. Their offensive line is also an issue. But this one, I just wrote quarterback. It's the number one problem. It was the number one problem from start to finish. And it's a problem that doesn't have an apparent solution.
Check out The Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's get it, let's get it.
Dropping the hammer.
Let's get it, let's get it.
SEC Men's Basketball, Saturday on SEC Network.
Don't make your move, let's get it. Make your move now.
6th-ranked Kentucky is on the road in Starkville to face 14th-ranked Mississippi State.
Robinson for 3. Hubbard got a couple of man of the year. Hubbard!
Kentucky versus Mississippi State at 8:30 Eastern, presented by Pfizer, Saturday on SEC Network.
Get it.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, Texas or Ohio State. Which team will join Notre Dame in the College Football National Championship game? It's Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings at 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big step.
How about the Knicks? Their offense is clicking.
Straight to
Maxey Embiid and Paul George.
They're starting to win games.
When we talk about the Heat culture, there's very few franchises that can match that.
LeBron is still one of the best players on the planet.
Knicks, Sixers at 7:30 Eastern. And Heat, Lakers at 10. Wednesday on ESPN. Presented by State Farm.
Did you hear James Franklin make his comments that everybody should be in a conference?
I'll tell you what, everybody would like to be in a conference and play 9 conference games like the games he had to play this year.
All fun gone. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and the SEC Network.
This is the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Inside 30 minutes to go to kickoff for Ohio State and Texas. The winner against Notre Dame in the national championship game Monday night, January 20th. ESPN's Kevin Gandhi takes us inside the numbers for the Buckeyes and the Longhorns, brought to you by GNC. At GNC, they're not waiting on the sidelines. Let them help you build more muscle, lose weight, or hit your wellness goals. Fuel your fitness at GNC.
Ohio State overwhelming. And look out, Longhorns, because the Scarlet and Gray Redemption Tour arrives in Texas.
They may be the 8th seed, but Ohio State is considered the best team in the nation by FPI and is the betting favorite to win the national championship. The Buckeyes have peaked at the right time, putting up single-game efficiency ratings of more than 97 in both their first-round and quarterfinal games. That's a mark they reached only once in 12 tries during the regular season. The OSU offense looks unstoppable, and big plays are a huge part of it.
It's a Crimson avalanche. The Rose Bowl route is on for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
In the 2 playoff games on pass attempts more than 20 yards downfield, Will Howard has completed all 7 throws for 245 yards with 4 touchdowns. Overall, the offense has scored 8 playoff touchdowns from outside the red zone, 4 in each game.
That ball's intercepted. Hook 'em horns. Texas advances. Makuba seals it.
Not many teams are built to slow down this offense, but Texas may be one of them. The Longhorns rank second nationally in defensive efficiency, 3rd in big plays allowed per game, and 3rd in red zone efficiency. Michigan already proved that this Ohio State offense can be bottled up. The national championship race may come down to whether it can be done again.
That task tonight belongs to Steve Sarkisian and his Texas coaching staff. Sark and the Longhorns have to prove that today is the day for doing. Watch the game, not the grill, with the Traeger Timberline XL from the Home Depot. Short time ago, Quinn Kesnick spoke with Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian.
You talked about composure this week. I think we saw some of that last night in the other semifinal rear its head. What's composure look like for the Longhorns?
Well, I think it's clear-minded, it's focused, it's poised. It's in the biggest moments. Can you execute? And I think that's something that I've been really proud of our team all year, right? In the most critical moments, we've executed to a pretty high level, and that's what it's going to take today.
Offensively, the outside zone's a staple for your team. Your tackles have been a little banged up the last couple weeks. How are they feeling, Kelvin Banks and Cameron Williams?
Well, I think Kelvin's as good as he's felt in a long time now, for over a month. Cameron's back, which is great. And, you know, Trevor Gooseby got a lot of quality work for us there, so we're fortunate we have 3 really good players there, and they got a tall task in front of them today.
Coach, as a play caller, how do they utilize Caleb Downs, their safety, and how does that kind of challenge you?
Well, he's such a versatile player, you know. They do a great job of letting him roam. Even when they're in man coverage, he's kind of a robber. When they're in zone, you know, he's a really good heady player. He's instinctive. And so they utilize him to his strengths. You know, they don't put him in a lot of man-to-man situations. They allow him to play with his eyes and his instincts, and he's effective.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, thanks, Quinn.
Longhorns head coach Steve Sarkisian, second straight year in the college football playoff semifinals. We welcome in our college football insider, ESPN senior college football writer, Jake Trotter, brought to you by Regions Bank, official bank of the SEC. And Jake, with Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers has been the Longhorns starting quarterback for the last 2.5 years, but this year he's done it with the heir apparent, Arch Manning, looking over his shoulder. How do you think Ewers has navigated this season?
Yeah, I think he's handled it, Kevin, about as well as he could. You know, he got benched temporarily in that first Georgia game. He was coming back from injury, had an ankle and an oblique injury this year. He's had to battle back from. Got temporarily benched in the Georgia game. They end up losing. He comes back, gets them in the SEC title game, and then I thought that Ewers really showed something in the double overtime win over Arizona State. I was at the Texas-Michigan game in week 2. Texas put up 31 points in the first half. Could have had 38 had it not been for a holding call that negated a Quinn Ewers touchdown pass. And at that point, Ewers was playing the best ball of his career. And Texas looked like, you know, maybe the best team in the country. And since he came back from the injury, you know, really hasn't quite been the same quarterback. But you started to see glimpses of it late in the Arizona State win, throwing the 2 touchdown passes in those overtimes. And he's going to need to play at that level for Texas to have a chance tonight. And if he doesn't, and it's, you know, 17-3 at halftime, don't be stunned if Arch Manning gets a chance, and that era starts anew here at Texas. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Quinn plays, and if he doesn't play well, when and how quickly they go to Arch Manning to maybe give them a little bit of a spark.
Jake Trotter joining us from AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, ESPN senior college football writer. It's the Longhorns and the Buckeyes college football playoff semifinal number 2. Jake, back on December 21st in round 1 of the playoffs, you tweeted, there's not one team, there's nobody in college football that can beat this version of Ohio State. That's probably when the Buckeyes were dismantling Tennessee. And then on January 1st, you quote tweeted yourself, bump, as Ohio State dominated the Oregon Ducks. What stands out and what impresses you the most about how the Buckeyes have looked in the first 2 games of these playoffs?
Yeah, I think the firepower they bring to bear offensively is unmatched in college football, and really maybe in recent college football. They have a receiver, everybody knows who he is now, freshman Jeremiah Smith. I don't think that I have seen a freshman in college football, a true freshman, who is, at least at the skill positions, ready to go to the NFL maybe since Adrian Peterson back at Oklahoma in 2004. Like, we're talking about a generational player. And I think if he were eligible to enter the NFL draft, we'd be talking about him as a potential number 1 overall pick. So he really sets the tone. And I think Ohio State, after the Michigan game, I think they made a commitment to feature him in a way that they really hadn't consistently all year. He's their best player. Now, they've got other future NFL starters, two running backs, and Quinshon Judkins and Travion Henderson, and Emeka Egbuka is going to be a first-round pick at receiver. I mean, they've got weapons everywhere, but Jeremiah Smith is their top playmaker, and you've seen them go back to featuring him early and often in a way that they didn't in the Michigan game. They got 2 targets after halftime in that game, 1 catch for 3 yards. For Ohio State to reach its potential offensively, Jeremiah Smith has got to be the featured player, and that's what they've done. And you've seen him set a tone early in these games. They put everybody away basically in the first quarter because nobody can guard him. Now, this is going to be the best secondary he's faced all year. Oregon had a really, a veteran-laden, transfer portal secondary guys, good college players, played a lot of football, but they didn't have NFL players. Texas has got NFL defensive backs, so it's going to be an interesting challenge for him, but I still maintain that there is nobody in college football that can cover Jeremiah Smith, and if they get him the ball, I think they've got a great chance to win this game.
ESPN college football senior writer Jake Trotter in Arlington. Kickoff of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic between the Buckeyes and the Longhorns inside 20 minutes from now. The Buckeyes 6-point favorites tonight over Texas at ESPN Bet. And Chris Canty from Unsportsmanlike, he doesn't see a way in which Texas comes away with a victory on this one, even playing less than 4 hours from their home campus.
Not the way that Ohio State is playing. Not the way that Jeremiah Smith is playing.
Play fake and a pass coming across the top. Jeremiah Smith has blockers left side. 35-30, breaks and tackle. He's free at the 20, at the 10. Touchdown, Ohio State.
I mean, the kid has got 290 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns in 2 playoff games. And Chip Kelly has found something in terms of being able to utilize his weapons on the outside. He's got 2 NFL caliber wide receivers. Emeka Egbuka, he's going to go in the first round.
From the 42, Howard throwing over the middle, looking for Egbuka, puts it right on the money. Catch at the goal line, touchdown Ohio State.
And then, of course, Jeremiah Smith, in a couple of years when he comes out, will be in the conversation for the number 1 overall pick. But more importantly, it's the poise that Will Howard has been playing with.
Snap on second down, play fake. Howard plants, Howard ties, throws over the middle, wide open. Jeremiah Smith caught, touchdown. His second of the first half, a 43-yarder.
Like, the guy understands he's got special talent around him, so he doesn't have to try to do too much. Just throw the ball in the general direction of your wide receivers. The good things are going to happen. And then, oh, by the way, we have a veteran-laden defense. You've got, 9 upperclassmen on that defense? I want to say it's something like 7 or 8 seniors on that defense. That has been something that has been understated.
Here's Gabriel scrambling, trying to square the shoulders, under pressure and sacked. Cody Simon delivers the 7th sack for Ohio State's defense.
In their game against Oregon, they outrushed them by over 200 yards. So I think that bears repeating when it comes to what we expect and how this game is going to unfold. Yeah, I don't think that Texas has a snowball's chance in hell of beating Ohio State tonight.
Ooh, snowball's chance in hell. You can hear Michelle Smallman. Woo! Chris Canty, Michelle Smallman, Evan Cohen together. They are Unsportsmanlike weekday morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and on ESPN2.
Perfectly thrown ball. He's got Smith near the end zone. He's got it. Touchdown. Howard's going to take a shot toward the end zone for Smith. Perfect throw. Great catch over the right shoulder. Touchdown, Ohio State. 22-yard toss from Will Howard.
5 touchdown passes and just 1 pick for Will Howard in the 2 playoff games thus far as the Buckeyes continue their quest to make that loss to Michigan in the regular season finale like it never even happened. Like it never even happened is brought to you by ServPro, the number 1 choice in cleanup and restoration. A short time ago, Ian Fitzsimmons caught up with Ohio State head coach Ryan Day.
Coach, since the college football playoff began, your squad has clicked. What did click?
Well, it's about execution, and when you're executing at a high level, it fuels emotion, and we know we got a huge challenge ahead of us tonight, playing Texas in Texas, and just the way we want it. I mean, guys are fired up. We know it's going to be a great environment, but it's all going to come down to our execution.
As far as Texas goes, if there's anything that's kept you up at night in a matchup, what is it?
Well, I think the first thing when you notice their team, you recognize the talent and you recognize the speed. So we got to do a good job of matching their speed and then bringing physicality to the game.
As far as look, we know you're passionate about special teams. We talked about it last week in the Rose Bowl against Oregon. How important is that third phase again tonight against a team like Texas?
Well, you look at their punt return unit, and they've blocked punts this year. They just missed one last week, and they obviously had the big return. So they do a good job in that unit. So we got to do a great job on our punt team of covering. Same thing on kickoff. The coverage unit's got to do a great job. And then we have an opportunity to return, and we got to hit them, and then field goals will come into this thing as well when we're getting points. So it's going to be a huge game. And, when you're in games like this, matchup games, every inch matters, every point matters.
Give them hell, Coach.
All right, brother, thanks.
All right, there's Ryan Day, the head coach of the Buckeyes with ESPN Radio's Ian Fitzsimmons. Ohio State has outscored their first two opponents here in the playoff, 83-38, and even more impressively, 35-0. In the first quarter. ESPN college football analyst Matt Sims rejoins us, a former quarterback at the University of Tennessee. Rejoins us here on College Football Live as we get closer to kickoff of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic. Matt, what's the area of the game tonight that decides this game?
It's going to be one of the trenches. And now that we have the playoff, Kev, we're going to see every year this is going to become more and more like NFL football. And I'm sorry for college fans who don't like NFL football, but the recipe for success in the NFL is going to trickle down into college. And it really is about winning in the trenches in the offensive defensive line, running the football when you need to for tough physical yards in certain situations, and then high percentage completions by your quarterback. That's the thing we didn't see Drew Aller do last night, right? But at the other side, they ran the ball extremely well and won the trenches, especially in the first half. For Ohio State, that's where I think the battle is won. Texas does not run the football well enough or consistently enough or makes an effort to be patient enough in the running game for me to think that they are going to win at the line of scrimmage tonight. And even last week, Quintravian Weiser didn't look 100%. For whatever reason, we didn't see Jaden Blue at all on the field as much as I would like to see because he's such a big-time football player and a big-time playmaker for that football team. They have to be patient in the run game to take pressure off Quinn Ewers. I just don't know if they will be able to hold up against the Ohio State defensive line. I think that's the biggest difference in the game.
When you're looking at both these quarterbacks tonight, Quinn Ewers and Will Howard, which one do you have more faith in should the game rest or fall onto their shoulders?
I have to go with Will Howard at the current moment. I think Quinn's been playing good football, and, of course, he came up clutch against Arizona State. But it really is kind of like a twofold. I really have more faith in the combination of Will Howard and Chip Kelly at the moment than I do Quinn Ewers and Steve Sarkisian. And I think it really goes back to just what they've been doing with their offensive line, Ohio State, and how they've been able to run the football and be physical at the point of attack and get the edge on multiple runs consistently. So I think that's where I kind of favor. And also, Will Howard's ability to be physical and strong, I think will definitely pay dividends. We haven't seen a lot of it yet in the playoff because they really haven't had to use it. But we know that Ohio State has those quarterback-designed runs, and Will Howard being a bigger, stronger quarterback, I think helps in that low red zone area to have those plays in your playbook and at your disposal.
ESPN college football analyst Matt Sims joining us here at College Football Live. Something else, obviously, we saw for the Buckeyes on New Year's Day and the route over Oregon was the big plays, particularly to Jeremiah Smith. Matt, are the big plays either side tonight, are they going to be available given how good both of these defenses are?
Well, it's really just going to come down to the prep, and that's where the war has already been won for both teams. Which team did a better job breaking down film, coming up with Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C, basically the counter moves to what happens throughout the game. And that's where, I still have to give that slight edge to Chip Kelly because I've seen now the past 2 weeks how he has taken similar plays and concepts that Will Howard feels comfortable with, and they have done a great job of basically dressing them up differently for defenses, but with the same result, and getting guys like Jeremiah Smith open in the back end against safeties and one-on-one situations. I think that's something he has consistently done here in the playoffs for this Ohio State team. So all that stuff will just have to be who prepared better, who is ready with more answers to the test, more counter moves after the first move is made. And from what I've seen so far in the playoffs, Ohio State has done that better than anybody, and I really don't expect that to stop here tonight.
ESPN college football analyst Matt Sims, former quarterback for the University of Tennessee. You caught him each and every Saturday on ESPN Radio's College Game Day. You'll hear him all throughout the lead up to the College Football Playoff National Championship game presented by AT&T on Monday night, January 20th. We'll start our coverage, by the way, Monday night, January 20th at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time right here on ESPN Radio. The game will also be seen, of course, on ESPN Television. I'm Kevin Winter. That'll do it for us on College Football Live. We know the Notre Dame Fighting Irish are waiting in the wings. They will be playing in Atlanta on Monday, January 20th. But who will the Irish face for a national championship? It is Texas. It is Ohio State. We kick it off next in Arlington, Texas. This is the College Football Playoff Semifinals at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits.
Cheers, football fans. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for the Cotton Bowl, the national semifinal. Who's going to meet Notre Dame in the national championship in Atlanta? Will it be Ohio State or will it be Texas? We really appreciate you hanging out with us here, keeping it classy, and having a good time in the chat while we watch and listen to the Cotton Bowl. I'm really hoping for a good game tonight. These two teams are really strong. I think it's going to be a great game. Got a special message from Mr. Joe Bowen, the announcer of the Toronto Maple Leafs. That's what we do here, Toronto Sports Insider. We're all about Toronto sports. Make sure you guys check out that link. It's in the description as well. It'll be pinned in the chat throughout the night and help us raise money for Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. Take it away, Joe.
Cheers, insiders and football fans all over the world. This is Joe Bowen, Hall of Fame voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs, and, more importantly under these circumstances, a huge football fan of the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. Well, we want to thank you for hanging out with us and cheering on your favorite team during the Sick Kids Football Frenzy campaign here on TSI, where we make a real-world difference in our Toronto community. Now, I'm sure you're all wondering how you are making a difference. Well, a percentage of revenue from every single game will be donated directly to Sick Kids Hospital, as we have raised over $6,500 in just 8 months. Sick Kids has impacted my life, and I'm sure the lives of countless families in the Toronto area, and I know probably a number of yours as well. Please check out the link that is pinned in the chat or in the description and donate if you are able. Let's show the power of community of sports fans making a difference. One of the best ways to increase the amount of the donation is to share the link of this YouTube live stream on social media to help bring more football fans to our amazing community, changing the world one insider at a time. We'll see you in the chat. And holy Mackinac, thank you for helping us raise money for Sick Kids Hospital as we heal the future.
Thank you for checking out that link. Now let's get to the football. Let's hope for a great game tonight. We'll see you guys in the chat.
Be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. For the blind.
There's never been a path to a national championship like this. 12 teams chasing one thing that's never been done. Every game, every play, every second matters more than the one before it. And when the confetti falls, only one team will have done something that no other team in the history of college football has ever done. Ever. The College Football Playoff National Championship, January 20th on ESPN.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I'm Kevin Richard. We'll get you up to AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, coming up. For the Longhorns and the Buckeyes, it was back on New Year's Day. Texas and quarterback Quinn Ewers needed to convert a 4th and 13 in overtime and then kick an extra point just to force a second overtime against Arizona State. Ewers did it. Touchdown pass. The Longhorns won the game at double OT, 39-31, and all season long, Quinn Ewers has had the shadow of the heir apparent at quarterback for Texas, Arch Manning, standing behind him. Before tonight's game, Quinn Ewers was asked about his future by ESPN's Pete Thamel.
Do you expect to play college football next year?
Nah, I don't.
What have you thought of some of the noise about you sticking around college and going somewhere else?
I hadn't even paid attention to it. I'm not really sure what's going on.
A win, Ewers gets one more game. A loss, and his college career is done. Mel Kiper Jr., by the way, has him ranked 5th on his quarterback big board rankings. Will Howard, by the way, according to Mel, is 6th. It's Ewers for the Longhorns. Will Howard for the Buckeyes. The winner, they go to the national championship game in Atlanta to face the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. With the call of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic, we go to AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas for the 8th-seeded Buckeyes and the 5th-seeded Longhorns with Quinn Kesnick and Ian Fitzsimmons on the sidelines alongside Kelly Stauffer. Here's Mark Testesher.
Kevin Winter, thank you very much. What an atmosphere we have inside of AT&T Stadium, the home of the Dallas Cowboys, and tonight, the home of the 89th Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic. We had a thriller in the other CFP semi last night in Miami. Notre Dame beating Penn State on that late field goal, and tonight, what do we have in store is the suddenly red-hot Ohio State Buckeyes, the last team standing out of the Big Ten, facing the last team carrying the SEC flag, Texas, in their first year in the conference. Texas playing just 3 hours north from their Austin campus, Kelly, and what kind of game plan will Texas need to devise to try to slow down this Ohio State juggernaut tonight?
Well, the simple answer is since the playoffs started, that game plan doesn't exist because Ohio State has been on cruise control. But I believe this is what you have to do. First of all, you have to deal with the head of the spear, which is Will Howard. He hasn't been uncomfortable in 41 days, which is the loss to Michigan. And then the second thing you have to do is you have to figure out a way to not allow Jeremiah Smith to destroy your defensive game plan. And we'll see if Texas has some answers that the other two teams in Tennessee and Oregon have not come up with.
Will Howard has been absolutely brilliant. By the way, he's never beaten Texas, 0-3 as a Kansas State starter against Texas before coming to Columbus. His downfield passing numbers have been ridiculous thanks to Jeremiah Smith and Emeka Egbuka, the wide receiver, Emeka Egbuka, on that one. But Quinn Ewers, the quarterback of Texas, the key for him tonight has to have that run game, right? They did not have it in the game against Arizona State. They were fortunate to win. They did have it in large numbers.
They have zero opportunity to beat Ohio State. Quinn Ewers is really disciplined and experienced and has that clutch gene that we've seen multiple times in really big moments. But he needs a friend, and that friend is a really, really good run game against a defense in Ohio State that simply doesn't allow you to do that very well.
Well, we have two very good friends, and they are at the top of their craft. They're down on the sideline. Quinn Kesnick is going to be covering the Texas sideline. We'll hear from him in a moment. First, let's go downstairs behind the Ohio State bench. Here's Ian Fitzsimmons.
Mark, I talked to Ohio State's co-offensive coordinator and wide receivers coach Brian Hartline and asked a simple question. What's been the biggest difference you've seen in your team since the start of the college football playoff? And he said, when you put an animal's back against the cage, you got two choices. Get eaten or fight your way out. And we ain't done fighting. Simple as that. And we've seen it the last two games against Tennessee and in the Rose Bowl against Oregon. So get ready, boys. They got some fight in these Buckeyes. Quint.
A question emerging on the Texas sideline after warm-ups. Who will be their field goal kicker? Will it be Bert Auburn, who missed 2 kicks against Arizona State, including a 38-yarder with 2 seconds to go? He's got the most field goals in Texas history. Or will it be Will Stone? Will Stone's a junior. He's their kickoff specialist. 277 kickoffs. Guess how many field goals he's attempted? 0. You add to the fact that he's a lefty, and that could mess with their operation. And one thing's for sure, I think Steve Sarkisian, their play caller, is going to be super aggressive in the red zone and not settling for field goals. Mark?
Quint, thank you very much. We were watching both field goal kickers, and Auburn, who Quint just detailed, Kelly was struggling. There's actually some boomers out there, but if they bring in, he's not a young kid, he's a junior, but not ever having attempted a field goal, be pretty remarkable in this stage.
It really would, and Auburn did look really good in warm-ups, but warm-ups is not in critical moments
a good point.
to get you into the national championship game, and what a debut that would be if Will Stone actually has to kick something in this to try to get it through the upright.
Ohio State has just won the toss. They're deferring to the second half, so Texas will receive. The Longhorns wearing the white uniforms, the burnt orange numbers, the white helmets, white pants, and it's the scarlet red tops of Ohio State with the silver helmets. A lot of burnt orange in the crowd. You can see the scarlet wrapping around the far side of the stadium. Who will play Notre Dame in the CFP National Championship game in 10 days? We're about to find out. Ohio State kicking it off. Fielding sends it deep, and this one will sail over the head of Matthew Golden for a touchback, and it'll be 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line for the junior from South Lake, Texas, Quinn Ewers, who threw for 3,189 yards, 29 touchdowns, and once upon a time, Kelly, was on campus at Ohio State 4 years ago, was there for one semester, played 2 snaps before going to Texas.
It really is a remarkable story with Quinn Ewers, and it's kind of a storybook that is not ended yet. We thought they were going to get to that national championship game a year ago, but what an ending it would be for Quinn Ewers to take advantage of this second chance opportunity.
Then Travion Wisner is the running back, pistol formation, a play fake, a pass on first down to the perimeter. Tight end catches it at the 28-yard line, Juan Davis, and a 4-yard gain out of the right side on the perimeter. Caleb Downs with the early tackle. Denzel Burke also part of that secondary out there on the stop.
Steve Sarkisian, the head coach for Texas, is also a master scripter of plays. He starts with 15 to 20 to begin games and then kind of goes from there. If Ohio State defensively can withstand that barrage of plays early, chances are they're going to play well today.
2nd down and 6. Give to Wisner looking for a hole. The tight end in his way, Davis, tried to get off that left side and got knocked down. About 2 yards shy of the first, up to the 33. Jack Sawyer with the tackle.
Ohio State really doesn't have a weakness defensively. And they do a lot of different things with 3 safeties, kind of hybrid looks. Caleb Downs chief among them, that I call him essentially the roving eraser. He has a lot of freedom to make plays. Quinn Ewers is going to have to use his eyes to keep Downs out of the way of the football.
3rd down and 2. There are 2 running backs offset behind Ewers, who goes under center. Jaden Blue is the tailback. They give it to the upback. No, it's a play fake and a pass to the perimeter. One-handed catch. First down across the right sideline near the 40-yard line by Matthew Golden. What an outstanding play fake and an even better catch.
The table setter offensively for Steve Sarkisian is the outside zone. We've seen play action off of it 2 different times, and then it's the boot to the right, and Matthew Golden makes a spectacular one-handed catch kind of into his left bicep, but also the layering of the throw by Quinn Ewers early in this one.
24-yard pickup using just the left hand to get it. 1st down and 10, and it's a misdirection play going out to the right side. Ryan Wingo on the end around gets across the 40 and out of bounds at the 37-yard line. Wingo with the run. Burke ushered him out of bounds. And Kelly, remember in the first 2 rounds of the CFP, neither Tennessee nor Oregon had a first down. They went 3 and out on both series, and here we go. Texas already across the 50.
And neither Tennessee or Oregon could run the football effectively, and they certainly couldn't get outside. 2 of the best edge setters in football, college-wise, is Sawyer and Tulimoloau, and that time it's a wide receiver, Wingo, that gets out on that play.
2nd down and 4 from the 37 of Ohio State. Passes batted down, knocked down. That was Jack Sawyer, who had 3 knockdowns from his defensive tackle position against Oregon and had 2 others against Tennessee. He's been incredible.
A lot of games up front, a lot of stunting, and Sawyer comes inside, doesn't get a very good pass rush, but does what you should do secondarily, and that's get a hand up and knocks that ball down.
3rd down and 4 for Texas. Weisner in the backfield. They're at the Buckeye 37-yard line. In the shotgun, snap. Give to Weisner, bouncing off the linebacker and knocked down by Cody Simon. Well short of the first. He got 1 yard. They needed 4 there on 3rd down.
I think the decision to go for it on 4th was already made. Quint told us about the issues with the field goal kicker in Bert Auburn, and so I think Sark runs the ball, tries to get him 3rd and more manageable, and it's 4th down now, and the kicker is not coming onto the field.
4th down and 3. Texas going for it here at the 36-yard line of Ohio State. Motion on the right side. Snap to Ewers. Throws to the right side. Low, knocked down, incomplete. Turnover on downs. They tried to get it to DeAndre Moore, the receiver, and Cody Simon once again, the linebacker with the stop, and Ohio State will take over. Timeout from Arlington. Texas goes for it on a 4th down, comes up short, and with 11:42 to go in our first quarter, we are scoreless, Ohio State and Texas, and you're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Working too hard to give you a heart attack.
You want to become good? Work. Laying at Sweet 16s, parties, weddings, bar mitzvahs.
First record I remember buying was Time Out by Dave Brubeck.
Flabbergasted by that album, how good that was. You know the song Wipeout? I just adapted it to the piano.
The Billy Joel Channel is back on Sirius XM for a limited time. Channel 79 and the Sirius XM app.
Indulge in a channel full of soft pop nostalgia.
High-rise jeans, oversized blazers. That was my go-to.
With a special guest host who knows a little something about the late 80s and early 90s.
Hi, I'm Lori Loughlin. You may know me as Aunt Becky. My whole commute to work over at Full House, I would listen to this song.
Mom Jeans. Listen now for a limited time on Channel 17 and available year-round as one of over 200 extra channels on the Sirius XM app.
Hear every game of the NFL playoffs on SiriusXM. The Wild Card Weekend doubleheader kicks off tomorrow at 4:30 Eastern with the Texans hosting the Chargers.
Herbert throwing, caught, touchdown!
And at 8 Eastern, the Steelers face the Ravens.
Jackson throws, end zone, caught! Game over!
Find your hometown announcers at SiriusXM.com/NFL schedule or search for your team on the SiriusXM app and hear complete postgame coverage on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quint Kesnick, our entire ESPN crew were scoreless. Texas just went for it on 4th and 3 and came up short. Texas, Ohio State scoreless. That was about 5 yards away from what we think would have been the range for Bert Auburn, the Texas kicker, but didn't appear he was going that direction anyway.
Well, in that 40 to 49-yard range, Bert Auburn is only batting 50%, and that isn't what Steve Sarkisian wanted right there. Keep your best unit on the field in that situation, which is your quarterback, your veteran Quinn Ewers. Try to pick it up on 3rd down. If you don't, you're in 4th and manageable. I like that decision. You're in no man's land right there anyway. A punt doesn't do you any good.
Will Howard has been absolutely spectacular in the CFP. The starting quarterback has Quinshon Junkins next to him, and they'll hand it off on 1st down from the 37, stretching to the right side, bangs off a tackler at the 40, knocked down at the 41-yard line by Andrew Makuba, the safety who sealed the double overtime win in the Peach Bowl.
And we see Quinshon Junkins bounce it outside to the right, and he's much more of the physical back, more than Trey Henderson is.
Got 5, 2nd down, another give to Junkins up the middle. It's plugged by the Texas D, bounces off, but goes down at the 43-yard line for a gain of 2. This Texas front, Kelly, we talk a lot about Ohio State. This is the number 3 ranked defense. Barron Sorrell that time to tackle.
And Kesty, as much as we like the storylines in this game, championship football comes down to really good quarterback play and situational execution, and this 3rd down for Ohio State on this first drive is a good example of it.
Texas fans getting loud. 3rd and 3 from the 43. Ibuka and Smith both on the right side. It's a pass, and it's caught by Ibuka. First down. See where they mark it. Got to get to the 46. He got it at the 47 and got an extra yard. The linesman marks him out at the 48-yard line. Jahdae Barron, the Thorpe Award-winning cornerback, to stop, but a 5-yard gain, and they'll move the chains.
Jahdae Barron was giving Ibuka just a little bit too much cushion. It's almost like Barron did that. Remember the down and distance, the yard to gain right there, and that was an easy pitch and catch.
Ibuka now with 40 consecutive games with a reception. A play fake for Howard. First down pass nearly picked, but ends up in the hands of Carnell Tate. A first down. Made the catch at the 38 and went down there. Just got it over the linebacker's outstretched arms of Anthony Hill and a gain of 14.
And that was Trey Moore that was underneath that route and almost got his hands on it. But again, the ability to throw that layered route, which simply means sometimes your 95-mile-an-hour fastball isn't needed. You got to layer over a defender, and Will Howard was successful right there.
Both teams over the 50-yard line on their first series. First down and 10 from the Texas 38 for Ohio State. Shotgun snap. Howard short drop. Looks. Takes a deep shot. Looking for Smith. Incomplete. He went up for it at the 2. No flag. Covered by Andrew Makuba and Jahdae Barron.
And Kessie, I think that's certainly going to be the theme. You have Barron underneath and Makuba over the top, really playing deep center field to begin with. But if this ball was a little bit more accurately thrown, Jeremiah Smith goes up and catches balls like that all the time, but it was a little bit too high.
That's how they started at the Rose Bowl against Oregon, with Howard and Smith connecting on a deep one. Instead, it's 2nd and 10 from the plus 38. Howard went up to the line. On second down, takes the snap, hands it off. This is Judkins over the right side, stumbles over the 35. They'll give him the 34-yard line as Lianga Lafau, the linebacker, the stop after 4.
In the first 2 college football playoff games, Chip Kelly has kind of reverse-engineered offensively. Instead of running the football to set up the play-action pass and RPO game, he's actually passed it initially, and he's doing it a little bit right now. It's more of a good blend on this drive.
3rd down and 6. First series for Ohio State. We're scoreless, 8:50, clock moving first quarter. Buckeyes at the Texas 34-yard line. Here's the snap. Howard drops over the middle. Caught by Ibuka. That's a first down over the 25-yard line. They'll mark him down at the 24. Lefau with the stop again for Texas.
Ohio State has really 3 NFL receivers. Ibuka, Jeremiah Smith, and Carnell Tate. They were in a trips to the left side. And it was a zone defense on the back end, and Ibuka just goes down and fills the void in the zone, and then the timing for Will Howard to throw an accurate pass and move the chains.
Steve Sarkisian says Will Howard throws a very catchable ball. We saw it there. 1st and 10 from the Texas 23. Another pass over the middle. Caught. That Smith had to go reach back and got the catch and was dragged down across the 10-yard line to the 9-yard line. That's Ibuka, rather. Ibuka with the catch over the middle for Ohio State and a gain of 14.
And that was the 3rd read for Will Howard, and the beauty of it is how quickly he got back there. There was a running back in the flat, and there was a tight end going to the corner. That was 1 and 2, and then the eyes of Will Howard found Ibuka just in time.
3rd reception for Ibuka. This is the 9th play of this opening drive. 1st and goal from the 9. Quinshon Judkins in the backfield. It's a play fake and a pass over the middle. Dropped by Tate on a slant into the middle of the end zone on his hands. Couldn't hang on, pointing to himself saying, my bad.
Run the football fairly decently early, and then it's the play action pass off of that. You pull a lineman from left to right to show those second-level defenders for Texas this is going to be a run, but actually it's play action. Carnell Tate had 0 coverage underneath him. He had 1 on the slant inside on Barron, but just didn't finish the play.
2nd down and goal from the 9. Under center is Howard. Motion across to the left. Handoff Judkins. Bounces off the middle. Found a seam to the 5, to the 4, to the 3. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Ohio State. They've got the early lead. 9-yard touchdown run for Quinshon Judkins, his 11th of the year.
Kessie, you asked me a question to start the game. What's the game plan for Texas to slow down this Ohio State offense? The answer is there isn't one that exists as long as Ohio State is executing like they did on this opening drive, all of the Tennessee game, all of the Oregon game, and this Cotton Bowl starts the same way.
Jaden Fielding is on for the extra point for Ohio State. Snap, place down, kick is up, and it is good. And the Buckeyes have themselves a 7-0 lead here in Arlington, Texas, over the University of Texas. 7:24 to go, first quarter, playing for a spot in the national championship game. Let's pause 10 seconds right now for station ID. You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Once the games are over, relive the biggest plays of the day with me, Denton Day, on College Football Overtime on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Ohio State leads Texas. This is the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Timeout. Your body goals don't have an offset.
Hey you. Yeah, you. Thanks for hanging out with us during the college football playoffs here in Toronto Sports Insider. While we make a difference with Sick Kids Hospital every single game, hope you're having fun in the chat. Thank you for keeping it classy. And if you have not hit that subscribe button yet, what are you waiting for? Get on it, hit that subscribe button down below and turn on the bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single college football playoff game, including the national championship on the 20th and the NFL playoffs starting tomorrow. Every game. Let's get to 75,000 tonight. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button and becoming an insider. Now let's get back to the football.
Really work. Thanks.
So let's huddle up, because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
Progressive knows not all rides are smooth. Meet Peter. He loves his motorcycle. What he doesn't love is wind. Which is ironic, because wind is a big part of the whole wind-in-your-face motorcycle cliche. But nobody ever tells you how relentless a strong crosswind is, or the cliche wouldn't exist. Not every ride is smooth, but Progressive has your back. Get a quote to see if you can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
7:24 to go first quarter. Ohio State 7, Texas nothing. With Kelly Stouffer, Mark Kestisher, Quint Kesnick down on the field. And let's start first with Ian Fitzsimmons.
The first thing that Will Howard did, quarterback of Ohio State, was go right to his wide receiver, Carnell Tate, who dropped the touchdown pass before Judkins hit pay dirt and said, "Don't you worry, you know we're good. I'm coming back to you." Over to Texas with Quint.
Well, damage control mode for Pete Kwiatkowski, Johnny Nansen, their linebacker coach, and the rest of the Texas staff, scouring through the iPads and the video footage. And it's one thing you prep all week, and the first drive of the game, Ohio State slices and dices their way down the field. Kind of a sobering reality moment for this Texas team. You've seen in the flesh what you're up against.
Appreciate it, Quinn and Fitzy, and that's been one of the tales of the game, too, right? Ohio State has dominated first quarters. Texas has dominated defensively early so far in the college football playoff, but giving up 7 there. Matthew Golden is set up on the goal line for Texas as the ensuing kickoff from right to left is steaming its way end over end well over the head of Golden and out the back of the end zone for a touchback, and it's drive number 2, Kelly, for the Texas Longhorns, this time down 7.
Well, in a lot of championship settings like we're seeing right here, the opportunity to get into the national championship game, it's about answering. And Quinn Ewers is the spearhead of Texas being able to answer offensively. Their offense has kind of been an enigma to me because they disappear sometimes. They're outstanding in moments, then all of a sudden they can't get out of their own way. Texas needs something positive to happen right now.
Drive start at the 25-yard line. Ewers in the gun. Weisner to his left. There's the snap. It's a 5-man rush this time. He's swallowed up, and Ewers goes down. JTT, that's JT Tuimoloau. First one there, gets the sack.
you're not going to have time against this Ohio State defensive front, who has a ton more juice since the playoff has gotten underway. A lot of their sacks, about half of them, came from the second level up until the playoff began.
4-yard loss, 2nd and 14. It's a fake and a quick pass over to Moore in the slot 30, and Moore is tackled across the 35-yard line. Nice quick play to get a first down over to the 36, a 15-yard pickup.
And that's the set zone, so you have an RPO with a zone run inside and then a set down route by DeAndre Moore out in his slot position, and that was perfectly timed.
6.5 minutes to go, opening quarter, 1st down and 10, Texas from the 36. Quick pass out to the left perimeter. It is caught in the slot to the 40, 50-yard line. Nearly juked the defender. Tripped up at the 45-yard line is Ryan Wingo, the true freshman, finally taken down by Caleb Downs. But a big pickup across the 50, a 22-yard gain.
And somewhat a change of pace by Texas, and I think it's a good adaptation by Steve Sarkisian to get the ball out quickly and then get up and try to get the next play going as well, because there's a veteran group for Ohio State that wants to get set.
First down play, snap, and a quick pass drop by Wisner, who is sprinting out of the backfield into the flat right, and that will be incomplete.
It's interesting, Kesty, that both of these teams are coming out and basically going play action before they've really ever established the run, and they're throwing the football first.
That big hand you just heard, by the way, they showed Bevo on the screen.
Bevo's a big dude.
Bevo did not travel to the first 2 CFP games. He is here tonight in Arlington. 2nd down play, handoff. This is Blue coming across the stretch on the right. Simon, the linebacker, takes him down after he gets across the 40-yard line to about the 38-yard line. 4-yard gain.
2 running back set. Blue was on one side and Wisner was on the other, but it's the same play. The table-setting run play for Steve Sarkisian for years has been the outside zone play, and he has 2 really good tackles in Williams and Banks to spearhead that type of execution.
Texas facing a 3rd and 6 from the right hash mark, and now our first flags come flying in. We got a false start against the Texas line.
False start, offense, number 56, 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Cameron Williams is back from a sprained right knee. The right tackle flag there. Jerry Magallanes is our ACC referee tonight.
And you can't make a habit out of this. And Texas has been highly penalized at times. And the pre-snap version is the worst of all. But 3rd and 6 becomes 3rd and 11 and becomes the wheelhouse to get pressure on Quinn Ewers right here.
Ball spotted back 5 yards to the 43-yard line of Ohio State for Texas. Down 7-0. Motion left side. Here's Ewers back. Has a clean pocket. It's closing. Time's up. He's going to go down and sacked for the 2nd time on the series. Out back at the 48-yard line by Ty Hamilton. And JTT picking up another half sack.
Texas is just asking for trouble by getting behind the sticks, and they make a habit of doing that. They're 118th in the country in terms of giving up tackles for loss, and they also give up a boatload of turnovers. That's the way to get out of this game quickly, doing that against Ohio State's defense.
Michael Kern, the punter, is on for Texas. Gets the kickoff, end over end. Brandon Innes waiting for it at the 10. He signaled fair catch and made it. And about the 9-yard line with 4:19 to go. In this first quarter, Texas will get it back, or rather, Ohio State will get it back with a 7-0 lead over Texas here in Arlington in our opening quarter. This is the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
college football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like when Ohio State came back from a 21-6 deficit against #1 ranked Alabama in the 2015 Sugar Bowl. Down 15 points, the Buckeyes outscored the top-rated Crimson Tide 36-14 to secure the 42-35 victory in the college football playoff semifinal.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
My name is Luke Bryan. Country music is my life, and I want to share it with y'all.
It's All Country is now streaming on Hulu.
And with the help of Luke Combs, Kane Brown, Lady A, Winona Judd, Sheryl Crow, and Mickey Guyton, we're going to explore everything country.
You couldn't ask for anything more than that.
When everybody brings their story, it really becomes something special. That is the beautiful side of country music.
In the end, it's all country.
It's All Country. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
I'm Kevin Oicher with the College Football Playoff Semifinals on ESPN Radio. If you are able, please help people affected by the California wildfires here in 2025. Donate at redcross.org/ESPN to help the Red Cross respond and help people recover. Ohio State has a 7-0 lead over Texas here in the opening quarter. 3 first quarters here in the playoffs for the Buckeyes. They've outscored their opponents 42-0 in the opening quarter. Mark Testishire, back to you in Arlington.
Kev, it seems a long time ago, and Kelly, when they only managed, 10 points against Michigan at home in a loss,
10
failed
points.
to make the conference championship game. How'd they transform, Kelly?
Well, they had 3 weeks after that heart-wrenching loss to Michigan, and when they came back against Tennessee, we were there to witness that. Chip Kelly had really adopted a new personality in the run game, and it was much more of the counter run, which is kind of a power play. Chip Kelly's known to be an inside zone running guy, and that was a significant development. And then what we saw against Oregon for Ohio State offensively is the layers of RPOs, run pass option, and play action pass that was coming off of that counter run game, which was absolutely lethal.
Ohio State's going to start this drive inside its own 10-yard line. At the 8-yard line, they'll start with a pistol formation. And on first down, a play fake, and they bring it over to Jeremiah Smith coming across the formation, breaks a tackle at the 5, and finally knocked down, shoved over the 10-yard line at the 11. They nearly had him behind the sticks. Trey Moore, the tackle, ends up being a 3-yard gain.
Well, and that's the twin to the same play that Jeremiah Smith scored on against Oregon initially. It's the run pass option off of that counter play. And so Will Howard's literally reading that. And if he wants to pull it, he dumps it to Jeremiah Smith, and we know he knows what to do with it.
2nd down and 7 from the 11. Shotgun snap. Howard, short drop. Looks over the middle. Finds Tate at the 15 over the 20-yard line of first down, and finally dragged down near the 25-yard line. Carnell Tate, the third of that outstanding 3-headed receiver core for the Buckeyes.
Pete Kukowski, the defensive coordinator for Texas, said leading up to this game, we have a plan to cover Jeremiah Smith, number 4, and Ibuka, number 2. I would like to know what that is. This time they were on the left side, but if they try to cover both of those guys, they're giving up a lot of resources in other areas.
First down from the 24. Howard has an incredible clean pocket. There's nobody downfield. He's going to scramble to the right. He's going to tuck it and run 25 and angles out of bounds into the Ohio bench at about the 26-yard line. Good coverage downfield that time, only a gain of 2.
Really good coverage by Texas, and a great decision by Will Howard not to throw that ball into traffic. Usually when Will Howard gets out of the pocket, first of all, he surprises people because he's a big human being. He looks like a tight end, but he's pretty quick as well, but it's usually a good decision, and it certainly was right there.
Quick, smart, and he's been a 72% completer so far this year. 2nd down, it's an end around. Travion Henderson, who gets a block at the 30, breaks a tackle 35, right sideline 40, and finally out of bounds over the 45-yard line to about the 48-yard line. Henderson, Makuba couldn't get him down, and he ends up with 22 yards.
Initially, Trey Henderson starts in the slot right, goes on what they call orbit motion. It's just basically motion going from right to left behind the quarterback, gets the ball, and it's
Henderson that sets up his blocks so well, and that experience and speed showed up right there.
Minute 48 to go. First quarter, 7-0 Ohio State at their own 48. They fake the quick pass to the left. Now Howard throws over the middle high, and G. Scott comes down with it. The tight end somehow over the 40-yard line to the 38 of Texas. G. Scott, the tight end that time, in traffic for 14 yards.
That was a shot play off of the smoke screen or the now screen outside. Initially, Will Howard pumps outside to that quick screen, and then he wants to get the chair route, the wheel route behind that, and the third receiver is G. Scott over the middle, but that was a poor decision, but a fantastic result nonetheless.
Kelly, I don't know how you cover this team with all these receivers and those two backs and Howard's ability to run as well. First down from the plus 38. They put it into the belly of Travion Henderson. He's got nowhere to go. Grabbed from behind and tackled that time. Jermaine Lole and Colin Simmons, the outstanding freshman linebacker, on the tackle. And now a late flag comes in right in the middle of the scrum as guys were getting up. Henderson got dragged. And did Henderson throw a punch? We got three officials right now chatting around Jerry Magallanes, our referee.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, offense, number 32, 15-yard penalty, the down count.
Career 32 is Travion Henderson, who heads to the Ohio State bench after the flag.
Very uncharacteristic for most, probably more of any other player than Travion Henderson. He's cool, calm, and collected, and he throws a left right to the face of the defensive player. I think it was Alfred Collins. Ryan Day likes to say this: execution fuels emotion. Well, that's not the right kind of emotion that Ryan Day is expecting out of Travion Henderson.
Just had a few words for Henderson, did Coach Ryan Day, and that marks it back to the 46-yard line. Third down and 24. Second down and 24 for Ohio State. Shotgun snap. It's a play fake, and Howard's got nowhere to go. Well read by the Texas defense, and Ethan Burke comes down with a sack and a loss of 2.
That was well read by the Texas defense, but it wasn't well read by Will Howard. That was a quarterback read where initially he can give the ball up to Q Junkins, or he can get outside and either run it or throw it once he gets out onto the left edge. And that time, quite frankly, he should have given it up to his running back, and Judkins turns around like, what is he doing? Because there was running room by the running back, Judkins.
Very rare bad decision of late for Will Howard. It's third and forever. Shotgun snap, four-man twisting rush. Pass by Howard is caught out on the perimeter at the 50-yard line, and well short of the first down as Quinshawn Junkins made the catch, is taken down, and it's fourth down after the 5-yard gain, and we have hit the end of the first quarter as we decide who will play Notre Dame in the College Football Playoff National Championship. It's Ohio State 7, Texas nothing. This is the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Harry Douglas here. Say goodbye to bulky, clunky shavers that clutter your bathroom. Not only do you get an incredible shave, Panasonic's Palm Razor has a sleek, elegant design that adds a touch of sophistication to your bathroom. It also conveniently charges with a USB cord. Visit shop.panasonic.com/sports to shop for the Palm Razor. Use promo code HARRY for 10% off exclusively for ESPN Radio listeners. That's shop.panasonic.com/.
Cheers, football fans from all over the world. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Now's the time of the show. Please let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Are you in the United States? Let us know your city and state. Are you in Canada, city and province, or all over the world? Let's see how far out our reach is here on TSI. Bringing the world together, having fun, watching the semifinals, Texas, Ohio State. What a game. Thanks for letting us know where you're watching from. Now let's get back to the football. Good luck to your team. I'm going Ohio State.
They could beat us, they could shoot us, but the one thing they could never get us to do was talk. based on the true story and the New York Times bestseller.
You were taught that you were fighting in the name of the people. And I think people should know that it's all lies.
FX's Say Nothing. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Fourth down, Ohio State as we come back for the second quarter. 7-0, Ohio State leading Texas. Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer, Ian Fitzsimmons down on the sideline. Texas, Quinn Kestnick is about to take over on offense. From the receiving corps, what are you hearing?
Well, Matthew Golden spent about 5 minutes in the medical tent looking at his left ankle, the lower left ankle. He's retaped, and you should see him this next series. Keep in mind, Isaiah Bond has been banged up, injuring his ankle in the Georgia game, in the SEC title game, and he hasn't been the same since. So 2 potential ankle injuries for Texas wide receivers.
Appreciate it. Quint from near the 50-yard line. Joe McGuire is going to punt. He's standing at the 38-yard line. Silas Bolden is waiting back at the 10 to our right. There's the long snap. Not a lot of pressure. Little sky punt, high, end over end, drifting to his right, and making the catch at the 8-yard line. Here comes Bolden, out over the middle to the 15-20, lost the pole, but it took a great hop right into his hands, and Silas Bolden able to recover and get to the 25-yard line. That was danger zone, but it took an incredible hop for an odd-shaped ball, the football right back to him.
And that was well set up. That punt was directed over to the numbers on the left side of the field, and there was a return set up on the opposite side, and it was just a matter of whether Bolden could get to that wall of his colleagues, and he almost got there. That would have been a massive momentum shift for Texas.
Caden Curry on special teams punched it out, but Bolden was able to recover, and so Texas begins at its 25-yard line. Snap to Ewers, give, hit in the backfield, but staying up is Reisner, and then finally tackled behind the sticks. Looks like he might have lost a yard, maybe 2 yards, to about the 23-yard line. Lathan Ransom, the safety that time, with the pressure.
And the key there is Rantham, and he's a safety, and he was literally on the line of scrimmage, penetrated the A-gap, and really bubbled that play, blew it up before it could get started.
Second down and 12 at the 23. The motion out of the backfield and the snap to Ewers, who fakes the pass to the flat and now throws it out beyond the numbers. It is caught by Weisner, and he's tackled at across the 28-yard line. That was Jaden Blue, actually, in a 4-yard gain. There is a flag down on the far sideline as well, right about where Jordan Hancock made the tackle. Another convergence of officials, including Jerry Magallanes of this ACC crew.
Face mask, number 2 offense. 15-yard penalty, replay second down.
That's on Matthew Golden, who's become the golden child for Quinn Ewers. Those two have a great connection. And so 2 skill players on both sides of the ball now having penalties on this last couple of drives. Travion Henderson on the last. And this time, Matthew Golden.
And Golden was the point man out on that block, and he definitely grabbed the face mask. I believe it was Cody Simon that was out there trying to get to the wide receiver on that screen.
Second down, back beyond the 15-yard line. Ewers has a sidearmer over the middle. It is caught by Moore, and he gets to the 25-yard line, almost back to the original line of scrimmage. A 10-yard gain that time. DeAndre Moore, Ransom, and Cody Simon with the stop.
And Quint talked about this with the banged-up receiving core. That's one of the things that I think stunted the growth of Texas offensively, is Quinn Ewers didn't form those bonds with the receivers, completely remade wide receiver room, and then they've been banged up a lot this year.
3rd and 11 for Texas. They're 1 for 3 on 3rd down. Snap, Ewers back. Here comes the press, knocked out, ball's loose. Looked like Texas got on. It's loose again inside the 15-yard line. Recovered by Texas. But again, the ball came out. DJ Campbell had the recovery, the lineman, and it's a loss of 10 after Sonny Styles knocked it free.
And Sonny Styles was on the left side of the quarterback in his face, lined up outside of Jack Sawyer. And so the message is this from Jim Knowles, the defensive coordinator. We don't think you can block us. We think we can get pressure before you can get one of your banged-up receivers open down the field. And so far, Jim Knowles has been right.
Michael Kern on the punt from inside the 5, sends one high, backpedaling. This time is Downs. Makes the catch at the 35-yard line, runs to his left. He's got nowhere to go, and he's tackled inside the hash marks at about the 33-yard line this time. That's where Ohio State will take over after the 50-yard punt with 12:28 to go. Second quarter from Arlington, Texas. Ohio State leading Texas 7-0. You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Dr. Radio! From health and healing to breakthroughs in the lab, a world of expertise with understandable vocab. Doctors on the air with answers and care. Just a phone call away. They're always prepared. From the heart to the brain, every ache and pain, Dr. Radio's the name that's gonna keep you sane. Where science meets life, it's the perfect blend. From sunrise to night, the knowledge doesn't end.
Hey, Deborah, how are you doing? I'm doing better now.
Dr. Radio! Your health's best friend. Sirius XM Channel 110.
Indulge in a channel full of soft pop nostalgia.
High-rise jeans, oversized blazers. That was my go-to.
With a special guest host who knows a little something about the late 80s and early 90s.
Hi, I'm Lori Loughlin. You may know me as Aunt Becky. My whole commute to work over at Full House, I would listen to this song.
Mom Jeans. Listen now for a limited time on Channel 17 and available year-round as one of over 200 extra channels on the Sirius XM app.
Sports Grid Radio on Sirius XM has you covered this NFL season.
Wildcard Weekend is finally here, and we have you covered. Can the Ravens win and cover as 9.5-point favorites over the division rival Pittsburgh? Will the Commanders and Bucks get over their weekend high total of 50.5? Make sure you tune in to Sports Grid Radio to stay up to date on all the latest.
The place to get the winning edge over the sports books this football season is Sports Grid Radio, channel 159 in the car and on the Sirius XM app.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
12:28 to go first half in Arlington, Texas, AT&T Stadium. Ohio State 7, Texas nothing, playing for a spot in the College Football Playoff National Championship in 10 days. Mark Hestisher, Kelly Stoffer, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quint Kestnick, our entire ESPN Radio crew. And Kelly, 3 possessions for Texas. They turned it over on downs the first time. They punted away the last 2, and they cannot get this running game going early.
Yeah, and I said that at the top. If Texas can't run the football against this Ohio State defense, they have little to no opportunity to win this game. And if you take the sack yardage out of it, Texas has 13 yards rushing. And Quint pointed out that now we're beyond Steve Sarkisian's script that he's so well known for after 16 plays, and it seems to be pretty pass heavy. If you're one-dimensional against Ohio State's defense, you're going to get smothered, and we're already seeing that as they have 3 sacks, and we've just basically begun the second quarter.
And we're being told Matthew Golden, who's been the outstanding deep threat for twin years in Texas, now been taken to the locker room. We'll keep you posted on that. Ohio State takes over on offense. The drive start will be the 34-yard line, 12:28 to go, second quarter, 7-0 Buckeyes. Judkins in the backfield. It's a sprint to the left for Howard, throws for the sideline. Tate's got it. He's hit right as he made the catch at the 41-yard line and driven down by Malik Muhammad, the corner, after a gain of 7.
A 2-man route, and Will Howard is coming out to the left on a boot, really a naked boot. He didn't have any assistance out there, and he had a short route that he ends up throwing to Cornell Tate, and behind that was a corner route to Ibuka that was covered really well.
An outstanding matchup on the right side as we watch it for Jeremiah Smith, the outstanding freshman receiver, and Jahdae Barron, the Thorpe Award winner. They pass to Tate, quick on the left side, negotiates a first down outside the numbers over the 45-yard line to the 46-yard line for a gain of 5.
And what we see at times is Texas is willing to put Jahdae Barron man-to-man outside all by himself against Jeremiah Smith. The Thorpe Award winner is Barron, the best defensive back in the country, and I don't know that you want to make a habit of getting one-on-one with Jeremiah Smith.
They don't travel Barron to Smith, who's on the left side. Here's the snap. Howard has no time, and he's just got to fire one way over the Ohio State sideline to the left. Nearly took out the water cooler over there. Bill Norton, the nose tackle, got the pressure up the middle for the Texas Longhorns.
That was one of the keys to this game, Kesty, is could that four-man rush that Texas depends on defensively make Will Howard uncomfortable? The bottom line is there was plenty of time to throw that football. There just wasn't anyone open, and Howard in the end makes a good decision and throws the football out of bounds.
There's a huge lump on the left hand of Will Howard, the non-throwing hand, like over that first and second finger. We'll keep an eye on that one. And here's a pass out to the perimeter, caught by Jeremiah Smith. Flag comes out as he goes out of bounds at the 46-yard line. Flag down on the near side, could be a hold.
I think Abuka, who was blocking for Jeremiah Smith on that screen, might be the guy that got called for the hold out on the edge.
That's the indication from Jerry Magallanes.
G. Scott was also out there.
Offense, number 2. 10-yard penalty, second down.
We have not seen Ohio State really shortchange themselves over this outstanding stretch here now in the third game. 2 big offensive penalties.
So if you're Texas, you can be encouraged by that, because that's a lack of execution that we haven't seen in the playoff from Ohio State offensively yet. So it's a little bit of an open door. Ohio State's presenting something they haven't recently.
Second down and 20 after the 10-yard penalty. Line of scrimmage, the 36-yard line for the Buckeyes. In the scarlet red uniform, silver helmets, showing pressure Texas. There's the snap. Comes the rush up the middle. Check down, throws it, caught by the tight end Kazmarek. He's over the 45-yard line and finally taken down at the 48-yard line by freshman Colin Simmons. They got 12 of the 20 back. They'll make it 3rd down and 8.
This reshuffled and revamped offensive line because of injuries is actually holding up quite well, protecting Will Howard against this Texas defensive front. And he had plenty of time to just kind of manage that down in distance, get enough to make 3rd a little more palatable.
Jeremiah Smith lined up on the numbers on the right against Jahdae Barron. 3rd and 8, Ohio State. From the 48-yard line, snap to Howard, looking middle, looking, throwing on the cross, incomplete. Tried to find Abuka crossing from left to right along the 40-yard line. Manny Muhammad in coverage that time is 4th down, and here comes the punting unit for the Buckeyes.
Jelani McDonald was the safety over top of Jeremiah Smith, and then you have Barron underneath. I would expect us to see a lot of that out of Texas defensively tonight. It's basically a way to double team Jeremiah Smith. It worked well right there, and it's really the Michigan defensive game plan. Play too high and force Jeremiah Smith into a situation where he always has the top over him.
Joe McGuire to punt from the 35-yard line, sends one end over end. This one will hit at the 5-yard line. It checks up beautifully back to the 10 and then circles back inside the 10-yard line and finally deadened around the 8-yard line. A beautiful punt that time by McGuire of 44 yards. And Texas will start this drive from inside their own 10 after the timeout. 9:52 to go. Second quarter, Ohio State 7, Texas nothing. This is the college football playoff semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696, and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696, and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
7-0 Ohio State leading Texas. 9:52 to go second quarter. Kelly Stauffer, I'm Mark Kestisher. Ian Fitzsimmons covering Ohio State. Let's go down to Quinn Kesnick's on the Texas side. What's the feeling down there after that latest stop?
Well, there's a little surge of confidence because Texas now has forced back-to-back punts from Ohio State. We haven't seen that much during the college football playoff. A concern, though, Matthew Golden was taken to the locker room with that left ankle injury. It remains to be seen whether he'll have an impact. Keep in mind, he's got 20 catches this season. 20 catches of more than 20 yards. So he's a big play phenomenon for the Longhorns.
Yeah, and Isaiah Bond being really the thoroughbred in that offense that's supposed to be the deep threat, and then you can use Golden as the guy that can slice and dice really in that intermediate game, and they just simply don't have that right now. But here's another area of confidence that Texas should be seeing is they're forcing Ohio State behind the sticks. That's how they're getting off the field. Uncharacteristic mistakes by Ohio State.
Texas from the 9 will run it. Wisner off the left guard gets over the 15-yard line. He'll get 6 yards on first down. Ty Hamilton and Sonny Styles with the tackles for the Buckeyes.
Neither of these teams have been very good on third down. We know that Ohio State offensively has gotten behind the sticks because of penalties. Texas is needing over 7 yards a pop on third down, so their first and second down have been dreadful. So +6 on a run to start this is a promising beginning for this drive.
Here's a second down play, and they're going to go to Wisner again. Tries to negotiate the right side, and he's got the first. Had to get the 19. He gets to the 20. He's got 5, so that's 11 yards on 2 carries after, what did you say, 13 net yards in the first couple of series.
Yeah, exactly, and Ohio State is putting a bunch of bodies toward the line of scrimmage, but the last 2 runs, Texas has been successful. Ohio State is not giving respect to the receiving corps for Texas right now.
First and 10, this will be a pass play from the 20. Ewers throwing downfield, going up high, making the catch. No, it's incomplete. Tried to find Gunnar Helm, the tight end, who's a little slow to get up here. Finally getting up to one knee, and he got popped by Sonny Styles that time.
Gunnar Helm had found a little void in that zone. Ohio State was showing that pressure. They call it simulated pressure. We're showing pressure, but we're backing out of it. Ewers set his feet, but that ball ended up high and gave the defender time. It was Sonny Styles to drive on it and blow that play up.
Texas fans not happy. They wanted to look for targeting. I thought it was a clean tackle. I didn't see any contact to the head. Are they going to look up at the video? We'll see. Right now they're holding them up momentarily.
There wasn't targeting called on the field, so it would now have to be initiated by the booth, and it would have to be with the crown of the helmet.
8 minutes, 45 seconds on the game clock.
They're changing the game clock. It looked clean to me live, and it looked clean on the replay that I saw, but Steve Sarkisian's looking up at the big board, here at Jerry World. It's a massive screen above head, and maybe they saw an angle that I didn't see. I thought it. Let's go downstairs to Ian Fitzsimmons.
I'm right here, Kesty, and let me tell you, Mark, it was a clean hit. Violent does not mean targeting.
Absolutely. It was violent. I thought it was more to the chest, not to the head or neck.
And it wasn't with the crown of the helmet, and those are the 2 areas that you could call targeting. It would be to the head and neck area on a defenseless receiver, which Helm was, or with the crown of the helmet by the defender.
Second down and 10. Here's a pass out to the slot receiver. Moore makes the catch at the 22-yard line. DeAndre Moore immediately tackled by Jordan Hancock for a gain of 4. Third down coming up for the Longhorns. And Gunnar Helm, who was out momentarily, is back on the field. But is that JT Tuimoloau, the outstanding edge rusher, down on both knees and now rolling over and reaching toward what looks to be his left ankle near that foot area. They're checking out JTT. He is part of the secret sauce of this defensive front for Ohio State. And while they check out JTT, will step away. 8:31 to go. Second quarter. It is 7-0. Ohio State leading Texas. This is the college football playoff semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
In SEC country, the key to our confidence comes from having a goal and knowing just how we're going to get there.
8 seconds, it's plenty of time.
So in these pivotal moments, we come together for inspiration.
Hey, football fans, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Ohio State and Texas, the Cotton Bowl. Who is going to Atlanta to play in the national championship? We're going to find out tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Please take a second and hit that like button down below. It really helps bring more football fans here to the chat to hang out with us. As well, you can share the link, and that really gets more people here having a good time chatting it up. We have a special message from Mr. Joe Bowen. Take it away, Joe.
To share the link of this YouTube live stream on social media to help bring more football fans to our amazing community, changing the world one insider at a time.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for hitting the like button and sharing this out as well. Now let's get back to the football. Let's have some fun in there.
On ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Face Notre Dame for the title. Ohio State 7, Texas nothing. 8:31 to go second quarter. Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer, Clint Kesnick with you. Big injury report right now from the Ohio State side. Here's Ian Fitzsimmons.
Yeah, JTT, their outstanding defensive end, number 44, rolled that left ankle, and he had both hands on his face mask, getting up off the field when the doctors carried him, not carried, but helped him off the field. He could barely put any weight, Kesty, on that left ankle.
Appreciate it, Ian. 10 sacks. 17 tackles for loss. It's a big moment right now as JTT is checked in the tent, Kelly, for Ohio State.
And that has been a huge difference with this Ohio State team defensively is JT Tuimoloau and Jack Sawyer have gotten consistent pressure as the playoffs started. A lot of the pressure, about half the time, had come from off-ball defenders prior to that.
Kenyatta Jackson replacing JTT on one of the edges. 3rd and 6, Texas here. Ewers the snap, throws downfield. It's incomplete. Do we have a flag? No. Ryan Wingo, the intended receiver. I thought Jordan Hancock was getting handsy with him down that left sideline, and it's incomplete, 4th down.
And Wingo ran a flat and up. You can call it a rail route or a wheel route, and I think you might be right. Jordan Hancock was the safety that was up covering Ryan Wingo. I think the next wide receiver superstar for this Texas program, and I think he got held. He never really got into his route much.
The only question would be, was it a catchable ball? That might be the only thing. Texas out to punt from its own 10-yard line. Punt is away. Oh, it's a bad one. Slice to the right. Downs signals fair catch as he sprinted to his left and made it at the 35-yard line. And again, Texas has not scored. 8:07 to go here in the second quarter. 7-0 in favor of Ohio State. And while the Texas offense, Kelly Stauffer, struggles, the defense starting to get to Will Howard just a little bit, get him off his platform. He's been very comfortable, and now they're going to have to come up with another defensive stop.
Well, there is a saying that as good as Ohio State has been offensively, the only team that beats them is not a defense, it's themselves. And I think that's kind of what the last two drives have been. They've gotten behind the sticks because of penalties, and then Will Howard, a couple of bad decisions and an errant throw, and Texas was able to get off the field defensively 2 times in a row.
Buckeyes will start the drive at the 35-yard line. Snap to Howard, give to Henderson up the middle, nowhere to go. His offensive line tries to push him from behind. Might have got a half yard. Bill Norton plug in the middle for the Texas defense.
Kesty, we talked about the change in mentality as we see a Texas defender having a hard time.
I think that's Norton who made the stop. It is.
Getting up. But more of the counterplay and moving offensive linemen versus the inside zone run. And I think that has been a better fit for this kind of reshuffled, remade offensive front.
Good news for JT Tuimoloau. Looks like they taped up that left ankle. He's trying to run some sprints on the sideline and talk his way back in the next time they're on defense.
Well, what you can do with the defensive end, I'm not saying it's easy, but it's the left ankle. So you can put him on really the right side, whichever side he's more comfortable with. When he plants that upfield foot to get downhill and close on the quarterback, you have to figure out what side would be best for him with that left ankle injury.
Let's check in down on that Buckeye sideline. Here's Ian.
That's a heavy layer of black tape on that left ankle, Mark, and he's got a look of angst on his face right now. This is going to be a mental toughness test as to how much pain he can handle.
Appreciate it. Ian Fitzsimmons down on the Ohio State sideline. Meanwhile, for Texas, Bill Norton finally up and slowly headed over to the Texas sideline.
Travion Henderson was the inside runner on that play and literally dropped his helmet right into the face mask of Bill Norton. There will be a day when that will be targeting on the offensive player, the running back in that kick.
2nd and 10. It's a pitch. Judkins, flag out as he found a seam over the 35 to the 40-yard line, but the marker is down at the line of scrimmage. David Benda had the tackle, but this one might be coming back.
Holding, offense, number 70. 10-yard penalty, replay 2nd down.
Josh Fryer, the right tackle, penalized, so it's 3 hurtful penalties on the last 3 drives for Ohio State on the offense.
The first time Ohio State had the ball, remember, it's been a while in that first quarter, but a little over 5 minutes, 10 plays, 64 yards, ends up in the end zone. The next 2 drives were punts because they were aborted, really, by penalties, and there's your penalty right there. Good offenses find a way to overcome adversity within a drive. We'll see if Ohio State can do it right here.
We're told that Bill Norton, the nose guard, will be all right. He's still not back on the field. Jermaine Lole has replaced him. Late in the clock, 2nd down and 20. Clock at 2. There's the snap to Howard. Howard with time. Now pressure. Throws on the check down to Scott. Hit as he made the catch at the 30. Able to fold forward a few more yards. Out to the 33-yard line. Scott, the tight end, knocked down by Mo Blackwell and Malik Muhammad after getting 7 yards back. It's 3rd down.
And more split safety coverage on the back end for Texas. And again, it's somewhat the Michigan template. We're not going to let these thoroughbreds outside, chief among them being Jeremiah Smith, beat us. We're going to keep a top on both sides, so it's the middle of the field. It's the tight ends and running backs that have to make their way in the pass game for Ohio State.
3rd and 13, Ohio State from their own 33. Snap to Howard, and we're going to blow the play dead. It was so loud in here with Texas fans wanting a stop. You couldn't hear that far left side official after the flag went down. Did they move too quickly? Pre-snap penalty, 3 officials surrounding Jerry Magallanes.
Ball start, offense, number 51. 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
2nd penalty on this series for Ohio State against their offensive line.
That one, Kesty, was on Luke Montgomery, and he's one of those guys that they really found during that 3-week period before the Tennessee game after the Michigan loss. Luke Montgomery became one of those starting guards where they needed fortification in the middle of this offensive line.
Whole lot of Texas noise being made right now. 3rd down and about 18 yards to go. From the 25, snap to Howard, looking left, still looking left, throws left. Tate, did he get a foot down as he made the catch? The lineman sprints up going to be short of the first, but yes, made the catch out at the 42-yard line, had to get to the 45, and it's 4th down.
Really good coverage on the back end. It was a rush 3, drop 8, create a lot of clutter. And even though Will Howard makes a really good throw over the top of the underneath coverage, which was the linebacker Anthony Hill, to thread that ball into Tate, didn't reach the line to gain, and that frustration you see now on Will Howard after that series.
Ohio State's going to punt. McGuire at his 30-yard line. Takes the long snap, no pressure, sends an end over and kick. Fair catch signal made by Silas Bolden as he makes the catch just inside the 15-yard line. A 44-yard punt, and with 5:22 to go in the first half, we thought maybe it would be some offensive fireworks here tonight, but it has been the defense. Is 7-0 Ohio State leading Texas. And Kelly, it felt like Ohio State had that quick early score. Second series got over the 50 quickly, but ever since then, the Texas defense has stopped it. It feels like, Texas with their offensive struggles may be farther out. They're only one play away from tying the game. How they done it?
Yeah, you say the Texas defense stopped Ohio State 3 times in a row. I give 50% of the credit to Ohio State's offense.
Stopped themselves.
Because of the penalties, they've gotten behind the sticks, and it's hard to play good offense, let alone efficient offense, when you're always behind the chains. However, something has to happen positively for Quinn Ewers in this Texas offense. I talked about that at the beginning, kind of that word enigma, where it's a mystery. It's something that you can't understand. It's a team that looks so gifted, but they're 118th in tackles for loss. They're always working uphill. And oh, by the way, they're 125th.
What's up, insiders? Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Oh my gosh, I got to turn my lights on here so you can see me. All right, we got the chat popping off. There's TSI Tim in the house. Derek was looking for you earlier, man. Good to see you. Tim, thanks for hanging out with us, and go Bills on Sunday. All the NFL playoff games live right here on TSI. Big shout out there in the chat to everybody that's hanging out with us, keeping it classy. And there you go. Like Ryan says, here it comes. Hit the join button to get the awesome emojis, like 7 other new members tonight, as well as a super chat. Thank you so much for the support. Let's get back to the football. But first, ground rule of Toronto Sports Insider. Don't question TSI Allison. Don't mess with her. She's the HBIC. Hashtag winning. Okay? See you back in the chat. Go Leafs, go. And go Ohio State, go. Let's go Buckeyes. Finish strong to the first half.
And B, they're hardly ever under the center. That's where your left hand as a righty would hurt when you're taking a snap directly, but they're in shotgun most of the time anyway.
It's over to the Texas side. Here's Quint Kesnick.
Texas just breaking their offensive huddle around their head coach and play caller Steve Sarkisian. Arch Manning leaning in and listening. We haven't seen the young quarterback, 16 in white. Potentially they have some packages for him. We'll see. Gunnar Helm has also been absent in this game. 85, their tight end, one of their best players. Very clutch, really good in terms of making a catch and getting yards after catch. He's been ultra quiet. Let's see what Coach Sark has up his sleeve on this drive.
Appreciate that cue as Texas will take over on his 15-yard line. Still no JTT. I see Caden Curry will start on the defensive line spot on the left for Ohio State. First down, Texas. Quick pass to the slot. Caught by Bond. Makes the catch at the 15. Gets out across the 20-yard line. Out to the 23. Isaiah Bond dealt with an injured ankle in the SEC title game, and you pointed out he has not been effective since, but they get him going quickly here.
Yeah, and those thoroughbreds that really make a living off their speed, when they get a hangnail, it's a big deal. It wouldn't be a big deal for you and I to have an ankle that didn't feel all that good, but for those guys that run faster than most people on the planet, that ankle makes him slightly ineffective.
2nd and 2, they fake, and it's a pitch back to Blues out over the 25-yard line. That's a Texas first down. Gets to the 26-yard line. Davison Igbinosun, the cornerback, with the stop. Ian Fitzsimmons reporting up to us that JTT told coaches he is good to go in. We'll wait and see if he does return. Right now, 4.5 minutes to go in quarter number 2. Ohio State 7, Texas nothing. Trey Wisner in the backfield. First down and 10 from the 26. Texas on the left hash marks. They'll send a receiver in motion to the right. Snap, handoff. Wisner grabs it, and he's spun down at the 30-yard line. That'll be a gain of 4. Tyleek Williams and Caleb Downs on the stop, and the clock moves under 4 minutes to go in the half.
Caleb Downs comes with a heavy hand down in the box, and that's one of those changes that were made with Jim Knowles saying after that Oregon loss early in the season, we need to be more aggressive and we need to use Caleb Downs in a roaming type of a racer type way.
Second down and 5, empty backfield snap. Ewer's going to take a shot downfield, overthrew the intended receiver. DeAndre Moore was sprinting down the left seam. Ball landed at about the 20-yard line of Ohio State. Jordan Hancock, the nickelback that time in coverage.
There was a moment there where DeAndre Moore might have had a chance. There wasn't help deep. It was on a post. Jordan Hancock had pretty decent coverage. He was in the hip pocket, and the beauty with Jordan Hancock, he can fit the run heavy in the box, but he has kind of coverage ability like a corner would have.
Third down and 5, motion from the right side snap. Ewers now climbs the pocket, throws sidearm, and it's incomplete. Downfield for Isaiah Bond. It was all by himself in the middle of the zone, but could not hang on. Would have been a first down at the 45. Instead, it's fourth down.
When Ewers climbs in the pocket, there was edge pressure, and then Bond comes on a dig route, and it just wasn't very well thrown, but it's certainly a ball that Isaiah Bond should have caught, and Texas would have moved the chains.
Instead, the punter is on. A little bit of a high snap. Kick is away, right to left. Fluttering, Caleb Downs will wave, fair catch inside the 25, just outside the 25. Makes it at the 26-yard line with 3:23 to go in the first half. 7-0. Texas trailing Ohio State. 42-yard punt and no return as both offenses have cooled now, Kelly, here in the second quarter. All we got is that first drive touchdown for Ohio State, and the defenses have really put their thumbprint on this game.
And I guarantee you that Chip Kelly and Ryan Day, Chip Kelly's upstairs, Ryan Day is downstairs, gave up play calling this year because his mentor, his college coach, comes over to call plays from UCLA, and the message is very simple. Quit shooting ourselves in the foot. Drive the football like we did in drive 1 today.
27-yard line, the line of scrimmage. Snap to Howard, first down. It's a long give, and it's Judkins who runs. He's got nowhere to go. Tried to go north-south and got maybe a yard up to the 27-yard line. Jermaine Lole and Colin Simmons teamed up on the tackle as the clock ticks toward 3 minutes to go in the half.
And that was that counter run play that we're talking about. Two pullers from right to left, and then Judkins tucks in behind them. And then Texas can either spill it, where they play under it and get it to the outside, or they can kill it, which just simply means box it in, and they boxed it in really well right there.
Officially no gain, so second down and 10. There's the snap, pressure coming, quick throw, it's short and it's incomplete. Heavy pressure that time coming over the middle, was tipped by Colin Simmons, who's going to be the next big star for Texas, the freshman linebacker from right here in Dallas, and it'll be third down.
Well-timed pressure by Texas that time. Right before the snap, they brought an extra defensive player, and then Colin Simmons got that long body up in the air right in the throwing lane in between Howard and the outlet receiver to the right.
Texas fans getting loud again here at AT&T Stadium. Third and 10, Buckeyes from the 27-yard line. Judkins in the backfield, snap to Howard. Howard has no time, and he's going to be tackled. Sacked back at the 20-yard line. Anthony Hill does the honors. And the Texas defense coming alive here late in the first half.
Malik Muhammad that time was on Jeremiah Smith, even though he had help over the top. And it was a coverage sack because initially there was time to have a concept develop down the field and throw this football. There was pressure. There wasn't anyone underneath in the coverage, and Jeremiah Smith, once again, is part of the story. He could not get open. That time it wasn't even Barron. It was Malik Muhammad covering him.
They will not punt yet. They'll let the 2-minute timeout hit, and then we'll get the punt from Ohio State. And as we get a break here, the Texas fans in burnt orange all around this AT&T Stadium coming alive just 3 hours from campus in Austin. We're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Join me, Dusty Dvorak, and Danny Cannell Monday morning at 6 Eastern as we break down all the action from the weekend on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quint Kesnick with you at the 89th Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio. Ohio State 7, Texas nothing. John Medani, our producer. Yvonne Suniga is our engineer. Keith Parsons, our statistician. Ken Benowitz is our spotter, our program director. Network play-by-play. Pete Saccone along as well. We saw in the Rose Bowl game, Kelly Stauffer, that Oregon got a score, avoided a shutout in the first half. They were able to play that middle eight, get a score in the second half, albeit way too late. But it's only 7-0. What does Texas have to do here with 2 minutes to go when they get the ball back?
Well, offensively, it's tough sledding right now because of what we've talked about. It's difficult to throw the ball vertically when your wide receiver room is really banged up. Quinn has pointed out that Matthew Golden, he actually got rolled up when he was out blocking on the edge for an outside run play. And then Isaiah Bond has been ineffective. He had 22 plays last week against Arizona State, but he wasn't really effective. He was only targeted twice, didn't have any catches. And those are your guys that have to bring kind of the dynamic element to this offense. If you don't have that, it's very difficult. And then on top of it, Ohio State just simply doesn't let you run the football consistently.
Speaking of Texas, on their sideline, downstairs to Quint Kesnick.
I've been very impressed with the amount of Texas players that have played to the defensive line in this game. I've counted at least 8+, and they're doing a wonderful job of substituting prior to third down. So they're not matching anything Ohio State throws out in terms of personnel, but they're able to be fresh and have great energy on third down, and they're starting to get pressure on the Ohio State quarterback. Colin Simmons, 11, has been most impactful, but I've just been impressed with the way they're rotating fresh bodies in Game 16.
And when we discussed at the top of the show, Kelly, how Texas could win that game, that was one of the keys, right? We wanted to see a run game. Haven't really seen that so far, but they had to get some pressure on Will Howard, not make it so easy for him.
Yeah. Texas needs to, and they have, as Quinn pointed out, made Will Howard a little bit uncomfortable, but it's been a really good blend between very good coverage, which people haven't been able to do against Ohio State's 3 NFL wide receivers, coupled with the rush up front.
Well, they're now going to snap from the 20-yard line. Joe McGuire will punt from his 5-yard line. Silas Bolden for Texas is waiting at the 37-yard line. There's the long snap and kicking it end over end and away from Bolden, who sprints to his right, signals fair catch, and makes it at the 41-yard line. Tough catch that time. All 3 timeouts for both teams. At a minute 52 to go in the half, Texas has been shut out thus far here in the first half. Just a 39-yard punt, an outstanding field position for Quinn Ewers and Texas. 8 for 15 passing, 91 yards. Wisner is their leading rusher with 20, but only 3.3. And as you pointed out a couple of times, Matthew Golden has not been able to play here in this second quarter due to injury, and Isaiah Bond has already been knocked up. They have certainly, or nicked up, I should say, they have certainly been hurt on that end of the ball. We'll see what they do here. Shut out for the first 28 minutes of the half. They'll start the drive at their 41-yard line. It is a running play up the middle, and stopped at the 41-yard line was Quintravian Wisner by Caleb Downs that time. It'll bring up second down and the clock moving here with a minute 40 to go in the half.
And the theme from Ohio State defensively, Mark, is what we've talked about. Jim Knowles is just putting a bunch of hats on the line of scrimmage because he just doesn't feel threatened by what Texas presents in terms of their wide receivers and tight end right now.
Texas taking its time. There's the snap on second down, a fake pitch. Now they'll throw it incomplete. There was nothing. There was pressure coming up the middle And Ewers threw it out of bounds at the sideline. Doesn't seem to be a lot of spark on this drive here with 1:15 to go in the half. Ohio State will receive the second half kick.
Yeah, we talk about that middle eight, the last four of the first half, the first four of the second half, but the bottom line is Texas isn't executing much of anything currently, and Gunnar Helm has been non-existent. He was the target on that play, but just simply could not get open, so Ewers had to throw it away.
3rd down and 10 for the Longhorns from the 41. Snap, backside pressure, climbing the pocket. Ewers going to run 45, knocked down at the 50-yard line, just shy of the line to gain, which was the plus 49, a hard hit. Caleb Downs and Sonny Styles that time got the hit. It's 4th and 1.
Interesting decision by Steve Sarkisian. It looks like he's keeping his offense out there to maybe snap the ball quickly right here, and Ohio State probably just called a timeout.
Officials stop the
ruling
clock with
on the
1:01.
field is a first down to complete a catch. Is under further review.
Okay, then who gave him the good spot? Because it looked like he was about a yard short.
At least, I think,
first
a
down.
yard short. And Quinn Ewers does a very good job of stepping up in the pocket. He rarely runs with the football. Most of the time, he does what's called manipulating the pocket. He moves around enough to get his throw off. His knee's down at about the 50, and the ball is very close to where his knee was. So I think this is going to be short by a yard to the line to gain.
Kelly, I can't tell in the replay, as he's about to go forward and get hit, he looks over to the left side. I don't know if there was a player, a defender, or if he was looking for the sticks.
I think he was looking for the sticks, but as his left knee goes down just before the 50, the ball was really in an upright position, and I think the ball's going to be marked very close to the 50 itself. The line to gain is just across that by about a yard.
Jerry Mack.
Hey you. Yeah, you. Thanks for hanging out with us during the college football playoffs here in Toronto Sports Insider. While we make a difference with Sick Kids Hospital every single game, hope you're having fun in the chat. Thank you for keeping it classy. And if you have not hit that subscribe button yet, what are you waiting for? Get on it, hit that subscribe button down below, and turn on the bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single college football playoff game, including the national championship on the 20th and the NFL playoffs starting tomorrow. Every game. Let's get to 75,000 tonight. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button and becoming an insider. Now let's get back to the football.
The Longhorns have all 3 of their timeouts, and we're waiting to see here if it's 4th and inches or if they did get a first down. And here comes Jerry Magallanes, who comes from behind the screen, about to open his microphone. Talking on his internal microphone with his officials. Probably checking the placement of the sticks right now, line of scrimmage, clock. And then give us
ruling
an
on the
idea.
field, the runner's knee was down and it was short of the line to gain at the 50-yard line. It would be 4th down and 1. This qualifies for a 10-second subtraction. The clock was at 1:11. It's reset to 1:01, and it will start on my signal.
The question, Mark, for me is, as Quinn Ewers stays out there, and actually it's Arch Manning that probably is one of those packages, specialty packages that Quinn Kesnick talked about.
Arch Manning, as you mentioned, is in. 4th down and 1. He's in the gun. 1:01 to go in the half. Motion across the front. And it's going to be Manning going to run it to the right side. And he's got the first down, stumbling over the 45. Lost the ball late, but they're going to say he was down. Down at the plus 43-yard line. Arch Manning, whose team this likely will be next year.
The runner was down. First down.
That was an interesting play. Gunnar Helm came in motion like he was going to go across the formation. Instead, he gets under center, and the snap went between his legs to Arch Manning, who ran a power play off to the right side. The question is whether this ball came out before he was down.
Oh, it is close. Was that left elbow of Manning down
30-second
before the ball came out? Lathan Ransom got the hit. Tyleek Williams recovered the loose ball. The far side official immediately started pointing to the turf to say that Manning was down. But they'll take a look at this one, too. Manning, who's got 100 yards rushing, and if this stands, 8 more for a first down and 108. But, Kelly, we're watching it frame by frame to see the body part. It's the forearm, right, when it gets past the wrist because he had the backside of his left hand heading the turf.
And it's firm control of the football. When anything other than the hand or the foot is down, and the back of the hand and forearm of the left side is down, and I believe he still is in firm control of that ball, I think this is going to be possession Texas.
So the last replay did not go for Texas and ended up with a 4th and short. This replay looks like it should stand. I don't know if we'll get confirm or stand on this one.
Lathan Ransom came with the thunder onto the freshman or the sophomore quarterback and almost dislodged that ball.
All right, so they have ruled him down by contact. Quinn Ewers is back in. 49 seconds to go in the half. Texas down 7-0. They're at the plus 42-yard line with 2 of their timeouts. Snap, pressure coming from the corner, picked up, throwing to the left side. It is caught out of the 35-yard line. Silas Bolden breaks a tackle of Burke out to the 25, and he gets out of bounds at the 18-yard line. Burke couldn't bring him down, and Silas Bolden picks up 24 with 39 seconds to go in the half.
Penalties, bad decisions by Will Howard, and missed tackles once in a while. This one by Denzel Burke out in space that frees up Silas Bolden to get quite a few yards after the catch.
Bolden, the Oregon State transfer. I don't know how he stayed on his feet that time. But in the red zone is Texas. First down, a lot of misdirection. They throw the screen back. It's tipped, and it's incomplete. They'll rule it incomplete. Kenyatta Jackson that time got a hand on it on the attempted pass to the left perimeter.
And Kessie, go back to the decision by Steve Sarkisian to go for it on 4th down. Remember, his offense hasn't been doing anything. But I think that decision's made by 2 things. One, it might be our best opportunity to get points this half, but also he has to be really encouraged by the way his defense has played lately, and it gave him the confidence to go for it on 4th down in that situation.
Second down and 10, 34 seconds to go in the half, and we have a timeout, Ohio State. Ryan Day, when running up to the far sideline official, wants to get his defense set here. The lead is only 7-0 Ohio State over Texas. 34 seconds to go in the half. Obviously, you want to score 7, but if it ends up as a field goal attempt, that's extra for us to watch for because of the field goal issues by Bert Auburn at the end of the Peach Bowl. Let's go downstairs to Quint Kesnick.
Auburn missing that 28-yard field goal against 38-yarder against Arizona State, and apparently has lost the confidence of his coaching staff because it looks like Will Stone, the left-handed kicker, the kickoff specialist, he's a junior, almost 300 kickoffs in his career. He has never attempted a field goal, but he is the apparent Texas field goal kicker right now, number 15 in white. He's a junior from Austin. 54-yard field goal he made in high school, but he has never attempted a college football field goal kick.
So, Quint, that would mean he hasn't kicked a field goal attempt in 4 years since his high school days. We'll see if they need him. Second down and 10, Texas at the Buckeye 18-yard line. Snap to Ewers, 4-man rush, floats one left sideline, has a man caught! Jaden Blue, touchdown Texas! 18 yards from Quinn Ewers. And the Longhorns are a point after away from tying this one up.
Beautiful design by Texas. Blue is outside, runs kind of a stutter go and goes vertical. He's matched up on Sonny Styles, and that's Quinn Ewers at his best. He has incredible touch, a feathery smooth release, and drops that right into the shirt pocket of his running back in the left corner of the end zone.
Here's Will Stone for the extra point. Placement down. The kick is right down the middle. And Texas has tied the game at 7. 29 seconds to go in the half. Kelly, you mentioned it. The Quinn Ewers need to throw to his backs. If you can't catch the ball out of the backfield, you don't play for Steve Sarkisian. Jaden Blue and Trey Wisner are 2 outstanding receiving running backs, and Blue gets his 5th touchdown catch of the year.
Yeah, it is 38 and 37 catches by those running backs coming into this game, and Jaden Blue is lined up in the backfield. He goes outside to the left. He stutters a little bit on Sonny Styles. Remember where running backs usually go out of the backfield? To the flat. And that time he stutters flat, and then he goes vertical outside. They call it a wheel route or a rail route. And he gets over the top of Sonny Styles. Sonny Styles was trying to reach out with his left hand and grab the running back. Blue knocked it down just in time for Quinn Ewers to thread one in there. That was a beautiful design by Steve Sarkisian.
Ewers' 30th touchdown pass of the year. 27 straight games with at least a touchdown pass. It's the longest for Texas since Colt McCoy, in this being the Longhorns' best season since McCoy took him to the national championship game in 2009. Will Stone will kick it off for Texas. Sends one booming high, end over end. Caleb Downs will let it go over his head for a touchback as we go downstairs to Ian Fitzsimmons.
Former Alabama head coach Nick Saban just walked up to me and said this entire game changed when Ohio State running back Travion Henderson got that unsportsmanlike conduct, punch to the face. Since then, he said Texas has had a different attitude. And then I said, what about points before the half? He looked at me, smiled, and said, that was 14 points, not 7. For people who don't know, Nick Saban, any points inside 2 minutes before the half, he always values as double.
Thank you, Fitz. And with 29 seconds to go, and Ohio State will receive the second half kick. They'll start from the 25-yard line. The first of a number of tough penalties against Ohio State was that Travion Henderson punch to the face and personal foul. First down, Howard way back, looking to pass, dumps it off to Henderson, has it at the 20, 25 from the flat, 30, 35, breaks through. Oh my goodness, he's going to go down the right sideline. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, touchdown Ohio State. 75 yards with 13 seconds to go in the first half. They had Ohio State dead to rights, and Will Howard at the last second saw his running back Travion Henderson check down, and he just took it to the house for 75 yards.
Pete Kukowski, the defensive coordinator for Tennessee, inexplicably was bringing pressure on Will Howard. A beautiful play call, kind of anticipatory play calling, and I don't know why you would anticipate a blitz right there, but a perfect call is a screen to your speed running back, and Travion Henderson just came out of the doghouse in a big way.
I was going to say, right, you go from the doghouse to the penthouse as the Ohio State extra point is up and good from Jaden Fielding, and right when Texas is feeling good, they get a score in the final minute of the half. That happens. Travion Henderson, 75 yards on a short throw and a touchdown, and the Buckeyes have reclaimed the lead 14-7.
And all of the things that Will Howard had to do in the face of that pressure just to get the throw off to Travion Henderson because of that blitz. Remember, there essentially isn't a second layer to the defense. It's Travion Henderson, a bunch of offensive linemen, and then the end zone that has Ohio State written across that, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, we saw Carlos Hinsman. I saw Luke Montgomery. I think Tegra Shabola, 3 offensive linemen who never gave up on the play. Stayed, got out in front and blocked and opened up that long opening for Travion Henderson as Ohio State takes the lead. Remember, they're going to get the second half kick as well.
And Kesty, you and I were talking about it. If you could pick out of the 22 starters one guy that would make a boneheaded mistake and punch someone in the face, the last guy I would pick would be Travion Henderson. I don't know what the defender said, but it must have been the magic word. But the way to redeem yourself and get back in good graces is that amazing explosive screen that Travion Henderson just had.
Ohio State's going to call a timeout before they kick off here. That 75-yard scoring play is the longest that Texas has given up this season. Texas had only allowed 23 points scored in the first half in the previous 7 games. And after that touchdown, they've now allowed 14, though. If you're just joining us, the way Will Howard and Ohio State carved up the Texas defense on that first series and over the 50 on the second, it looked like they were on their way to a lot of points in the first half. And then the personal foul penalty, credit Texas turning it up on the defensive side, had it tied until Henderson ripped off that 75-yarder.
Yeah, it was starting the game with that touchdown. That was a thing of beauty. 10 plays, and was immaculate execution, and then it's 4 punts in a row, mostly because you're behind the chains because of mistakes that you've made, and this time it's short time, 29 seconds. You think they're just going to run out the clock, but they dump it for an amazing screen.
Here's the kickoff left to right. This one is a little bit short and will be taken, a fair caught by Gunnar Helm, the up man, the tight end, at about the 22-yard line. And Texas has 13 seconds and a couple of timeouts here.
So, Kessie, that last sequence of events is kind of this game in a nutshell as far as, from my perspective. Texas has to earn everything and grind it out in order to drive it and get points. They're not having a lot of explosive plays. Ohio State, on the other hand, can just dump it down on a screen and go 75 yards because of the nature of the weapons that they have. That's tremendous pressure on Steve Sarkisian and his team.
And one of the reasons Ohio State, after the wins over Tennessee and Oregon, felt by many to be the strongest odds to win the national championship. Handoff, Texas, speed run, Weisner breaks the 35, gets out to the 38-yard line. Grantham took him down. Timeout, Texas. 7 seconds to go, or they stopped the clock. Yep, and stopped it to move the chains, and it looks like Texas using a timeout as well with 7 seconds to go in the half.
Texas, their second timeout of the half.
One remaining in the half,
30-second
trailing 14-7.
I'm not exactly sure what this timeout is for. You're on the minus 38.
Do you get a quick pass sidelines?
Yes, you would probably have time to get a quick pass, potentially get out of bounds.
We have one timeout, too, if they want to play the middle.
Exactly, and you would have to play the middle very quickly. But Ewers doesn't have an exceptionally strong arm, so to get the ball into the end zone, you're probably going to have to get at least to probably the plus 45-yard line in order for Quinn Ewers to do that.
And that's about 20 yards away from the 38-yard line. 7 seconds to go in the half. 14-7, Ohio State leading Texas. First down and 10 horns. 7 seconds to go in the half and that one timeout. Ewers in the gun, takes the snap. Short drop, got a pass, gets it away. Sideline, flags out, incomplete. The intended receiver was Ryan Wingo, but there are flags down. Might be a defensive holding on the cornerback, Igbinosun here, and there's still 2 seconds on the clock.
Igbinosun has had a habit of doing just that, and when the receiver comes out on his break.
Defense, number 1, 10-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Wingo is going to the corner, and we can see it right down here in front of us. Igbinosun reach out and grabs the receiver, and they literally, Jim Knowles put gloves on, boxing gloves on Igbinosun in practice, so we would try to break that habit right there.
That's a good play, right? You're playing clock here, 2 seconds. You only got 1 play left here.
That's a really good point. Because that play took a long time to develop. If you're going to get a last
Ohio
play
State
to try to get it into the end zone,
time out of the half.
You want to run something
timeout.
Quicker than that. That took way too much time to develop. If he catches the ball, clock is probably completely out in this half.
So another timeout used by Ohio State, their last. 2 seconds to go in the half. Way out of field goal range, even if it is Will Stone. The ball is at the 48-yard line. I know he doesn't have the greatest of arms. It's not to the line of scrimmage that you would prefer him be. Probably about 8 yards, 7, 8 yards away from that. You just let it fly here, or
well, and if he was standing where the ball is, he could probably get it to the end zone. Yeah. But you know, he's gonna be 5 yards deep, and then he's going to have to try to create some room to try to get this ball down the field.
And what we believe will be the last play of the first half. Texas with it. 2 seconds to go. To Ewers, looking. Pocket closing. Now he's going to load up squares. Throws a wobbler downfield toward the end zone. It's going to be incomplete. There were 2 Buckeyes there that were trying to get the interception. Ransom and Malik Hartford, they got in each other's way. Either way, that is the end of the half. And a wild play by Ohio State there on the 75-yarder by Travion Henderson to get the lead late in the half.
Texas got a drive and got 7 points they desperately needed. And the hope for Sark is our defense is up to the task. Can our offense come to life in this second half?
14-7, Ohio State leads Texas halfway through this semifinal. The winner advances to Atlanta to face Notre Dame for the College Football Playoff National Championship. Halftime in Arlington. Ohio State 14, Texas 7. Now here's Kevin Winter in the studio with the college football halftime report.
All right, Mark Tester, Kelly Stauffer, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quinn Kestenik, Texas getting 59 of their 177 yards in that opening half on their one scoring drive. But it was the defensive breakdown, a terrific play call by Chip Kelly, the offensive coordinator for Ohio State, the screen call. Travion Henderson, 75 yards to the house. In a span of 16 seconds, we went from tied and Texas feeling great to all of a sudden Ohio State having the 14-7 lead, and the Buckeyes get the ball to start the second half. Up next to the College Football Live halftime report. Waiting in the wings in Atlanta is Notre Dame. We'll hear from their head coach, Marcus Freeman, coming up next. Halftime in Arlington. It's Ohio State 14, Texas 7. This is the College Football Playoff semifinals at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check the kickoff time first before showing up at the stadium.
What? The slot's full already?
Final score of today's game.
You said kickoff was at 3. It was last week.
That's not how it works, Bob. Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Cheers, football fans. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for the Cotton Bowl, the national semifinal. Who's going to meet Notre Dame in the national championship in Atlanta? Will it be Ohio State or will it be Texas? We really appreciate you hanging out with us here, keeping it classy, and having a good time in the chat while we watch and listen to the Cotton Bowl. I'm really hoping for a good game tonight. These two teams are really strong. I think it's going to be a great game. Got a special message from Mr. Joe Bowen, the announcer of the Toronto Maple Leafs. That's what we do here, Toronto Sports Insider. We're all about Toronto sports. Make sure you guys check out that link. It's in the description as well. It'll be pinned in the chat throughout the night and help us raise money for Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. Take it away, Joe.
Cheers, insiders and football fans all over the world. This is Joe Bowen, Hall of Fame voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs, and, more importantly under these circumstances, a huge football fan of the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. Well, we want to thank you for hanging out with us and cheering on your favorite team during the Sick Kids Football Frenzy campaign here on TSI, where we make a real-world difference in our Toronto community. Now, I'm sure you're all wondering how you are making a difference. Well, a percentage of revenue from every single game will be donated directly to Sick Kids Hospital, as we have raised over $6,500 in just 8 months. Sick Kids has impacted my life, and I'm sure the lives of countless families in the Toronto area, and I know probably a number of yours as well. Please check out the link that is pinned in the chat or in the description and donate if you are able. Let's show the power of community of sports fans making a difference. One of the best ways to increase the amount of the donation is to share the link of this YouTube live stream on social media to help bring more football fans to our amazing community, changing the world one insider at a time. We'll see you in the chat. And holy Mackinac, thank you for helping us raise money for Sick Kids Hospital as we heal the future.
Thank you for checking out that link. Now let's get to the football. Let's hope for a great game tonight. We'll see you guys in the chat.
Back in, you have 2 starting linemen out in that series, and we're able to go down the field and at least get 3 points, which made it a one-score game. And I kind of told the guys at halftime, we didn't play our greatest half of football, but we're down 7 points, and we got to go out in the second half and be aggressive and be who we are. I thought we were playing a little cautious in the first half, a little almost afraid to lose, and that's not who we are. And they came out in the second half, and that first drive to go down and score, and then we go 3 and out the next drive, it really set the tone.
Yeah, Coach, your halftime speeches are starting to become legendary. You know, the last couple of weeks coming out at halftime, just absolutely pouring it on. You're a very handsome 39 years old. I would like to echo the sentiment of James Franklin. The hairline, once again, stupendous. Now, you mentioned that last drive before half there when Steven Peanut Butter and Jelly led the team down the field. Then you talk about Tosh Baker coming in at left tackle, 6'8". What a monster of a man. Then you're supposed to be starting tackle going into the season, who got hurt in training camp. Jagusa goes and plays right guard. Aeneas Williams makes some massive plays. A lot of backups showed up for you last night. How do you feel about your roster? How do you feel about your depth? And how do you feel about your culture in the biggest moment there, Coach?
You think about now you're in the game, I think, 15 or 16, and you're going to have depth. You're going to have guys that they might not have been starting at the start of the year, that you're going to count on to make big plays in meaningful games. And that's what you saw with Steve Angeli, and you saw with Jagasaw, and you saw with Tosh Baker and those guys. Those guys got to be ready, you know, and you don't know when your number's going to be called. But you have to earn your trust from the coaches and players in practice. And when it is called in the game, you got to go out there and produce. But you earn that trust in practice every single day.
You know, Marcus, congratulations on a great win last night. But I think the thing that really stood out to me was the resiliency that your team showed, because there were so many opportunities in this game for your team to, like, throw in the towel. I mean, you had an interception called back because of a penalty. Penn State goes ahead. You come back and tie the game. You throw an interception at the end. You get an interception and win the game. The resiliency that your team showed was phenomenal. So how do you get that? I'd like to know.
Most importantly, you got to win this play. And that's a mindset that we have. What happened the last play, what happens the next play, doesn't matter. You have to win and execute on this play. And hopefully that's a reflection of how we played yesterday. It didn't go how we wanted or how we foresaw that game going. But when it mattered the most, that person made a play. Christian Gray made a play. Mitch Jeter makes a big-time field goal. Our offense goes down and scores. Whenever we needed it, somebody was able to step up. And that's the most important thing, is that on this play, you get your job done.
Marcus, congrats on that big win, man. And you said something after the game that I think all of us that love college football just gave you a standing ovation. And it was talking about how this team puts the team ahead of the individual. That sounds good. Every coach talks about that, but it was evident on that field, not just last night, but all year. How do you do that in the current world that we live in the NIL and the portal world? How do you make guys care about the team over the individual brand?
I think most importantly, they have to feel like they have a role and the role's important. And it's my job to make sure everybody understands how important the roles are for us to achieve that team glory. But at the end of the day, you got to make a choice. You got to make a choice every single day to put the team in front of yourself. And we got a bunch of guys in that locker room that continue to do that. We got a great group of leaders that echo that culture, that echo that message. And we're having a lot of success because of it. And we got to continue to do it this week as we prepare for this last week.
Coach Freeman, congratulations on an outstanding win last night. And congrats on being the first African-American coach to take his team to the CFP finals. During the game, I think there's always pivotal points that may change momentum. Jeremiah Love came into the game, obviously right leg's injured, wearing the brace, but when he had that short yardage touchdown, tell me, what did that do, not just to the scoreboard, but what did it do to your team?
That's the brand of football we want to play with. And you talk about a guy that was at one point during that play, it looked like he was down short of the end zone, that fought his way through. Like, that's a reflection of the effort we have to play with to have success. And that really got our guys going. Not only did it do a great thing for us in terms of the score, but the momentum, the energy that provided from a guy that we didn't know how much he was going to be able to play. We knew Jeremiah Love was going to play, but we didn't know how much he was truly going to be able to play. And so that is a reflection of a guy that's given his all to this place and to this team, no matter how he feels. And that really got us rolling.
Hey, Coach, we would be remiss if we didn't bring up Riley Leonard, what an absolute dog. I mean, a couple massive throws last night, too. That was the conversation. Like, can he throw the ball whenever you need it? Can he throw the ball whenever you need to? Great House goes bananas, but he had a couple back shoulder throws. He dropped one in a bucket to Williams, and then he was able to run like he's always been able to do. How do you see Riley Leonard's kind of trajectory this season, and what are your expectations of him just for the rest of his life? I think he's an NFL guy. Nobody's even chatting about it at all because of how athletic he is.
Yeah, he's a guy that has gotten better from the time he's gotten here to the point we're at now. He's constantly improving. He studies the game. He wants to be the best. Some of the decisions that he makes, those are things that are part of the game of football. That's what makes it special. You might want him to throw the ball right here, but he finds a way to get a first down with his legs. And he finds a way to make a play when it matters the most. And that's a comforting feeling, knowing that your quarterback, no matter if it's with his arm or with his legs, he's going to make a play when it matters the most. And I think he's going to have a great NFL career. I think he's a guy that his ceiling is extremely high and is not even close to where it's going to be. He's not even close to reaching it right now. He's constantly improving. He's got a ways to continue to get better. And so I look forward to what he's going to do for us in this last game and look forward to watching him in the NFL.
Marcus Freeman, the Notre Dame head coach, earlier today on ESPN Television's College Game Day. The Irish 14-1. They've won 13 consecutive games, the longest in-season win streak in Notre Dame history. They're in the national title game for the first time since the 2013 Orange Bowl following the unbeaten 2012 season. Notre Dame looking for its first national championship since 1988. They await the winner between the Buckeyes and the Longhorns in Atlanta, Georgia on January 20th. Up next to the College Football Live halftime report. What a wild 30 seconds to finish the first half and a huge momentum swing for the Buckeyes. That's next. You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinals at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
A new era of the College Football Playoff is here, and you can hear every play, every touchdown, and every unbelievable moment on SiriusXM College.
Hey, football fans, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Ohio State and Texas, the Cotton Bowl. Who is going to Atlanta to play in the national championship? We're going to find out tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Please take a second and hit that like button down below. It really helps bring more football fans here to the chat to hang out with us. As well, you can share the link, and that really gets more people here having a good time chatting it up. We have a special message from Mr. Joe Bowen. Take it away, Joe.
To share the link of this YouTube live stream on social media to help bring more football fans to our amazing community, changing the world one insider at a time.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for hitting the like button and sharing this out as well. Now let's get back to the football. Let's have some fun in there.
With our collection of top self-improvement podcasts.
The Mel Robbins Podcast.
The Ramsey Show.
Ask Eliza anything.
Soundtracks for meditation.
Learn and grow on a daily basis.
Genre-spanning workout channels and more.
Soul Cycle Radio.
I work out. Just search 2025 on the SiriusXM app.
Everybody that be living it up, we said.
Yo, what's up? It's SiriusXM Fly. I can't come to the phone right now because I'm over on channel 50 playing those 90s.
What's my name? Let's flip the track, bring the old school back.
And 2000s hip-hop and R&B throwbacks.
Hang down, flip it and reverse it.
Commercial free, 24/7. Pull up, channel 50, and at home with SiriusXM on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices. Holla.
It's Carrie's country. You're just living in it.
You can tell Carrie's in her element. These are her people. This is what she loves to do.
Carrie Underwood's own channel, featuring live performances, brand new music, and never-before-heard stories from the idol-turned-country icon.
You want to hear a variety. You don't want to hear the same songs. You want new things for your ear to gravitate toward.
Travel to Carrie's country anytime. SiriusXM Channel 60.
Dr. Radio! From health and healing to breakthroughs in the lab. A world of expertise with understandable vocab. Doctors on the air with answers and care. Just a phone call away. They're always prepared. From the heart to the brain, every ache and pain. Dr. Radio's the name that's gonna keep you sane. Where science meets life, it's the perfect blend. From sunrise to night, the knowledge doesn't end.
Hey, Deborah, how are you doing?
I'm doing better now.
Dr. Radio! Your health's best friend. Sirius XM Channel 110.
Indulge in a channel full of soft pop nostalgia.
High-rise jeans, oversized blazers. That was my go-to.
With a special guest host who knows a little something about the late 80s and early 90s.
Hi, I'm Lori Loughlin. You may know me as Aunt Becky. My whole commute to work over at Full House, I would listen to this song.
Mom Jeans. Listen now for a limited time on Channel 17 and available year-round as one of over 200 extra channels on the SiriusXM app.
From tying this one up.
Extra point good. Tie ball game with 29 seconds to go. But the first play for Ohio State when they got the ball back.
First down. Howard way back. Looking to pass. Dumps it off to Henderson. Has it at the 20. 25 from the flat. 30. 35. Breaks through. Oh, my goodness. He's going to go down the right sideline. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Touchdown, Ohio State. 75 yards with 13 seconds to go in the first half.
Second longest touchdown reception in Ohio State bowl game history. What a swing of momentum. Buckeyes lead 14-7. Nick Saban and Desmond Howard on second half adjustments.
I think we mentioned the penalties and how Ohio State actually shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah.
They got to eliminate those penalties. They played a pretty clean first half. I think the whole thing for Texas is, can they continue to run the ball to create positive third down situations? They're 1 for 7 on third down offensively. They got to get off the field on third down on defense by playing more man-to-man. If they can't guard these guys, they can't win, but they can't play zone and let them have first down.
Yeah, you're looking at Texas offense, only average 2.1 yards per carry. They have to stick to the run. Right now, Jim Knowles is trying to convince Sarkisian, you can't run against my defense. It's imperative that Sarkisian does not concede that point and become one-dimensional. They're going to have to run the ball, and then we always talked about this. Don't give up the explosive. They give up the huge explosive right before halftime. Outside of that, the defense has been playing very well.
16 rushes for Texas, 44 yards. They've been sacked 3 times. Meanwhile, the penalties that Coach Saban talked about, 5 for 50 for the Buckeyes. That'll do it for us on the College Football Live halftime report. Second half in Arlington is next. This is the College Football Playoff semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Timeout. Your body goals don't have an off season. GNC is ready to help you get a stronger start on the new year with help building more muscle and proven weight loss support. Need a boost? We're ready with GNC vitamins for your longest winter days. Want the best energy drinks? They're at GNC. Never tried creatine before? Get ready to be amazed. GNC coaches are ready to help you in stores everywhere, and you can shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. GNC, live well.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Navy Federal Credit Union can help you dominate debt with a 0% intro APR on credit card balance transfers for 12 months. And right now, you could get $250 when you spend $2,500 using a Cash Rewards or Cash Rewards Plus card. Visit NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. After the intro rate expires, variable APRs are 15.15% to 18% based on credit worthiness. Rates are subject to change. ATM fees for cash advances are up to $1 at non-Navy Federal ATMs.
With Eckrich, the official smoked sausage and deli meat of the College Football Playoff, it's super easy to score big flavor, even when you have no time between the laundry, your laundry list of responsibilities, and kickoff. You're still ready to go with perfectly seasoned smoked sausage you heat up and eat up. Whether it's Grandpa's famous chili dogs or your famous almost forgot the potluck deli sliders, Eckrich makes every game day taste and feel like a win. For extra delicious game days, just add Eckrich.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Ohio State leads Texas 14-7. Our first half check-in brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Visit allstate.com or call a local agent for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. The head coaches, starting with Ryan Day with ESPN Tolly-Roan.
Coach Travion Henderson, an uncharacteristic mistake with the personal foul. How did he regain some trust back on that last play call and run?
Well, he's been around for a long time, so we trust him. And he can't let his emotions get out of whack right here. We knew this was going to be a battle. We knew it was going to go into the second half. So we did a nice job here of winning the end of the first half. Now we got to win the middle eight here by coming out with a great job in the second half.
Thank you so much, Coach. Let's go to Laura with Sark. All right, thanks, Holly. Sark, back and forth momentum at the end of the first half. How do you get more offense going in the second half?
Well, the field position helped. We were backed up there a few times. We had an opportunity the first drive, didn't convert the fourth down. Got some field position, found some momentum. It's unfortunate on the screen. We've been playing really good defense in the first half. The screen hit us, but there's a lot of football left to be played.
Thanks, Sark.
Ryan Day and Steve Sarkisian with Laura Rutledge and Holly Rowe. We rejoin our broadcast team at AT&T Stadium in Arlington. And Mark Testishire, Kelly Stauffer, Ian Fitzsimmons, and Quinn Keshnick. Guys?
All right, Kev, thanks a lot. And Kelly, Travion Henderson kind of killed their momentum early, but then certainly accelerated their momentum at the end of the half.
Yeah, that was obviously a massive play on the heels of Texas getting their only touchdown, but Ohio State has driven the football. They just have shot themselves in the foot. 5 penalties for 50 yards. They average only 4 for 37 yards the entire season. So if they're just more disciplined in this second half, and then also the running backs and the tight ends in the pass game for Texas has to show up in the second half.
Let's hear from our reporters. First from Ian Fitzsimmons.
Ryan Day, head coach of Ohio State, just said coming out of halftime that their star edge rusher, number 44, JT Tuimoloau, will be back here in the second half. And he also said the first 4 minutes of this second half are crucial, as any game is. Now over to Texas with Quinn.
Wide receiver Matthew Golden came out, put his helmet on, did some hopping, some sprinting, and some deceleration to test his left ankle, and it looks like he's going to give it a try. This is a young man who had a huge game against Arizona State, 149 yards and 7 receptions in that game. He's only been targeted once today, but although I went to Johns Hopkins, I'm not a doctor. I would guess that Golden will give this a shot.
All right, and they could use his deep threat ability as Texas will kick it off from right to left. This is fair caught at the 2-yard line by Caleb Downs. And so Ohio State, Kelly, will start at the 25-yard line. And Jeremiah Smith only had 1 catch for 3 yards. Emeka Ibuka, I don't know if he's nicked up as well. So some of the weaponry for Ohio State, specifically Jeremiah Smith, Texas has done a nice job whatever side he lines up on.
Yeah, and Texas did a masterful job in coverage, and they're doing really kind of that template that Michigan showed the way in. You play 2 high safeties, you force everything to the middle, you don't let those receivers get those explosive plays. You see if Will Howard will be patient and efficient enough to get points.
Buka's fine. He's in the slot right. First down and 10. A play fake rolling to the left side. Coming across, Buka makes the catch from Howard and slides out of bounds. They'll mark him out at the 38-yard line. Malik Muhammad was trying to cover on the cross. It goes for 13.
The play action boot, outside zone to the right. Will Howard boots to the left. G. Scott went to the flat, and Ibuka comes from the opposite side and runs a crossing route, and he was completely uncovered.
Line of scrimmage, the 38 for Ohio State. Will Howard in the gun. Travion Henderson offset to the right behind him. Two receivers right. There's the snap, and it's a give. Henderson bounces over the 40-yard line, crunched at the 45-yard line. That will bring up second down and 2, a gain of 7. Andrew Makuba with the Texas stop.
And as much as we talked in that first half that Texas wasn't successful at running the football, neither was Ohio State. And when you see two high safeties, which Texas is playing a boatload of because they want to keep tops on those NFL receivers, you have to be able to run successfully into that look.
Second down and 3 from the pistol. Snap. Give Henderson up the middle. He's got plenty of room. He's got a first down, and he gets over midfield to the 48-yard line of Texas. Nice run that time of 7 yards for Travion Henderson, who had the electric play at the end of the half.
And think back to that first half. Methodical drive, 10 plays to get a touchdown on their opening drive, and then they were driving it again the second time, and that uncharacteristic penalty, unsportsmanlike by Travion Henderson, really delayed the momentum until he got it back right before half on that massive screen.
First down to the plus 48, a play fake and back to pass. Pressure now coming. Throws over the middle. It's intercepted. That's Gilbo, the safety, and he's down at the 30-yard line. Howard had some late pressure coming, went over the middle, and intercepted by Texas.
Benda was the linebacker that got deep underneath that route. It was a play-action pass. There was a receiver setting out in the flat, and that was simply a bad decision by Will Howard. And it was one of those things that I think Jeremiah Smith not getting a lot of targets or touches in the first half. His quarterback wants to get him going, and that time Will Howard just simply forced the football.
And it was David Benda, 33, not number 3. Benda got the interception. That is the 10th straight game the Texas defense has forced an INT. Texas with it, passing out to the perimeter. It is caught by Weisner out of the backfield. He's got down to the left side 40-yard line. JT Tuimoloau back in the lineup with the tackle. It's a 10-yard gain and a first down.
And using the running backs quickly. And this is a Steve Sarkisian staple in his offense, is use running backs. 37 catches for Blue coming into today. Wisner had 38, and also Gunnar Helm at the tight end position.
From the 40, snap, little misdirection. Now a handoff Weisner, and he's trying to get some yardage. He's hit 2-3 times after gaining a yard. Up to the 41-yard line, Lathan Ransom took him down.
Quinn Ewers is going to have to do what Will Howard just didn't do, is be patient, because that's what Ohio State defensively forces offense to do. They're not going to give you anything. They certainly aren't going to give you much in the way of explosive plays. You have to methodically, patiently drive the football.
Well, Matthew Golden at receiver now. Second down and 9 for Texas. Man in motion to the right. Handoff bouncing out. Weisner breaks one tackle but can't get by JTT, who finally takes him down behind the sticks at the 39-yard line. A 2-yard loss. Ohio State happy to have Tuimoloau back on the field.
Tuimoloau along with Jack Sawyer, they're the defensive ends that are edge setters. And this is an outside play. The point of attack was intended to get to the edge, but it's really difficult on Ohio State defensively to do that.
Third down and 11 for Texas. Right after the interception, try to take advantage. Here's a pass play. Ewers will check it down. Weisner at the 41. He's contacted and can get maybe a couple more yards up to the 43-yard line, but well short of the first 4-yard pickup. Cody Simon, a little slow to get up, the linebacker for Ohio State, and the punting unit will head onto the turf.
And quintessential Ohio State defense. They rush 4, they force you into a third and pass down, they play coverage, they force an underneath throw, and then they rally and make a good tackle and force a punt.
Cody Simon tried to get up and now sat down, and members of the Ohio State athletic training staff will go out to check on one of the outstanding senior linebackers for the Buckeyes, Cody Simon. With 10:48 to go in the third quarter, Ohio State 14, Texas 7. The Texas defense got turnover they were looking for. Got two of the best defenses in all the FBS. Ohio State statistically number 1. Texas ranked third in many categories. They have been able to force a ton of turnovers. But right now the offense stalling out for Texas. Ohio State, which took a hit in the first half with JT Tuimoloau going out. Now Simon gets up, walks off on his own. Little bit of a limp as Simon heads to the Ohio State sideline.
And Cody Simon is a fifth-year guy. He's the leader really defensively, especially emotionally. He's called the heartbeat of that team. He didn't start until this year in his 5th season as a Buckeye, and all of that sweat equity is respected big time in the locker room.
Michael Kern, the Texas punter, from the 30-yard line to our right. No pressure. High spiraling kick. Brandon Innes waving fair catch, backpedals and makes the catch at the 17-yard line with 10:36 to go in the third quarter. We're just underway, second half. A spot in the national championship game at stake. It is Ohio State 14, Texas 7. You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hear the drama of the Premier League unfold on SiriusXM FC.
Cheers, football fans from all over the world. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Now's the time of the show. Please let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Are you in the United States? Let us know your city and state. Are you in Canada, city and province, or all over the world? Let's see how far out our reach is here on TSI. Bringing the world together, having fun, watching the semifinals, Texas, Ohio State. What a game. Thanks for letting us know where you're watching from. Now let's get back to the football. Good luck to your team. I'm going Ohio State.
Done with a shot into the corner and Tottenham lead.
Arsenal versus Tottenham in the North London derby. Coverage kicks off Wednesday afternoon at 3 Eastern on SiriusXM FC channel 157 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
A new era of the college football playoff is here, and you can hear every play, every touchdown, and every unbelievable moment on SiriusXM College Sports Radio.
Caught on a spinning move in the end zone.
With exclusive pregame analysis and in-depth postgame breakdowns, we're your ultimate destination for playoff action all month long.
At the 10, at the 5, into the end zone!
Don't miss a second of the college football playoff right here on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, channel 84 in the car and on the SiriusXM app. You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
14-7, Ohio State leads Texas. We got 10:36 to go third quarter at the 89th Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio. We welcome you to Arlington, Texas, wherever you may be listening. Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer, Quint Kesnick down on the Texas sideline. Let's check in on the Ohio State Buckeye sideline. Here's Ian Fitzsimmons.
Mark, the moment Ohio State quarterback Will Howard threw that pick, he came straight to the sidelines, went right to his chair next to the air-conditioned bench where his wide receivers and running backs are, put his helmet underneath the chair, put his headset on to talk to his OC, Chip Kelly. When GA brings over the tablet, they had communication. He didn't talk to a single player. Nobody, not even the GA, didn't say a word to him. The moment that it became fourth down for Texas, grabbed his helmet, handed the tablet back, and when I say he got up with a purpose and a cause, this man is hell-bent. Kelly Stauffer, you've been a quarterback. You know what it's like to throw a pick. No offense, but you know exactly the attitude that young man has right now.
Yeah, whether it's a pick six or you throw a pick and your defense gets you the ball back, you can't wait to get back out there again. That was the 10th interception by Will Howard. All 10 of them, Ian, have come against zone coverages, which typically means you're trying to force something in there that's not available.
Defense picked him up. Ohio State from the 12. It's an end around. This is Ibuka. Stiff arm at the 10, right side upended and knocked down at the 12-yard line that time by Jahdae Barron. The Thorpe Award winner for best cornerback in the nation, no gain.
That's an example of Chip Kelly trying to get his own running game going. We saw different versions of the run game out of Texas trying to Steve Sarkisian trying to get things going on the ground, and you see Ohio State doing it there.
2nd and 10. Here comes a blitz. Checks it down over the middle. Caught by Kaczmarek, the tight end of the 20. 4 or 5 Texas defenders finally surround him at the 22-yard line and dropped and led by Michael Tapp, a name we haven't mentioned much here today. This is close to a first down. Tapp, the free safety on the tackle.
That's pressure management 101. You see pressure, the tight end sets over basically the football and shows his numbers to the quarterback. It's a perfect outlet and comes up just a little bit short of the line to gain, apparently.
The nose of the football is just shy of the 22, so 3rd and inches for Ohio State. Crowd gets loud, tight end on both ends. Will Howard goes under center. Will it be a QD dive? No, it's a pitch. Trying to get around the edge, not able to get there. Quinshawn Junkins had too much traffic. Colin Simmons and David Benda took him down. See where they spot the football. Looked like he lost about a yard back to the 21-yard line, and it's 4th down, and here comes the punting unit for the Buckeyes.
You're 3rd and inches, and you turn around and pitch the football back 6 yards. It's a quick read by the defense because the ball's in the air. I just don't understand the play call whatsoever by Chip Kelly right there.
Will Howard is an outstanding runner, a guy with size. Instead, the punter is on for Ohio State inside the 10. McGuire sends it away end over end. Silas Bolden drifting to his right, makes the catch right by the sideline inside the 35-yard line and out of bounds there. A 46-yard punt, no return. Texas down 7. They'll be on offense when we come back to Arlington. 8:30 on the clock. 3rd quarter. It's Ohio State 14, Texas 7. This is the college football playoff semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey you! Yeah, you! Thanks for hanging out with us during the college football playoffs here in Toronto Sports Insider. While we make a difference with Sick Kids Hospital every single game, hope you're having fun in the chat. Thank you for keeping it classy. And if you have not hit that subscribe button yet, what are you waiting for? Get on it, hit that subscribe button down below and turn on the bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single college football playoff game, including the national championship on the 20th and the NFL playoffs starting tomorrow. Every game. Let's get to 75,000 tonight. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button and becoming an insider. Now let's get back to the football.
Regions Green Print Plan.
I think that'll really work. Thanks.
So let's huddle up, because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
I'm Kevin Winter. You're listening to the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is college football playoff semifinal number 2 on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Join me, Danny Cannell, and Dusty Dvorak Monday morning at 6 Eastern as we break down all the action from the weekend on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
By Dr. Pepper, Marcus Freeman trying to win a national championship in his 3rd year as the head coach at Notre Dame in the era of the BCS or the playoff, which dates back to 1998. Who was the last coach to win a national championship within their first 3 years? Mark Chestershire, give you the answer coming up. Back to you in Arlington.
Forward to the answer of that one as Ohio State and Texas play to meet Notre Dame on January 20th for the championship game. Texas and Ohio State playing for the 4th time in program history, and all of the first 3 were decided by 1 score. Kelly Stauffer, and we have a 1-score game here as Texas takes over, trailing 14-7. Quinn Ewers and the drive for the Longhorns will start at their own 33-yard line. 2 receivers stacked left, and now they blow it dead. We had a pre-snap penalty. Multiple flags are down.
Full start, offense, number 65. 5-yard penalty.
First down.
And Jake Majors, the outstanding center for Texas.
This really, needless to say, but I'll say it anyway, has been a really sloppy game offensively. But part of that is really good defenses make even great offenses look sloppy at times, and that's what's happening right now.
1st and 15 off that Texas penalty. Shotgun snap. They pull it back. Ewers throws incomplete short. Out to the right sideline looking for the true freshman receiver, Ryan Wingo.
Jordan Hancock, the safety, was underneath that route. There was a safety over the top. I believe it was Ransom, and I think Ewers just got a little bit too fine with that. I think there was an opportunity to get that ball up, a layered ball they call it, where you get it over top of that underneath coverage, and Ewers is usually really good at that.
Hancock looked like he had just a pinky on it. Here's a handoff, Wisner, and he is stuffed after he got over the 30-yard line. Ty Hamilton just stopped him in his tracks. Cody Simon, good news for Ohio State fans, linebacker back on the field, part of that stop, a 5-yard gain.
And Mark, we talked about the fact you don't win big games like this to earn a right to play in the national championship game without really good quarterback play. We're not really getting that right now. There was a high percentage of completions in the first half, but questionable decisions at time, and Ewers being too fine on that previous pass attempt.
Texas been behind the chains in the second half. 3rd and 11, heavy pressure. Down he goes, and before he went down, he was able to get rid of it to Wisner. Down the right sideline, 40, 45-yard line, and a first down out of bounds. Jack Sawyer almost had the sack, and somehow Ewers was able to get rid of it.
Jack Sawyer comes around the front side of Ewers. Ewers climbs in the pocket, hands all over him, and he gets the ball off, but was the ball out before the left knee was down? Replay booth is going to take a look at it, but I think this is going to be confirmed.
To see if the quarterback's knee was down.
Was the knee down, and as the ball's coming out in super slow-mo, you could see it go from the pinky to the ring finger to the middle to the index finger. And was it out of his hand before that knee hit? It was razor thin.
And that's the question. If it's even touching his hand at that point, when the left knee hits, it's going to be determined that Ewers was down before he got rid of it.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands as called.
It's too close to call. Couldn't get any video evidence, at least to what I saw.
Yeah, and that's the standard. Indisputable video evidence, and we're looking to see if it's touching his finger and all those things, but
whatever
at the
was
end
called
of the
on
day,
the field was going to be the call.
Heads-up play by Quinn Ewers. He's not a real mobile guy. Typically, he climbs in the pocket. If anything, he did that time and just was able to shovel the ball off just in time, apparently.
7:20 to go, third quarter. Down a touchdown is Texas. First down from the 47. Play fake. Ewers climbs the pocket. Ewers now in trouble. Throws to the sideline. Caught by Blue. 45-50. Nearly juked the defender and gets over the 50-yard line and is down there. Jermaine Matthews Jr. nearly got juked out, but was able to get a hand to get him down. A lot of pressure on Ewers that time.
Yeah, and just in time again. And Quinn Ewers sometimes will push the panic button a little too soon. The last couple of plays, he's hung in there really well, gotten the ball off just in the nick of time. And oh, by the way, the running backs are alive and well in the pass game to start the second half.
Second down and 5 for Texas. 1 yard over midfield. They'll send a man in motion on the left, and now they'll throw it back. It's a screen. It is caught by Moore, and good read by Caleb Downs, who takes him down. Might have got a yard out to the plus 48-yard line. Give him 2 yards. They'll mark him at about the 47-yard line.
Moore comes in what ends up being what they call return motion. He comes from the outside in this case left to right, and then he returns back outside. The remaining receiver out wide blocks, and it's just a quick screen to DeAndre Moore that time.
3rd and 3, Texas. 6 minutes to go in the third. Trailing Ohio State by 7. Here's a handoff. Getting through the initial line. Wisner, and he's down to the 42-yard line. He gets the first down. Hancock the stop. 4-yard gain. Move the chains.
Right now, Texas offensively is doing what's going to be asked of them. continue to make the competitive plays.
Texas going tempo here, and it's a handoff, and Wisner's contacted in the backfield, and he's going to be dropped for a loss. That was Caleb Downs that time, who came from his safety spot and got all the way down through the line and got the stop.
You want to know where number 2 is, Caleb Downs. I called him the roaming eraser, and that was a change that Jim Knowles made after that loss in Eugene, Oregon. He said, we're going to free up Caleb Downs to be kind of a freelance type of player and use his instincts that he did that time. 2nd and 12 after the 2-yard loss. Left hash mark from the Buckeye 44. Ewers takes the snap under some pressure, throws it high. It is caught. That is Wisner going up the left sideline, 40 toward the 35-yard line. They'll mark him out shy of the first down at the 34-yard line. Sonny Styles with the tackle, 4:50 to go in the third. I won't be able to get this as quick as our statistician, Keith Parsons, but Keith, how many catches do running backs have in the second half? It has to be certainly more than they did in the first half, because right now that is the pass game. They got 10 yards there, and it brings up 3rd down and about 2. Late substitution. Ohio State gets their defender off the field. 3rd down, snap, give, Wisner, left side, gets across the 30. He's got a first down. As Quintravian Wisner coming alive here, moving the chains again for Texas, a gain of 4. The chains are being moved by Texas because they're winning these competitive plays. And I mean, there are muddy runs right now that Texas is eking out just the line to gain and being able to extend this drive. 4 minutes to go in the third. First down from the Buckeye 30. Snap, handoff, Wisner again over the left side, and JTT drops him at about the 26-yard line, a gain of 3 that time. One of the ways that you mute the pressure that Quinn Ewers has been under is to have some semblance of a run game. We said that multiple times. Texas has no shot at winning this game if they don't do something in the run game part of it, and they are on this drive. 2nd down and 7, trailing 14-7. Texas inside the 30. Play fake, Ewers bouncing in the pocket. Tried to check it down, but it was knocked down, incomplete. Tyleik Williams in the middle. Got the big right paw up, and that'll bring up 3rd down for the Longhorns. Tyleik Williams, along with his fellow defensive tackle Ty Hamilton, they don't get a lot of interior pass rush, but what they do is they get a push, and then they get in the line of sight between the quarterback and a check down receiver, as Williams did that time. 3rd down and 7. Texas has converted all 3 of their 3rd downs on the drive. From the 26 of Ohio State. Snap, Ewers, pressure coming, gets rid of it quickly. Caught at the 10-yard line. Juke at the 5-yard line. Jaden Blue into the end zone, touchdown. Texas making a living, throwing to their running backs. And the Longhorns again a point after away from tying the game. Steve Sarkisian also is being creative in the way he's using his pre-snap formationing. And he's freeing up running backs matched up on either safeties or linebackers. And Texas's running backs are winning right now. They have 7 catches to the running backs in this half. Here's Will Stone, the junior, replacing Bert Auburn, and the point after is good, and we are tied at 14. They targeted those running backs 7 times. 6 catches to the running backs, including that touchdown right there. 12 plays, 67-yard scoring drive. Texas has tied Ohio State. 3:12 to go. Third quarter, deadlocked at 14. This is the college football playoff semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Harry Douglas here. Say goodbye to bulky, clunky shavers that clutter your bathroom. Not only do you get an incredible shave, Panasonic's Palm Razor has a sleek, elegant design that adds a touch of sophistication to your bathroom. It also conveniently charges with a USB cord. Visit shop.panasonic.com/sports to shop for the Palm Razor. Use promo code Harry for 10% off exclusively for ESPN Radio listeners. That's shop.panasonic.com/sports. Promo code Harry.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quint Kesnick, our entire ESPN Radio crew. Mighty Ohio State through the first 2 rounds of the CFP. Texas has tied them 14-14, 3:12 to go, third quarter. Spot in the national title game is at stake. Jaden Blue, his second touchdown reception of the evening. He now has 6 touchdown receptions on the season, tied for the lead in the FBS, and that was one of your adjustments here in the second half, and Texas certainly has delivered there.
Yeah, Texas has completed 8 balls to running backs for just short of 100 yards, and you talked about the 2 touchdowns. That time it was kind of a zone blitz, but the safeties were deep, and they were really, in the end, in man-to-man coverage, and Ransom comes up from his safety position trying to tackle Blue out in space and just couldn't get him to the ground.
Emeka Ibuka is waiting deep for Ohio State on the kickoff from Texas as they've tied the game. Ohio State's defense, by the way, Kelly, had only allowed 4 touchdowns outside the red zone before allowing that one.
And I might be mistaken, but I think that's the first time that Texas has scored in the third quarter in like the last 6 games.
That's a good point. They have really struggled for whatever reason coming out of halftime.
Scored a touchdown, that is.
Here's the kickoff from Texas. Ibuka's going to signal fair catch, makes it at the 1, ball advances to the 25-yard line, and now it gets real interesting here. Remember the last time Texas tied it, Kelly, we had the 75-yard touchdown, and Texas didn't really get a chance to set in defensively. They got beat so badly on that play, and here they are late in the third quarter. Ohio State will take over from the 25.
Yeah, and brother, we have a game, because remember that it was Texas needing to withstand that first quarter barrage that we've seen out of Ohio State in the playoff, and they were able to do that even though Ohio State was their own worst enemy offensively. And then you're starting to see this new game plan adjustment emerge, which is Steve Sarkisian, Quinn Ewers throwing to the running backs, and that's their best matchup. Running backs outside on linebackers or safeties coming from deep, as opposed to trying to get the football all the time to Ibuka, Jeremiah Smith, and Cornell Tate. And I'm not so sure Jeremiah Smith is right now, because he doesn't seem to be factored into the game plan much in the first half, let alone the start of this half.
Get more on the Texas Longhorns downstairs to Quint Kesnick.
It was an emphatic reaction to that last touchdown. Steve Sarkisian pumping his fist, actually pointing to the crowd and as if to say, let's go. Texas playing in the state of Texas, in Dallas, 200 miles from campus. The majority of fans here, 70% or so, are wearing that burnt orange. But it has not felt like a home game. I think from here on out, he would like it. He would like the Cotton Bowl to feel like a home game.
Well, Texas is no stranger to playing in the Cotton Bowl. This is their 23rd. It's a record 23rd Cotton Bowl. They have the most wins ever in the Cotton Bowl 11, but they haven't played in the Cotton Bowl since 2003, and this year's Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic is a CFP semi where 1 year ago, Kelly, we were in the Superdome down in New Orleans. Texas making its first CFP appearance, and they had 4 cracks at it late against Washington. Couldn't get it done. Fast forward a year and a couple days, and they are tied with Ohio State. Still plenty of time to go. 3:12 to go in the third quarter. Notre Dame is waiting and watching, and we hope listening.
Well, and we talked about these championship prize fights, which really this is. It's about answering. If you get punched, you have to punch back, and Texas has withstood what Tennessee and Oregon in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs could not do. And it was, both of them were rent out of the building, respectively, and Texas now is in uncharted territory with this Ohio State team here in the third quarter.
Steve Sarkisian, who was a Cotton Bowl hero back in 1996 for BYU, is waving his hands on the sideline and trying to get the Texas fans engaged, and they are, as Ohio State begins this drive at their 25-yard line. 3:12 to go, third quarter. We are tied at 14. Will Howard takes a shotgun snap. Throws it over the middle. Tate's got it, 35-yard line. Grab, turns his back, gets to the 40, and that's as far as he'll get. As they blow the whistle, and then a flag late. A Texas player ended up on the deck. And a flag came in. Jahdae Barron with the tackle.
Austin Serafeld, the left guard, is trying to peel people off the pile, and that's a no-no at this point in time, and he's going to get flagged for a late hit.
Ryan Day has his arms extended as if to say, what's the
After
call
the play,
here?
personal foul, unnecessary roughness, offense, number 67. The down counts. It was a first down, 15-yard penalty. It's 1st and 10.
That is Austin Serafeld. You saw it clearly, and another big penalty offsetting an Ohio State drive here in the biggest game of the season.
Well, the good news is it remains a first down, but you essentially lose the yardage, and once again, Ohio State backs themselves up.
Line of scrimmage is the 25-yard line. Pistol formation. Howard walks up to the line. Might be changing the protections, changing the play. Henderson behind him is the back. There's the short snap and a play fake. Howard under pressure, hit, and down he goes. Sacked by Vernon Broughton, who waves to the crowd, shooting a fake arrow through the quiver, and Ohio State backed up to the 15-yard line, a loss of 10.
Texas is making hay with only rushing, in a sense, 4, covering with 7, creating a lot of structure on the back end, just kind of baiting Will Howard to be impatient, and at the end of the day, Broughton gets home with that big right hand right as Will Howard was ready to deliver the football.
Deafening loud here inside of AT&T Stadium. 2nd and 20 for Ohio State. Will Howard circling his hand. He wants the snap. He gets it. Delayed handoff. Henderson up the middle, bulls his way forward, and is down just shy of the 20-yard line that time. Andrew Makuba got the stop as he picked up 5. It'll be 3rd down and 15 now for the Buckeyes.
Well, Quint was just talking about Steve Sarkisian was trying to get this crowd revved up, and right now, Quint, it sounds like this is a home field advantage for Texas. Will Howard is having a difficult time communicating with his center.
Feels like we're in Austin, aren't we? Except there's a roof on it, making it even louder. Tied at 14, minute 23 to go, third quarter, 3rd down and 15, Ohio State. Play clock is under 5. Howard says, I need the snap, gets it. Howard has protection, trying to check it down, knocked down. The freshman Colin Simmons on a pass intended for the flat, knocked down, and it's 4th down.
Colin Simmons has been a consistent pressure guy for this Texas defense. That time he was blocked really well by Donovan Jackson out on the left edge, but therefore his 6'3" frame, long wingspan, is in the throwing lane of Will Howard.
Joe McGuire is on to punt. His heels are on the 5-yard line. Here comes the kick. Sends it high in the air, end over end. Silas Bolden signals fair catch beyond the 40 and makes that catch at about the 39-yard line. And Texas going to get it back with 1:03 to go in the third quarter. A 41-yard punt. No return. I don't know if momentum has switched, but certainly the crowd feels like it has switched that momentum to Texas with a chance to look for its first lead of this semifinal.
I don't think there's any question. Right now, Texas has the momentum. And one thing that Steve Sarkisian said coming out at half is, you know, we played with bad field position in the first half, so it really regulated how he could call plays. Well, they just scored on a really good drive the previous drive, and now they have good field position to start this one.
From the 39, no Denzel Burke. Ohio State corner still out. They're going to hand it off on first down. It's a cutback to the right side, Wisner, and he's chopped down at the 45-yard line. The running backs of Texas carrying this team in the third quarter. They have 6 receptions, and that time a 7-yard run to Trey Wisner.
And it's the outside zone that we've talked about that is the table setter for this Texas offense, and it was the cutback that time.
Second down and 3. Snap to Ewers. Looking left, nothing. Middle, nothing. Runs right, throws to the sideline. Caught at the 40. Still on his feet after contact, Wisner, and he's able to get a couple yards inbounds. Tackled at the 44-yard line with 26 seconds to go in the third quarter. Loss of 2.
Really good job of Ohio State taking away the first look that Quinn Ewers wanted, which was on the left side. So he had to go back to the right side, and by that time, the pressure was getting to him, and he found Wisner as the outlet in the right flat just in time.
Texas outscored Ohio State 7-0 in the third quarter. They'll have a big 3rd and 6 when we start the fourth quarter. We are through 3 in Arlington. It's anybody's game. Ohio State and Texas tied at 14 for a spot in the championship. We head to the fourth next. This is the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a...
Hey, football fans. Yeah, you. This football fan that's listening to me right now, thank you so much for being here tonight and hanging out with us, chatting it up, cheering on your favorite team, or just enjoying the football game with thousands of other people from all over the world. Thank you for being here. Just by being here, you're making a difference in our monthly donation to Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. I wouldn't be alive today if it was not for the great work that is done at that hospital, and it is my honor to be able to run these campaigns and have a platform to hang out with all of you fine people making a difference in the Toronto community. Now let's get back to the football. Make sure to check out the link that is pinned in the chat or it's in the description. And good luck to your team. Thanks for helping us make a difference. Go Leafs go. Go Sick Kids go. Go whatever team you're cheering for. Go Buckeyes, Longhorns. Yeah. We'll see you back in the chat.
Get ready to be amazed. GNC coaches are ready to help you in stores everywhere, and you can shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. GNC, live well.
With Eckrich, the official smoked sausage and deli meat of the college football playoff, it's super easy to score big flavor, even when you have no time between the laundry, your laundry list of responsibilities, and kickoff. You're still ready to go with perfectly seasoned smoked sausage you heat up and eat up. Whether it's Grandpa's famous chili dogs or your famous almost forgot the potluck deli sliders, Eckrich makes every game day taste and feel like a win. For extra delicious game days, just add Eckrich.
I'm Kevin Winter. Time now to answer our Dr. Pepper trivia question. It's not bowl season without the delicious taste of an ice cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing. The last coach in the BCS/playoff era, which dates back to 1998, to win a natty within his first 3 years as a head coach. Pete Carroll, 2003. Marcus Freeman started to do it with Notre Dame. Still waiting for an opponent. We go to the fourth, tied up at 14. Mark Chester, back to you.
Kevin, I know we're in Texas, but Ian Fitzsimmons, it is a very pro-Texas crowd here tonight.
Yeah, but it's not just because it's here in Arlington, Texas at Jerry World, Kesty. It's also because of the winter storm that came through the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. A lot of Ohio State fans, their flights were canceled, so what they had to do? Sell their tickets. Therefore, who bought them? Texas Longhorn fans, and you're hearing it right now.
Indeed, and this is a big play here to start this fourth quarter. Mark Hestisher, Kelly Stauffer, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quint Kesnick with you. 14-14 as we open the fourth quarter. 3rd and 6 Texas from their own 43. Snap to Ewers, going left to right, throws sideline too high, incomplete. Matthew Golden back in the ball game. They targeted him quickly, but couldn't come up with that high throw. Covered by Davison Igbinosa, and it's 4th down.
Igbinosa had decent coverage, but there's an opportunity to get this ball in. Golden was the outside receiver. He starts inside, and they kind of have a switch release with Moore, and then Golden goes back outside. Kesty, there was a lane there to get the ball and extend that drive, but Ewers airmailed it.
I wonder if that ankle kept him from getting better lift as Texas punts it away left to right. Brandon Innes waiting, and fair catches it at the 12-yard line. We're just 13 seconds into this fourth quarter. Texas and Ohio State tied at 14. We already know Notre Dame is into the college football playoff national championship game presented by AT&T in Atlanta in 10 days, January 20th. You'll hear it here on ESPN Radio beginning at 6:30 Eastern time. See it on ESPN television. Notre Dame, a late field goal to win their 13th in a row, beat Penn State 27-24 at the Capital One Orange Bowl last night. That was a classic fourth quarter last night. 31 combined points. So what do we have in store here? Ohio State begins this drive at their 12-yard line. Travion Henderson in the backfield. Emeka Egbuka motions to the right. Will Howard waiting in the gun. Takes the snap. It's a play fake. He sprints back toward the goal line. Loads up, throwing right sideline, looking for Egbuka. Might have got tripped. Flags out. He went down. We got a pass interference call on Malik Muhammad that time as Egbuka was sprinting down the right sideline.
Defense, number 5, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
A double move outside by Egbuka, clear on the right side on the sideline, and I think Malik Muhammad kind of panicked a little bit. Egbuka acted like he was going outside, and then Muhammad grabs him a little bit. I don't think it was egregious, but the flag came out from the official immediately.
15-yard penalty up to the 27-yard line. First down and 10, Ohio State. Handoff, play fake, quick pass out to G. Scott, tight end, hit as he's coming across the formation and knocked down at the 25-yard line for a loss of 2. Jalen Gilmo that time, the safety with the tackle.
Brandon Innes was the wide receiver out to that side, and he has to get his block. He's a slot receiver, and then G. Scott releases from his tight end position as is behind the line of scrimmage, so Innes can engage immediately, and he just completely whiffs on his block.
Second and 12, Ohio State, 14 all. Texas showing pressure from the corner. There's the snap. Muhammad does not come in from the corner. Pass, diving. Scott made the catch, but had to go down to a knee. He was untouched, but his knee is down, and so he's down at the 29-yard line. It's a gain of 4, and it's third down.
Texas will draw up some exotic stuff in sure pass downs. Second and long fits that bill. Will Howard didn't look comfortable. You talked about the pressure that you thought might come. It didn't come. It was only 4-man rush. But Will Howard looked a little uncomfortable in the pocket because of the previous pressure in the first 3 quarters of this game.
Fresh pass rusher is in for Texas. Ohio State 5 for 13 on third down. This is 3rd and 8. From the 29-yard line, Howard in the gun, takes the snap. Here comes the blitz. Back to pass, throwing on the cross, caught by Tate, 45-yard line, dragged down at the 48-yard line, and that'll move the chains on 3rd and 8.
Fantastic throw by Will Howard. It was an all-out blitz, man-to-man on the back end, single high safety in the middle, and Carnell Tate was running a corner route outside, and it took time to develop, so Will Howard kind of gave up ground to avoid the pressure long enough to throw off that, get off that feathered throw to Tate.
18-yard connection on 3rd and 8. New set of downs, first down, nearing midfield. Snap Howard, play fake, sprints back, gets some good blocks, throws downfield, looking for Smith in double coverage, incomplete. That was Egbuka, the intended receiver. Jadae Barron was there, and Andrew Makuba, the safety, was coming over as well. These are all passes that felt like Ohio State caught every single one of them the first 2 weeks of the college football playoff. There was a Texas player down, Alfred Collins, the defensive tackle, right now for the Longhorns.
That was somewhat of a throwback that time, as Egbuka ends up going up for a high throw, but a missed opportunity nonetheless.
Timeout here in Arlington, 12:26 to go. We're in the fourth quarter. Spot in the title game on the line in Atlanta. Ohio State and Texas Tied at 14, you're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Experience one of the Premier League's top rivalries on SiriusXM FC.
Gabriel Jesus with a chance and another goal!
North London bragging rights are up for grabs at the Emirates.
Hey you! Yeah, you! Thanks for hanging out with us during the college football playoffs here in Toronto Sports Insider. While we make a difference with Sick Kids Hospital every single game, hope you're having fun in the chat. Thank you for keeping it classy. And if you have not hit that subscribe button yet, what are you waiting for? Get on it, hit that subscribe button down below and turn on the bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single college football playoff game, including the national championship on the 20th and the NFL playoffs starting tomorrow, every game. Let's get to 75,000 tonight. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button and becoming an insider. Now let's get back to the football.
The NFL playoffs are here, and teams have their sights set on Super Bowl 59.
Touchdown! What a beautiful throw by Josh Allen!
Right along with NFL radio leading up to Wild Card Weekend, as their panel of experts discuss the matchups and all the coaching news around the league.
That's a great city for football. They got a defense that's pretty decent and a young quarterback. It's not a bad job.
Catch exclusive coverage of the NFL playoffs on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the SiriusXM app.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
14-14, Ohio State and Texas, 12:26 to go, fourth quarter. Kelly Stauffer, Mark Kestisher, Quint Kesnick is covering Texas. Ian Fitzsimmons is with Ohio State, and Fitzy, Will Howard's 20 of 28, but only one of those catches by the outstanding Jeremiah Smith tonight.
Who may be the best player still alive in the college football playoff. And look, we talked about this going into halftime and watching him through an entire quarter. He doesn't look right, guys, and he got rocked early in the first quarter, and his back fell on a Texas defender. And Kelly Stauffer, you played quarterback for a long time. He just doesn't look as fluid to me as he always has. We've had him 3 times this year. I think that back is acting up.
I've been watching him because I'm wondering what the coverage is on him, and he doesn't look like he's running smooth, fluid routes that we would be used to.
2nd and 10 out of the timeout. They're going to swing it out Ohio State to Junkins, who gets a block at the 50-yard line and right near the line to gain, right sideline inside the 45. That'll move the chains to the 42-yard line, 11 yards right out of the timeout.
And Ian, if Jeremiah Smith was right, I think Chip Kelly, the play caller, learned his lesson against Michigan. You don't let defenses take your best player away. You find guaranteed touches for the guy that can impact this game. And Chip Kelly's not even doing that with number 4 currently.
11:50, clock moving in regulation. 14-14, 1st and 10 Buckeyes at the 42-yard line of Texas. Judkins in the backfield off the left hip. It'll be a play fake and a throw on the cross, incomplete to a fastball that Tate couldn't come up with. It was Malik Muhammad trying to stay with him. Incomplete, 2nd down.
That was a run-pass option. Tate's running the slant part of it, what they call in slant. It's an inside zone run, slant, RPO. You're isolating one defender to open up that slant, and Will Howard throws it, but Muhammad covered it really well.
2nd and 10, snap Howard, plants, checks it down, Junkins 40, Junkins 35, and he's tackled there just short at the 36-yard line. Colin Simmons, the linebacker, all over him after the gain of 6.
And Mark, remember what we talked about, Will Howard needing to be patient. There's a good example of it. Check it down, get in 3rd and manageable. I think that was a bad decision that time by Quinshon Judkins. He needed to plant his foot and get upfield, and then you're probably 3rd and very short, and maybe even he converts.
3rd down and 4 from the Texas 36 for the Buckeyes. Henderson now in the backfield. Howard, do we have movement on the right side of the line? We did. Flags are down. That might take 3rd and 4 to 3rd and 9.
Full start, offense, number 70. 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
Josh Fryer, really tough penalty there on 3rd down.
Outside of him was G. Scott. G. Scott very frustrated with the penalty on Josh Pryor, and Boughton was over top of him trying to get a good pass rush, and just the threat of that caused that right tackle to flinch that time.
Ball spotted back to the 41 of Texas for Ohio State. Now it's 3rd and 9. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Howard takes the shotgun snap. 4-man rush. Howard throws on the cross. Scott's got it at the 40. Scott trying to get to the 35. Bounces off one defender. Tries to get by a second defender and lurches forward to the 35-yard line. Short of the first down. Barron and Holmes that time had him bracketed in a gain of 7.
Well, Ryan Day has the decision right here on 3rd and about 1.5 yards, and you're in that what they call the no man's land, where it would be a moon shot to try a field goal attempt, and a punt basically gauge you no field position whatsoever.
Yeah, Fielding's long is 47 in his career. The line of scrimmage to 34, and Ohio State going for it. 4th down and 2. Got to get to the 32-yard line. Henderson in the backfield. And now a timeout called by Texas. Well, they didn't like their alignment there, but a big play in the game. Tied at 14 with 9:50 to go in the 4th quarter. And we'll have a little drama building because we have a timeout here in Arlington to think about it. Ohio State and Texas tied at 14. Buckeyes at the 34 of the Longhorns, and a 4th and 2 after the timeout. This is the college football playoff semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
This college football moment is brought to you.
Hey, football fans. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Ohio State and Texas, the Cotton Bowl. Who is going to Atlanta to play in the national championship? We're going to find out tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Please take a second and hit that like button down below. It really helps bring more football fans here to the chat to hang out with us. As well, you can share the link, and that really gets more people here having a good time chatting it up. We have a special message from Mr. Joe Bowen. Take it away, Joe.
To share the link of this YouTube live stream on social media to help bring more football fans to our amazing community, changing the world one insider at a time.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for hitting the like button and sharing this out as well. Now let's get back to the football. Let's have some fun in there.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
13-14, Ohio State and Texas. 9:50 to go. 4th quarter in our college football playoff semifinal. Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer, Ian Fitzsimmons on the Ohio State sideline. Texas just called timeout. Quint Kesnick as they're trying to defend this 4th and 2.
Yeah, 4th and 2. I think they were surprised. They actually had to put their nickel personnel into the game, but there was no call. And so the secondary members were looking around each other with confusion. Anthony Hill wears the helmet communicator. That's 0 for Texas. He's a linebacker. But Coach had to use the timeout to get organized prior to this critical down.
Appreciate that cue. And if thinking about Jaden Fielding, they're probably about 5 yards away from what they would consider comfortable field goal range. His season-high 46, his career-long 47. Right now it'll be probably a 51-yarder, so they're going to go for it on 4th and 2 at the Texas 34-yard line. 9:50 to go in the 4th quarter, tied at 14. 3 receivers to the right, Howard in the gun, Henderson offset to the right. There's the snap. Howard's going to run it. Quarterback design. He's got the first and more. 25 and stumbles down into the red zone. Draw play for Will Howard, and he gets the first down and more.
It was a quarterback power play where you're actually getting guys out in front of them. You have trips to the right side, and that's where all of the defensive eyes are. And then you get offensive linemen immediately up on the defensive front, a hat on a hat, and then Will Howard was taking this to the house until the turf monster reached up and grabbed his right foot.
18-yard run for number 18, Will Howard. First down and 10 at the Texas 16-yard line. Low snap, and he gives it on the end around to Ibuka's inside the 10-yard line. Just a little inside flip, and Ibuka is tackled at the 8-yard line for 8 yards.
We talked about this earlier in the day. Will Howard really hasn't been ran a lot, and certainly not consistently this entire year, and it was as if Ryan Day and Chip Kelly were just making sure that he was healthy for this stretch. Well, guess what? It is this stretch. And so Will Howard needs to be a viable carrier of the football going forward.
An elongated drive for Ohio State. They got it down to the Texas 8-yard line. Second down, Smith in motion. Handoff, Judkins gets around the left side 5 and inside to the 2-yard line before he's tackled by Jahdae Barron that time as we come up on 8 minutes and 10 seconds to go in the fourth quarter and a gain of 6.
Bennett Christian, the tight end, sliced from right to left and was able to get his guy on the ground, and then it was the good vision where the running back was able to bounce it into a different hole and get positive yards that time.
First down and goal for Ohio State at the 2-yard line. We are tied at 14. Under 8 minutes to go in this semifinal. Howard in the gun. Takes the snap. He's going to run this one. Has a blocker. Tries to get to the goal line. Lifted up, then dropped. Short of the goal line as the far linesman runs in. At about the half-yard line, a gain of 1 by Howard. Michael Taft saved the touchdown.
And once again, the power run. Luke Montgomery, the left guard, wraps around. It's called G-wrap, literally. Wraps around, and then Hugh Judkins leads the quarterback. You have two guys out in front of a 235-pound quarterback.
Patrick Gurd, a fullback, is in. Henderson's the tailback. Howard under center. Second and goal from the 1. Handoff Henderson. Bulls to the end zone. He's in. Touchdown. Quinshon Judkins with the touchdown. Judkins got the call. It's his second touchdown run of the evening, and it has given Ohio State the lead.
That was old school football. That's a fullback in front of a very physical running back in Quinshon Judkins. And I had referenced this earlier that Chip Kelly says that Judkins is more of the hit you in the face power back as opposed to Henderson's a vision speed guy more so, and that was power right there by Hugh Judkins.
A 13-play, 88-yard drive that started at the 12-yard line. Jaden Fielding is on for the extra point. 7:02 to go. Snap, placement, kick, splits the uprights. And Ohio State has the lead once more, 21-14 over Texas on the best-looking offensive drive of this half, and really led by two big runs by Will Howard. The biggest was a 3rd and 8 that he got 18 yards
And
on.
we're going to see more of Will Howard in the run game going forward, especially in situational runs like we did on that drive. And what this offensive day could have been for Ohio State. They start with that really good drive to begin the game, 10 yards or 10 plays, and end up getting in the end zone. The next one, they were driving as well. We keep going back. That was a massive momentum switch when Travion Henderson had that uncharacteristic, unsportsmanlike, and it aborted, led to the demise of that second drive that was already in plus territory. And then it was the big play by Henderson to get out of the doghouse. And then this drive was a thing of beauty. 13 yards, almost 8 minutes and almost 90 yards. That's Ohio State offensively.
Fielding's kickoff, another boomer, end over end that's going to sail into the end zone for a touchback. Texas will take over down 7, and we go downstairs behind that Longhorn sideline. Here's Quinn Kesnick.
Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian, the play caller, gazing at his laminated play card in his left hand, looking down at it as if to say, what have I learned? What am I saving
What am I setting up? Let's see what he can dial up here.
Good news, Q, is Matthew Golden still out there. He's going to line up on the left hash marks. And they'll bring 2 tight ends in that'll motion to the right side. Quinn Ewers, 1st and 10. From the 25, Texas down a touchdown again. Throws, tip ball. It is caught. Gunnar Helm out on the right sideline across the 30. And they'll mark him out at the 33-yard line on the first play from scrimmage, a 9-yard gain.
With the wide receiver room being a triage unit, you need to get the ball to tight ends and running backs, and that's really the first time we've heard much of Gunnar Helm.
2nd down, they're going to stretch it out to the left side. Jaden Blue beats 1 tackle, has the first down and over the 40-yard line before he's finally dropped on the numbers on the left side by Jordan Hancock. 6.5 minutes to go, down 7. New set of downs for the Horns.
Quint talked about what Steve Sarkisian has learned up to this point in the game. Well, what he's learned is that my best matchups, especially in the pass game, are my tight ends and my running backs on linebackers.
So a tight end on each side. Pistol snap. Ewers fakes. Steps up in the pocket. He's going to throw it over the right shoulder of Helm, who makes the catch 40 to the 30-yard line. Knocks off the defender, Caleb Downs, and gets out of bounds at the 25-yard line. And there are penalty markers down.
That was a very similar play that was the game winner in the second overtime against Arizona State. You get Gunnar Helm.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct.
It's on Helm.
Offense number 85. His first of the game. 15-yard penalty.
Catch.
First and 10, Texas.
But he commits the penalty. The Texas fans not happy.
And Gunnar Helm, remember, if we think back to that game winner against Arizona State, he comes across the formation from right to left and then goes down the seam between the inside of the numbers and the hash, and it's a fake pitch, and then Ewers just kind of feathers that ball in, and I don't agree that that was a penalty on the tight end.
From the 40-yard line of Ohio State, Ewers going for it, going up. Golden makes the catch, lands at the 15-yard line. They've been waiting for Matthew Golden, who's been nicked up tonight. Comes up with his biggest catch of the evening with 5:40 to go.
Well, 2 receivers flanked off to the right side, and Golden goes to the corner, and it was dropped coverage. Downs was underneath and a safety over the top.
Here's a handoff. Jaden Blue up across toward the 10-yard line before he's finally stacked up just shy of the 10 to the 11. J.T. Tuimoloau. A 27-yard reception by Matthew Golden, and that run play has Texas now at the 11.
We talked about how hard offensive football is if you don't have explosive plays. Where was Texas going to get them? Well, they're getting them with throwing to their running backs and throwing to Gunnar Helm that we haven't heard a lot of today until this drive.
2nd down and 8 for the Horns. At the 11-yard line of Ohio State, down a touchdown. Snap, Ewers going to throw to the right sideline. It's caught by Wisner, and he's out of bounds. Inside the 10, the right side linesman will mark him down at the 6-yard line. Igbenogson in coverage, and a gain of 5.
You can feel the rhythm that Quinn Ewers in this Texas offense is in. When the ball comes out quickly, it's almost always a good thing. That was a 2-man route. You had a tight end, Helm going to the corner, and then a running back was going to the flat. Get the ball out quickly and take a profit out in the flat to Wisner.
3rd down and 3. They can get a first down at the 3. They're at the 6. Right hash mark. 4:13 to go. Down a touchdown. They motion a tight end Davis. There's the snap to Ewers. Backside pressure. Throws back of the end zone. Incomplete, flags out. There was double coverage in the back of the end zone on a ball intended for Ryan Wingo. Got contacted. And this should be an automatic first down.
Sonny
Pass
Styles.
interference. Defense number 8. Ball spotted at the 2-yard line. Automatic first down.
First of all, the ball should have never have been thrown, but if the ball wasn't thrown, it wouldn't have been pass interference. Sonny Styles and Latham Ransom were doubling the intended receiver that time. The receiver was falling down after his break, but it was because the left hand of Ransom was on the back of the receiver and helped him get pushed to the ground.
1st and goal from the 2. Texas looking to tie the game. Wisner in the backfield. Snap to Ewers. Read option. Keep. Throws end zone. Incomplete. Flags out. The intended receiver was Matthew Golden, and Jermaine Matthews was filling in for Denzel Burke. Committed the pass interference. Win on Jerry Magalanis, our
Pass
official.
interference, defense, number 24. Half the distance to the goal penalty, automatic first down.
They'll take it from the 2 to the 1 yard line. First and goal again.
It's not a bad penalty, quite frankly. It only cost you a yard. And the hard move inside by Golden on the slant off the play action. I don't think it was a run pass option. I think it was flat out play action. Show the run, bring the defender underneath, up a step, and then get the slant to Golden in behind him. Matthew was beat, but he grabs the receiver. It's called for DPI.
4 minutes to go in the game. Jarrett Gibson is in. He'll get the call from the 1, and he's not going to get there. JT Tuimoloau that time filled the hole and took him down. Second and goal from the 1.
You would think that Texas is going to have to throw the ball here to get it into the end zone. Even though the field obviously is greatly condensed as you get into the low red zone, which the 1 yard line certainly classifies as that. Ohio State is very difficult to run the football against, especially up the middle.
3.5 minutes to go. Second and goal from the 1. Wisner now in the backfield. Here in the pistol formation. Takes the snap. Pitch to Wisner. Trying to stretch it out. He's hit behind the chains and taken down at the 7 yard line. Lathan Ransom and Caleb Downs chased him down.
Caleb Downs, Mark, was the key. Remember, he can roam, and so he's basically just sniffing out the play because of film study and instincts and athleticism. And Caleb Downs in that quick pitch, I told you, it's a quick read by the defense when the ball is shown in the air on that pitch. I don't really like the play anymore because of the speed that defenses have, and Caleb Downs sniffs it out, runs, bubbles the play, and then it's swallowed up outside.
Lost the 6, third and goal from the 7. That changes the play call here. Here's Ewers to pass. Ewers going left corner end zone, held in the back, and incomplete, trying to find Ryan Wingo. I didn't see any flags fly out. Jack Sawyer with the pressure that time, and it's 4th down. I thought I saw a grab back there, but no flag down.
It seems as if Steve Sarkisian is going to go for it. Wingo was starting on the slant and then going back out to the corner. Igbinosun had pretty good coverage, but you're right. Igbinosun has a habit of grabbing people, and it looked like he did right there.
Second and goal from the 8 yard line. 4th and goal, rather. Here's Ewers, snap, hit by Sawyer, ball's loose. Sawyer comes up with it, running down the right sideline, 40 to the 50 yard line. Sawyer to the 30, Jack Sawyer to the 20, to the 10, to the end zone, touchdown! Jack Sawyer, the defensive end, coming up with the biggest play in Arlington, Texas, that could have Ohio State headed to Atlanta.
Quinn Ewers gets moved off his spot. He tries to shift a little bit to the left side. All the while, Jack Sawyer is free. He started on the right edge of the offense and runs the rail, was able to chase the quarterback down, and just as the ball went up, Sawyer arrives and knocks it loose from Quinn Ewers.
Jack Sawyer and Quinn Ewers were roommates freshman year at Ohio State. Jack Sawyer just knocked one away from his former roommate and may have clinched Ohio State a spot in the championship game, up 2 scores with 2:13 to go. Extra point from Fielding. Drills it through. 2:13 left. Ohio State 28 and Texas 14. Jack Sawyer's 3rd fumble return of the season, his 2nd touchdown on a fumble return, and that one goes 83 yards as Ohio State leads by 2 scores with 2:13 left. It's the Buckeyes 28 and the Longhorns 14. This is the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Harry Douglas here, and if you're constantly on the go like I am, then earbuds are a priority. That's why you need Technique's new noise-canceling AZ80s. Like you, these buds work as hard as they play. You'll get Technique's legendary high-res audio, along with state-of-the-art noise cancellation, so you can stay in your zone. Visit us.techniques.com/sports to shop for AZ80s now. That's us.technics.com/sports.
Progressive knows not all rides are smooth. Meet Claire. She loves her motorcycle, and she's learned to love the insects she encounters on her rides. She may not know the difference between a gnat and a mosquito at 55 miles per hour, but she does know one thing. It's always gross when one flies into her mouth. But she's so used to it that it's weird when it doesn't happen. Not every ride is smooth, but Progressive has your back with comprehensive and collision coverage from America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
From ESPN Podcast and Omaha Productions.
Ready? Here we go.
Coach, the new groundbreaking educational football podcast hosted by NFL legends Bill Belichick, Matt Patricia, and Michael Lombardi. In each episode, the coaches break down game-changing situations and front office management tactics, sharing insights from decades of coaching experience and opening up the Bill Belichick Encyclopedia of Football Knowledge. Created by football legends for football fans. New episodes of Coach drop weekly. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Kevin Winter. If you are able, please help people affected by the California wildfires in 2025. Donate at redcross.org/ESPN to help the Red Cross respond and help people recover. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinals at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. From first and goal at the 1, down 7 to 83 yards in the other direction, and now down 14. That's what just happened to Texas. 2:13 to go in the fourth quarter. Back to Arlington where the Buckeyes lead by 14. Mark Testishire, back to you.
And Kev, I'm not sure if there's a bigger, truer Buckeye than Jack Sawyer, who grew up in Pickerington, Ohio, now a senior, and an 83-yard scoop and score to put Ohio State up 2 scores, 2:13 away from Atlanta, and a trip to the championship game. Mark Testishire, Kelly Stauffer, Ian Fitzsimmons, Clint Kestnick with you here in Arlington, Texas. And now, Kelly Stauffer, Texas is going to need some quick scores as they are down 14 points. Had it, as Kevin said, at the 1-yard line after those 2 penalties, had first and goal at the 1. The 83-yard fumble return for touchdown, the longest in Cotton Bowl history. For Jack Sawyer was his second touchdown this season on a fumble return. Ohio State's going to kick it off right to left. Fielding has done nothing but boom it into the back of the end zone. That clears the end zone, and it'll be a touchback. 2:13 to go, Kelly, so they got the 2-minute timeout. They've got 2 timeouts, but got to have a score here, and an onside kick put themselves in a real bad position.
Texas offensively has turned the ball over in record numbers this year. 24 coming into this game, and the only saving grace is the defense took the ball away in even better numbers than that. 3rd in the country, 2nd in the country actually taking the ball away, which was the saving grace. But what an inopportune time to turn it over there.
From the 25, Quinn Ewers has nothing. Now he's going to throw sideline, caught and immediately hit. That time was Jaden Blue. It was Davison Igbinosun who read that slow pass coming and knocked him down, as that'll bring us to the 2-minute timeout after a 6-yard reception. 2nd and 4 after the 2-minute timeout for Texas, trailing Ohio State 28-14. And if the Buckeyes can hang on, trying to get back to their first college football playoff national championship game since the 2020 season when they lost to Alabama, and trying to win their first national championship since 2015. That was the close of the 2014 season when Ohio State beat Oregon right here in this stadium in Arlington, Texas, in the very first college football playoff. That's part of the story of the expansion of the playoffs that went from the BCS game to a 14 playoff in that 2014 season. Ohio State was the 4 seed of those 4 teams, so they snuck in and then won the championship. And now in this first year of the 12-team playoff, Ohio State lost to Michigan. They didn't qualify for the Big Ten championship game. And here they are as an at-large that ran roughshod over both Tennessee and Oregon. And their defense, Kelly, which has been so superlative all season long, comes up the biggest play of the night, courtesy of Jack Sawyer.
Yeah, Kesty, in a night when the offense, quite frankly, didn't really resemble what we saw in the first two playoff games when they were almost really unstoppable and Will Howard played almost perfect football from the quarterback position. And I thought he was shaky at times today. He had throws that were errant. He threw into coverage and got picked off. But that's the beauty of the game of football. Your defense can still save the day, and Ohio State's defense really has played incredibly well except for one game, and that was the first game against Oregon in Eugene. And that's when the changes came by Jim Knoll to change things up, be more aggressive, use our safeties, roam Caleb Downs around. And so the offense was undisciplined today. Bad mistakes, bad decision by a quarterback, penalties that really muted multiple drives.
Less than 100%, Jeremiah Smith, we believe.
Jeremiah Smith, I think there's something going on potentially physically with him, watching him run routes. And so the bad news for Notre Dame is that I think this is another somewhat of a second chance do-over for Ohio State. We didn't play our best, but we still make it through. Next week, in 10 days, we keep our nose clean and see what happens.
See if Ohio State can get through these final 2 minutes, a 2-score lead. Notre Dame punching a ticket into the national championship game for the first time in a dozen years. The Fighting Irish have not won a national championship since 1988. And over their long histories, Notre Dame won 9 out of 12 against Texas. Ohio State has won 6 out of 8 overall against Notre Dame, including the last 6 times they've met. They had a classic last year, a couple years ago. 2nd down and 4 out of the 2-minute timeout. Texas down 2 scores. Line of scrimmage, the 31-yard line. 2nd down and 4. Quinn Ewers will take a shotgun snap. Only 3-man rush. They drop 8. Ewers rolling to his right, looking, throwing sideline through the hands of Jaden Blue, and incomplete. It's 3rd down with 1:53 to go.
And what worked for Texas to get back in this game using their running backs and their tight ends in the pass game, that's if you want to methodically drive the ball and get a couple of explosives here and there after the catch. But it's not conducive to this part of the game where you don't have those wide receivers to stretch the field vertically.
3rd and 4, snap to Ewers. From the pocket, throws on a cross, and it is picked off. Caleb Downs at the 40-yard line. The Buckeyes defense, the best in the land, coming up with 2 big plays in the final 2 minutes. And Ohio State is going to contest for a national championship.
Caleb Downs' eyes do not lie to him. He was playing in the middle of the field, watching the quarterback, breaks on the football, and the football hits him right in the middle of the number 2 just because he knows exactly where to be.
There were 2 receivers in the area. Kind of bumped into one another. One fell down. And Caleb Downs, the Alabama transfer, with his 2nd interception of the year. He didn't get Best Defensive Back award. He was a finalist for the Thorpe Award. That went to Jahdae Barron of Texas. But Ohio State going to get the last word as Howard hands it off. Junkins, who has 2 touchdowns, gets through the middle to the 35-yard line and close to the 30-yard line of Texas. With 90 seconds to go, a 9-yard run. Ohio State 28, Texas 14. Mark the ball at the 32-yard line. Texas, 2 timeouts. It looks like they're just going to let it roll out here, down 2 scores. The clock rolls with 1:10 to go. Couldn't have got much lower when they fell at home to Michigan. Ryan Day heard a lot of the critics chirping as they lost their 4th straight to the Wolverines, and this was an off year in Michigan as Howard tries to plow forward here. and takes a pile out for a first down to the 30-yard line. Well, it's been nothing but success since they took out Tennessee at home 42-17. They went to the Rose Bowl, beat Oregon 41-21, and on the night their offense wasn't on point, the defense came up with the biggest plays of the night, and they're going to propel Ryan Day and Ohio State to the national championship game.
The beauty of complementary football, Ryan Day talks about that. Offense, defense, special teams. And that's exactly what we saw tonight.
Sorry, Kelly. Will Howard takes a knee, and the final 10 seconds are going to roll off the clock. The Scarlet and Gray run out to the middle of the field here at AT&T Stadium celebrating as Ohio State is going to face Notre Dame in the College Football Playoff National Championship. The Buckeyes take out Texas 28-14. And Will Howard finally has his win over Texas. In his 4 years at Kansas State, the Wildcats lost all 4 times. He was 0-3 as the starting quarterback. And in his 1 season with Ohio State, he has led the Buckeyes to the national championship game for the first time since 2020, looking for their 7th national championship. This will be their 3rd trip to the College Football Playoff National Championship. And they'll take on a Notre Dame team that played a great game against Ohio State just a year ago. You'll recall Ohio State on a last-second touchdown won in South Bend 17-14. And this one will take place in Atlanta 10 days from now. The College Football Playoff National Championship game presented by AT&T. ESPN radio coverage at 6:30 Eastern Time. Kelly, you and I will fill here till we get some stars of the game. We hope to hear from Will Howard down on the field as the Buckeyes got a test tonight from Texas. And I think that helped set up the national title game with Ohio State not running roughshod over 3 consecutive opponents. Let's go downstairs to Ian Fitzsimmons.
Boys, I'm here with Ohio State quarterback Will Howard. Will, won a heck of a game. I know you're looking for Quinn Ewers. If he comes over, we can interrupt. What does this moment mean for you?
Oh, this means the world, man. We said we got to go do this thing, and here we are, man. I'm speechless right now. I got no words, man. I'm just blessed.
What has really clicked for this Ohio State team in the college football playoff?
Hey, we're playing with an edge. We're playing pissed off. I'm sorry.
Yep, go ahead. There's Quinn. He's got Quinn Ewers right now. Hang on, boys. These two have known each other since their Big 12 days when he was a quarterback at K-State. That was a cool moment, man. Go ahead. Elaborate on what's clicking.
Man, we're playing with an edge, and we're playing pissed off. And, I don't think we played our best game tonight, especially offensively. Defense bailed us out, especially at the end there, man. And, I think we were just beating ourselves a little bit. But, man, God is good. And, with the Lord on our sides, we can do anything. So, just blessed.
Hey, get that contusion taken care of. Go celebrate. Congratulations. You're going to the national championship.
It's crazy, man. Thank you. I'm blessed.
Good to see you. Over to Quinn with head coach Ryan Day.
With head coach Ryan Day, who just gave his wife Nina and your 3 kids a big hug, Coach. Take me through the emotions of that moment.
Well, Jack is somebody that has been unbelievable to me and my family. And so, when everything has gone down this year and in the past, few months, all the seniors, all the guys that decided to come back this year, we want to make sure we did everything we possibly can to let them finish this thing the right way. And so, for him to make that play in that moment just says a lot about his resilience and the team's resilience. It sort of, encapsulates everything that we kind of been through this year. But we still got 1 game left.
So there's a symbolism in that moment.
There's a lot of symbolism in that moment. Absolutely.
What do you think made the difference, Coach, in the second half? It was 14-14, fourth quarter shows up, and you found a way to start making plays again.
Just gritty, tough. We felt like we were hurting ourselves with penalties along the way, and we were saying in the locker room, the only people that are stopping us is us. And so we knew that, and we just stuck with it. Again, resilience.
Coach, congratulations. See you on January 20th. Ian Fitzsimmons.
I've got Caleb Downs, outstanding All-American safety for Ohio State, who had the game-sealing INT. Caleb, this is why you came to Ohio State. This is why you left Alabama. What's this moment mean to you?
We got no camera here. I ain't gonna lie.
What's that?
You don't got no camera here.
What's this mean to you?
It's a really special moment to be a part of the team and everything to come together in the end. And then God makes the plays happen when it needs to happen. So he brought us in a close game, and we came through and fought. And I'm just blessed that he allowed us to come out on top.
What has changed about this team from that last game in the regular season during the college football playoff?
Really learn how to deal with adversity, learn how to keep pushing, and then keep learning from everything that goes wrong and throughout the season. Just gotten better the whole season.
What's been the most enjoyable moment, most rewarding moment for you?
Probably games like this, games where we fight through it all and put us together in the end.
His buddy Latham Ransom, his fellow safety, just came over. Hey, what is one of maybe the best tandem of safeties? Not maybe. Latham just corrected me. The best. Playing next to this guy. Describe it.
Man, I appreciate him. He makes me better, man. I try to make him better, and we feed off each other.
He pushed me every day. He pushed me every day. I gotta match his physicality more every day, and he pushed me to be better every day.
Latham Ransom, when it comes to playing for the national championship.
That's all I gotta say.
Caleb, I'm gonna let you clean that up. Last one. You're playing Notre Dame. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
They have a great coach of Marcus Freeman. I respected them a lot during recruitment. Their safeties, I've watched their safeties. They play very well. Their defense does a lot of good things. Their quarterback's been playing extremely well, so it'll be a really good matchup.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
Quinn.
Jack Sawyer surrounded by media members here. The tall senior from Pickering, Ohio.
What's up, insiders? Sorry, I had to cut that off for a second. I had to jump in here and say thank you. This chat is popping off. Rick Brooks, awesome. Thanks for hanging out with us. Rambling Ryan, go Irish. It's going to be a heck of a national championship game on Monday, the 20th. What a day we have in store on the 20th. I can't wait for that one. I will be live from Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Can't wait. It's going to be so much fun. Let's get after it. Make sure you've hit the like button. Please make sure. It does help. The total number makes a big difference for the next time. There you go. Tommy Fox, thanks again, Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you, Tommy Fox, for being here. Thank you all as well for being here. Kyle says, TSI Mike, will we be able to listen to the something? Where'd it go? So listen to Notre Dame. Yeah, man, it's going to be a lot of fun to listen to that game. Anyways, I'm going to stop rambling, let it go to the post game. I will let the post game run. It's going to let it run. All right? And then we're going to send you over to my soccer channel for the live that'll be going on Sunday morning. But if you happen to like and subscribe over there, it'd be appreciated. That's where this whole thing started, was on the soccer channel a long time ago. Big shout out to Glass House Soccer on YouTube as well. Nick Pateris, my man. Look at what's going on, Nick. We're about to hit 75,000 subscribers. Tomorrow it's happening, guys. We might hit 74 tonight. If everybody who's listening right now that hasn't subscribed hits that subscribe button, I guarantee you we go over 74,000 right now. Let's get back to the post game. Have a great night, everybody. Cheers. Thanks for being here. Go Leafs, go. Go Bucks, go. Go Buckeyes, go. And yeah. Go Argos, go. Y'all get that with Toronto.
Energy, ready to take it to the next level. Unleash the beast this college tailgate season with Monster Energy. Tear into a can of the meanest energy drink on the planet, Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Final thought on this game, Kelly. It seemed to me it came down to these teams' running game at the 1 yard line as Quinshon Junkins was able to punch it in to untie a game in the fourth quarter, and then with the pass interference penalties, Texas had it at the 1 yard line. They couldn't punch it in. They went to the outside. They lost yards, and then the strip sack and fumble return for Sawyer finished it off.
Well, even though Ohio State didn't play their best game, especially offensively, as Will Howard said, the mark of good teams is when you can win different styles of fights. And a coaching staff that knows that their team didn't play their best ball tonight, again, especially offensively, 9 penalties for 75 yards. This is a team that's disciplined. They average 3 penalties for 37 yards a game. And all of a sudden they have 9. So the beautiful thing for a coaching staff is you get to advance to the national championship game, but you have a lot of things to point to say, guys, if we don't, they get their attention easily. And if we don't shoot ourselves in the foot, we're very difficult to beat. That's who Ohio State is currently.
I think coming into this game, many felt if Ohio State won, they were going to be big favorites over Notre Dame. The way the game unfolded, the way Texas played defense, the way Notre Dame can play defense, just a tighter national championship game, just first blush, Ohio State, Notre Dame?
I don't think so. I think, I don't know what the line's going to be, of course, but I think because of the way that Ohio State won, it proves that they can win in different ways. They were physical in a muddy, kind of mucked up game. If it was a fight, they were always in the corner throwing body blows. And they won the game anyway. They were perfect in the first 2 games, essentially. And so I think this might have been the national championship game, quite frankly. These 2 teams, whoever won going on to play Notre Dame, I don't know where Notre Dame's going to get their points, quite frankly, against Ohio State's defense. I just don't know where they're going to score more than Texas did tonight, and I believe Ohio State will get themselves right offensively and Katie bar the door.
As they say in the NFL parlance, any given Sunday, college football might be any given Saturday. We'll say any given Monday with the national championship game a week from Monday in Atlanta. And as we sign off, this is our last game for this crew.
Are you kidding me?
It has been an incredible. This is our 3rd season together with this crew. These 20 weeks flew by fast. Partner, it has been awesome.
Yeah, same to you.
Congratulations. I feel like we're the Ohio State Radio Network, as we call it.
Is this our 5th or 6th?
5th game, 3rd straight, 4 out of the last 5.
They will want us next week because we're 3-0 in the college football playoff with them.
Do we qualify for a ring if they get the
pretty sure we do. Maybe they will let us do this together next year.
I hope so. Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy, Ian Fitzsimmons, Katie George. They will have the call of the College Football Playoff National Championship game presented by AT&T from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. Coverage with Kevin Winter and Trevor Maddich beginning at 6:30 Eastern Time, and of course available on ESPN television. Final score from Arlington, Texas: Ohio State 28 and Texas 14. Congratulations to the Buckeyes, headed to the national championship game. For Kelly Stauffer, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quint Kestnick, great job tonight joining our crew. Our producer, John Madani. Our spotter, Ken Benowitz. Statistician, Keith Parsons. Engineer, Yvonne Suniga. And our coordinating producer, Pete Saccone. I'm Mark Kestisher. That'll do it from AT&T Stadium as we send it on to Kevin Winter in the studio. Here's the postgame show.
Gentlemen, great job tonight in Arlington. I can let everyone know the line has been posted on ESPN Bet for the national championship game on a Monday night, January 20th. The Ohio State Buckeyes right now are 9.5-point favorites over the Notre Dame Fighting Irish at ESPN Bet. Your total in that game has been posted at 46.5. Coming up next at the College Football Live postgame show, give you the highlights of how Ohio State punched their ticket to the national championship game. That's all next. This is the College Football Playoff semifinals at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
In SEC country, the key to our confidence comes from having a goal.
Number 3, ready?
And knowing just how we're going to get there.
8 seconds, it's plenty of time.
So in these pivotal moments, we come together for inspiration and a plan. Financial confidence in SEC country works that way too, when you and your banker get together to create your personal Regions Greenprint plan.
I think that'll really work. Thanks.
So let's huddle up, because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
With Eckrich, the official smoked sausage and deli meat of the college football playoff, it's super easy to score big flavor, even when you have no time between the laundry, your laundry list of responsibilities, and kickoff. You're still ready to go with perfectly seasoned smoked sausage you heat up and eat up. Whether it's Grandpa's famous chili dogs or your famous almost forgot the potluck deli sliders, Eckrich makes every game day taste and feel like a win. For extra delicious game days, just add Eckrich.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like when Boise State trailed by 7 points with 18 seconds to play and faced a 4th and 18 in the 2007 Fiesta Bowl. With a win probability sitting at a 0.1%, the Broncos.
Cheers, insiders and football fans all over the world. This is Joe Bowen, Hall of Fame voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs, and, more importantly under these circumstances, a huge football fan of the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. Well, we want to thank you for hanging out with us and cheering on your favorite team during the Sick Kids Football Frenzy campaign here on TSI, where we make a real-world difference in our Toronto community. Now, I'm sure you're all wondering how you are making a difference. Well, a percentage of revenue from every single game will be donated directly to Sick Kids Hospital, as we have raised over $6,500 in just 8 months. Sick Kids has impacted my life, and I'm sure the lives of countless families in the Toronto area, and I know probably a number of yours as well. Please check out the link that is pinned in the chat or in the description and donate if you are able. Let's show the power of community of sports fans making a difference. One of the best ways to increase the amount of the donation is to share the link of this YouTube live stream on social media to help bring more football fans to our amazing community, changing the world one insider at a time. We'll see you in the chat. And holy Mackinac, thank you for helping us raise money for Sick Kids Hospital as we heal the future.
Time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
You're listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I'm Kevin Winter with the College Football Live postgame show. Our national championship game is set. Notre Dame and Ohio State. Tonight's game flow between the Buckeyes and the Longhorns brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. Ohio State took their first possession, went right down the field. They got a touchdown. Quinshawn Judkins runs it in from 9 yards out. After that, the Buckeyes dominated the game, air quotes, but they only led 7-0. They kept shooting themselves in the foot with penalties. Late in the first half, Texas needed a score. They got one.
Second down and 10, Texas at the Buckeye 18-yard line. Snap to Ewers, four-man rush. Floats one left sideline, has a man caught! Jaden Blue! Touchdown, Texas! 18 yards from Quinn Ewers. And the Longhorns are a point after away from tying this one up.
Extra point would be good, and with 29 seconds to go in the first half, we're tied 7 apiece. However, there was still time for Ohio State. Buckeyes get the ball.
First down. Howard way back, looking to pass, dumps it off to Henderson, has it at the 20, 25 from the flat, 30, 35, breaks through. Oh my goodness, he's going to go down the right sideline. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Touchdown, Ohio State. 75 yards with 13 seconds to go in the first half.
One play in a span of 16 seconds completely took the wind out of the sails for the Texas Longhorns. And Ohio State led 14-7 at the break. In the third quarter, Quinn Ewers had another touchdown pass to tie the game at 14. We go to the fourth, tied at 14 apiece. Midway through the quarter, the Buckeyes have it in Texas territory, facing a 4th down and 2. Will Howard will scramble for 18 yards, kept the drive alive. Couple of plays later.
Howard under center, 2nd and goal from the 1. Handoff and Bulls to the end zone. He's in. Touchdown. Quinshawn Junkins with the touchdown. Junkins got the call. It's his 2nd touchdown run of the evening, and it has given Ohio State the lead.
The Buckeyes take the lead, 7:02 to go. Plenty of time for Texas. They were able to move the football in the second half. Quinn Ewers found a rhythm. The Longhorns get it down near the goal line. They have not one but 2 defensive pass interference calls against Ohio State in the end zone. So it's 1st and goal from the 1. They go up the middle, nothing. They run a toss sweep, a play that has been absolutely dissected and ripped apart all over social media. They lose about 6 yards. It's now 4th down.
4th and goal. Here's Ewers, snap, hit by Sawyer, ball's loose. Sawyer comes up with it, running down the right sideline, 40 to the 50-yard line. Sawyer to the 30. Jack Sawyer to the 20, to the 10, to the end zone. Touchdown! Jack Sawyer, the defensive end, coming up with the biggest play in Arlington, Texas. They could have Ohio State headed to Atlanta.
Sawyer running down the right sideline, running all the way to Atlanta. Jack Sawyer, our defender of the game, brought to you by Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. 83 yards on the play that sealed it for Ohio State. They knock off Texas 28-14. Jack Sawyer is from Columbus. He's Mr. Buckeye. He was actually Quinn Ewers' roommate when Ewers was at Ohio State. He hit his roommate. Strip sack, fumble recovery, and Ohio State goes to the national championship game. It'll be Notre Dame and Ohio State Monday night, January 20th in Atlanta, Georgia from Mercedes-Benz Stadium. ESPN Bet has installed the Buckeyes as 9.5-point favorites. Up next on the College Football Live postgame show, we'll hear from Ohio State head coach Ryan Day, who at the end of the regular season, there were calls calling for his job after the loss to Michigan. What about now? He's got the Buckeyes playing for a natty. We're also going to hear from Jack Sawyer. What was going through his mind on that 4th down strip sack and then the ensuing 83-yard romp to the end zone and to Atlanta. Buckeyes win 28-14. This is the College Football Playoff Semifinals at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600.
All right, what a night, ladies and gentlemen, what a night. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this evening. We're going to do it all again tomorrow. We're going to be live tomorrow for the NFL playoffs as well. Chargers-Texans kick it off at 4:15 Eastern Standard Time. Then we've got the Maple Leafs, the Raptors, and the other NFL playoff game, the Baltimore Ravens against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Can't wait for those matchups tomorrow night. Thank you all for hanging out with us here in the chat tonight. What a night it is when we get these football games pumping here. This Sick Kids Hospital Football Frenzy campaign has really helped take off the chat. Thank you so much for chatting it up in there. William Jackson, let's go Buckeyes. Kyle Carr, thanks for hanging out with us and holding it down in here, man. Great knowledge about these games and these teams. Unfortunately, myself, I can't keep up on it like I used to back in the day with these little kids running around here. They're not so little anymore. All right, as well, Mark Olenek. Texas cheated. I don't know about Texas cheated. That might be going a little bit too far. But anyways, thank you so much here. There's AJ's Adventures hanging out with us as well. Neil Scaff, Harbor Candy Sopery. Good luck to the Buckeyes against Notre Dame. I'm going for Notre Dame. Sorry, Buckeyes fans. All right. We'll let the post-game run until we hit 74,000 subscribers. We're so close. Let's get there. 73,958 right now. If you're still listening, please check. If you have not subscribed, just do it. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us.
He's a captain. He's everything, that we could possibly ask for in a captain. And to make a play like that in that moment, we talked about before the game, if you want to leave a legacy behind, you become a legend. He just became a legend in Ohio State.
There's no doubt about it. Chip Kelly saves quarterback run to a crucial time in the game, and Will Howard steps up. What can you say about your quarterback and your offense in this one?
He's tough. But the whole team really showed toughness in this game. We knew it was going to be a battle. We knew it wasn't going to be easy. But we knew it was going to come down to the fourth quarter. We want to get to the fourth quarter, win in the fourth quarter. 4th and 2. Big call there to call the quarterback power. He hit it. He actually slipped. He probably could have scored. And so, just really proud of our team. Proud of our coaches. And I know there's a lot of people back in Columbus that enjoy this tonight, but only for one night because we got one left.
Absolutely. If you dealt with doubters after the loss to Michigan, now you're on the verge of playing in a national championship. You've earned that. What can you say about the fight of this team and what they've proven?
It's what life's all about. You're going to go through adversity along the way, and how you handle adversity is pretty much how you're defined in life. And these guys are learning life lessons right now.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's go to Holly with Jack Sawyer. For a kid who grew up loving the Buckeyes your whole entire life, what did that last play, the scoop and score, how do you process what that means to this school?
It just means everything to me. God's blessed this team with so much ability. We wouldn't be here without him, so we give him all the credit first and foremost. But, I kind of blacked out on the run over, so I picked it up. But, Coach is put us in a great position there. Coach, top team, man! Top team, man!
Let's go back to your blacking out on the run. Tell me about that touchdown run.
Yeah, I was just put in a good position by the coaches, and I saw the ball popping out right to me after I tackled him.
I was just thinking, I just got to keep staying on my feet because, like I said, I was almost blacked out when I scooped it and saw nothing but green grass ahead of me.
I know you and Quinn were roommates. Did you have a chance to talk to him after and talk about the play?
Yeah, I did. He was walking off, he said, "Screw you," and started laughing. That's my boy. Obviously, we were roommates when he was here, and got a lot of respect for him and the rest of the Texas team. That's a great team. They took it 4 quarters, and, they had a great season, so shout out to them, too.
There is something about this team. You have regrouped. You had hard conversations after the Michigan loss. You will play for a national championship. How, Jack? How?
We just stayed collectively together through the hard times. We leaned on our faith in each other and the coaches. We knew we had to fix some things, and we did just that after the game in November. And you see the results right now from getting back to work, cutting out all the negative stuff, and just, going full steam ahead on what's in front of us.
You'll be a Buckeye legend for life. How does that sound?
I just want to win a national championship.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe.
There's Jack Sawyer with Holly Rowe, and of course, Laura Rutledge speaking with Ohio State head coach Ryan Day. The Buckeyes win 28-14. And yes, we can pretty much lock in Jack Sawyer gets SportsCenter's top 10 number 1 play of the night after the 83-yard romp to seal the victory for Ohio State. So the next time we're going to be with you for the college football playoff on ESPN Radio, it will be for the college football playoff national championship game presented by AT&T. It'll be Monday night, January 20th from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. The 8th-seeded Ohio State Buckeyes, the 7th-seeded Notre Dame Fighting Irish will start our coverage here on ESPN Radio beginning at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Game night comes your way next across the ESPN Radio Network with complete coverage, post-game analysis from Arlington, where the Ohio State Buckeyes take down Texas 28-14. Is the Buckeyes and the Irish a week from Monday night. I'm Kevin Winter. We thank you for listening to the College Football Playoff Semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic here on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
A new era of the college football playoff is here, and you can hear every play, every touchdown, and every unbelievable moment on SiriusXM College Sports Radio.
Caught on a spinning move in the end zone.
With exclusive pregame analysis and in-depth postgame breakdowns, we're your ultimate destination for playoff action all month long.
At the 10, at the 5, into the end zone!
Don't miss a second of the college football playoff right here on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, channel 84 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
You've been listening to SiriusXM Sports. We now return you to our regularly scheduled programming.
After I tackled him, I was just thinking, I just got to keep staying on my feet because, like I said, I was almost blacked out when I scooped it and saw nothing but green grass ahead of me.
I know you and Quinn were roommates. Did you have a chance to talk to him after and talk about the play?
Yeah, I did. He was walking off, he said, "Screw you," and started laughing. That's my boy. Obviously, we were roommates when he was here, and got a lot of respect for him and the rest of the Texas team. That's a great team. They took it 4 quarters, and, they had a great season, so shout out to them, too.
There is something about this team. You have regrouped. You had hard conversations after the Michigan loss. You will play for a national championship. How, Jack? How?
We just stayed collectively together through the hard times. We leaned on our faith in each other and the coaches. We knew we had to fix some things, and we did just that after the game in November. And you see the results right now from getting back to work, cutting out all the negative stuff, and just, going full steam ahead on what's in front of us.
You'll be a Buckeye legend for life. How does that sound?
I just want to win a national championship.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe.
There you go. There's Ryan Day, Ohio State head football coach, and Jack Sawyer, the defensive stud, defensive end, who had the scoop and score with 83 yards. And, Victoria, the thing about it is when there's a fumble on a play, we always yell, recover it, recover it, recover it, just recover it, right? Just jump on it, right? And so many times guys try to pick it up and run with it, but that ball just bounced just the right way so Jack Sawyer could get it. And as you heard him say to Holly Rowe, he blacked out seeing all that green grass. Like, the way that bounced, I mean, that was a legendary play because it doesn't happen like that very often. And for him to be the stud that he is, we already know that he's one of the best defensive players on that Ohio State team. For him to be able to seal the deal in the game like that, it was something that you can't write that story.
No, and that's a play you can't predict, right? That's a play you're kind of in the moment. It's when all your instincts kick in. And even he said, he's like, I felt like I was going to black out, but I kept going, and like that's the difference maker here of that composure that I think Ohio State had the edge in. And I think he just grabbed it and he went. And I think Look, I'm not a football player, obviously, Q.
What?
In case you did you not know that?
I had no idea.
Yeah, so, but nonetheless, like, I'm pretty sure 99.9% of the population in that moment would go, what do I do? Even some of the best football players in that moment would not necessarily be able to react the way Sawyer did, but that just shows you how dialed in. Like, there's no doubt that we have seen a different Ohio State Buckeye squad.
Yeah, ever since they lost to Michigan.
Yeah. Like, the people have said they're playing angry. They've dialed it in. They've turned on the jets. Like, that was a moment where it was like second nature. He just went. It wasn't even, what do I do? It was just go.
Right.
And I think that is...
Well, he didn't think about it. That's the key, Victoria.
Yes, so he didn't think about it.
He didn't think about it like that. He just reacted.
But it's that composure of just going, just go. It wasn't even like, what do I do? Where do I go? It was
right.
Just go.
If you think like that, you're gonna get caught. You're gonna fumble it out of bounds.
That's what's been Texas'
Something's
problem.
gonna happen. Right. Exactly.
They think
in
too
those
much.
moments, alphas don't think. Alphas just go.
And it's very clear that the two teams going to the Natty, Notre Dame and Ohio State, they are both two teams that are just go.
Right.
They've not had to think. They had plenty of time to think after those embarrassing losses. Right now, they're just going because I think it was Riley Leonard and a couple other folks, like, when they were asked about all those losses, they're like, we have nothing to lose here.
Right. No doubt. No doubt. Well, I'll tell you this. Texas, they found a way to lose, right? 28-14. They lose in the Cotton Bowl. 4 opportunities from the goal line. First and goal with an opportunity to tie the game up. What went wrong for the Longhorn? So that's next here on Game Night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80, and tune in.
The playoffs are here.
Touchdown, Matthew Stafford.
The latest news, the best analysis.
This is a tough, resilient group. We're built for the playoffs.
Plus, predictions and reaction.
These explosive plays are going to be necessary for this offense.
The NFL playoffs. Continuing coverage right here on ESPN Radio.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-8832. 800-515-8832. 800-515-8832.
Attention investors! The RV and camping industry has exploded in the last several years. Close to 60 million people will take an RV trip this year. The demand for quality destinations to park these RVs can't keep up. Right now, if you are an accredited investor, you can participate in ownership of an RV park resort, earn potential double-digit returns paid quarterly, and also profit in the appreciation of the land and business. This is a real estate investor's dream with a proven track record. And great news, participation in these RV parks are approved for IRAs, self-directed IRAs, and 401k plans. To learn more, please visit resortpropertiesgroup.com, resortpropertiesgroup.com. That's resortpropertiesgroup.com. Or call 888-307-1685. That's 888-307-1685. Again, visit resortpropertiesgroup.com. That's resortpropertiesgroup.com. Individual results may vary. Past performance is no guarantee of future results.
Are you ready to radically transform your health? It starts at the foundation. Armor Colostrum is premium, sustainably sourced bovine colostrum concentrate. With over 400 bioactive nutrients, it works at the cellular level to strengthen your immunity, fortify your gut, enhance your skin and hair, elevate your energy, and ignite your metabolism, among thousands of other benefits you can see and feel. Start your health revival today. Go to tryarmor.com/SiriusXM. or enter code SiriusXM online to get 15% off your first order. That's ARMRA.com, code SiriusXM. That's tryarmra.com/SiriusXM or enter code SiriusXM online to get 15% off your first order. That's ARMRA.com, code SiriusXM.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's Carrie's country. You're just living in it.
You want to hear a variety. You don't want to hear the same songs. You want new things for your ear to gravitate toward.
Travel to Carrie Underwood's own channel, Carrie's Country, anytime. SiriusXM Channel 60.
It's like ABC of hip-hop. 4th and goal. Here's Ewers, snap, hit by Sawyer, ball's loose. Sawyer comes up with it, running down the right sideline, 40 to the 50-yard line. Sawyer to the 30. Jack Sawyer to the 20, to the 10, to the end zone. Touchdown! Jack Sawyer, the defensive end, coming up with the biggest play in Arlington, Texas, that could have Ohio State headed to Atlanta.
That's how it sounded. Ohio State's defensive end, Jack Sawyer, 83-yard fumble recovery touchdown, longest fumble recovery touchdown in the college football game, playoff game. That's the third fumble recovery touchdown in the college football playoff. The first is 2018 playoff, 2017 season by Oklahoma's Stephen Parker in the Rose Bowl semifinal against Georgia. And that's what sealed the deal and helped Ohio State win 28-14. That sound was courtesy of ESPN Radio. So Ohio State punches their ticket to the national championship game. It's game night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80, and tune in. We are presented by Progressive Insurance alongside Victoria Arlen. I'm Q Myers, and that was a 4th and goal.
Oh.
The Longhorns had 1st and goal. They rushed, no gain.
Oh.
2nd and goal, a rush. It was a toss sweep, 7-yard loss. 3rd and goal, batted pass at the line of scrimmage, and then we heard that play on 4th and goal that signed, sealed, and delivered. The Ohio State defense really stepped up, and the Longhorns, if you're them, you have to wonder what in the hell happened. We had 1st and goal from the 1 and couldn't punch it in.
It just got sloppy, Q.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we have seen both the ugly wins and the close losses of this Texas team come down to I don't want to say sloppiness because I don't think that sounds very matter of fact. I'm gonna say it. It's come down to just like a lack of composure and just the allowing for that sloppiness. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Where they can't clean it up, they can't button it up, they can't stick to a composed, almost like boring, simple way of playing football. It's like it's like wires just start to cross, and that's really what happened in the last 3 minutes, if not 2.5 minutes of that game. It was like, wait, what is happening? And right. So for Sawyer to even have that opportunity to then go, there was nobody on him. Like, he just ran. He was just gallivanting in the fields, doing whatever the heck he wanted to on his way to meet the Wizard of Oz. Okay? Like, he was just...
Where do you come up with this stuff? It's all I ever want to know.
You'll never know, Q.
No.
You'll never know. But that's okay. It really gets you going, so it's fine. But it's one of those things that it was like he was just going for it. And I think at the end of the day, it was like... What happened is it was the same thing that happened in that ASU game that forced a double overtime from a 16-point lead. It's the same thing that happened with Georgia. It's like things just started to fold and fall apart. Texas is a really good team. Mm-hmm. Texas gave Ohio State, contrary to the score, a run for their money. Like there was what a lot of folks were saying. I mean, we weren't seeing Will Howard as dominant. We weren't seeing, Jeremiah Smith. Like, we weren't seeing folks be who we thought they were going to be, right?
Right.
But then it all started to fall apart, and we saw an Ohio State team, like the Notre Dame team, continue to play their game and not change a thing. Right. Like we said, he just picked up the ball and went. There was no hesitation. There was no questioning. It just was go.
Right. He wanted to seal the deal, and he exactly did that. That was Jack Sawyer of Ohio State, who had the strip sack and the fumble recovery and the 83-yard touchdown run, and that was just an amazing play, and that's how Ohio State won the game. And Victoria, you pointed out earlier that Jack Sawyer of Ohio State and Quinn Ewers of Texas used to be roommates when Quinn Ewers was there on campus in Columbus as he started his college career at Ohio State. So from Quinn Ewers, what happened on that play? How did Jack Sawyer get that strip sack?
I felt him. I started drifting away. Thought I was going to be able to get the ball off before he got there. Obviously, it's not like I tried to give them the game, but, I saw Jack running with the ball down the sideline, and, it sucks, man. But, he's a great player, great individual, great person. We, like you said, we were roommates when I was up at Ohio State, so, it sucks. It sucks, but, Jack's a good player, and he made a great play.
Yeah. Look, first and foremost, that was a very kind of Quinn Ewers to speak highly of his former roommate, but and praise him as a good player. I think even Quinn Ewers, like Drew Aller, is still kind of in shock of what just happened in
right.
both.
Well, you're that close, right? You're that close to scoring, and then all of a sudden you look up and now you're 14 points down. Right, the ball's gone, and you're down 2 touchdowns.
And I think that's really what it's that shock moment where I don't even think they were reeling from that fumble before the game ended, and then they're like, wait, what just happened here?
Right.
How did we get here? And I think. Yeah, Texas has had a really great run, but I think those mistakes, we were waiting for them to catch up to them.
I had a buddy that texted me as soon as the game was over and said, how are you on the 1-yard line, lined up in the pistol formation,
and you can't get it
without a quarterback that is running? Right? If you're going to do that, why don't you bring in Arch?
Yeah.
Right? Because that Quinn's not the guy that is really going to get out there and run. You bring in Arch for all the running plays. But honestly, Texas has a run game. So if you're at the goal line, how could you not be able to punch it in? And why would you, on 2nd and goal, have a toss sweep? Of all things, why would you? They always say that the easiest path is from A to B. Why would you go A, C to B? Right? Why would you go around the corner?
They went A, Y, and then tried to find B.
Just go
but
to
B
a
was
straight
already
line.
running.
Exactly. You don't have to get that creative. You don't have to overthink it. And so many times, I could put that on Quinn Ewers for fumbling, but I really put it on Sark for calling that silly 2nd and goal sweep.
Well, that's the thing. It's a team sport, right? I think a lot of people...
Yeah, but that's on the coach. He calls the plays. That's on him.
Completely on the coach. And it was one of those things that you're sitting there and you're like, I'm sorry, what are they doing?
Right.
Do they not know there's under...
They should have never got to 4th down, to be honest.
No.
They should have punched that bad boy in immediately.
100%. And if they had gotten that touchdown when they were at the 1-yard line, it would have only been a 1-touchdown game. So when Sawyer
it would have been a tie game. It would have been a tie game at that moment.
But what I'm saying, they wouldn't have just run away with it like they did.
Exactly.
And the problem is when Texas does get essentially starting to get bulldozed, they don't know what to do. And then they start making, there's penalties, there's bad calls, and then it's like when there's a little hole in the boat, a little water gets in, and then a lot, and then all of a sudden it's the Titanic.
Well, I know Steve Sarkisian feels like he's on the Titanic. He has to. Again, 1st and goal, they had multiple pass interference penalties that got him to the 1-yard line. The 1-yard line.
Ugh.
You don't have to get cute. At that moment, the number one goal you have is what? Score a touchdown, tie the game up, and put your defense out on the field. That's done a really good job.
Yeah.
And giving yourself an opportunity. Instead, he got cute. Uh-oh, it's 4th and goal.
And now
you're asking your quarterback to do something, put him in a pressure situation where that should have never happened. But it did. 4th and goal happened. So it didn't turn out the way that Texas wanted. Here's Steve Sarkisian on what happened on that 4th and goal play.
I was okay even if we didn't score, not that I didn't want to score, but thinking, all right, they're going to have to be backed up and we'll probably get one more possession with good field position. The last thing you think is that, the sack and this is going to bounce right to the guy who's going to run for a touchdown. So it's unfortunate that was the circumstances because there's a really nice drive by the offense to get all the way down there and 1st and goal on the 1 and we don't score. You quite frankly, you probably don't deserve to win that way.
Like what did you think gonna happen. What? Like, if that was my coach. All right, Q. If we were on a football team together, all right.
But you say you're not a football player, so I can't be on the same football team as you.
I'm sorry. Well, if I was a football player,
okay.
hypothetically speaking,
okay.
If we were on a team together, and that's what my coach is saying after the fact, I would have been sitting there being like, "I'm sorry. Are you already going to Mexico right now for your vacation? Like, are you already on the beach? Because clearly you're not. You made the wrong call."
Yeah, he definitely made the wrong call. Texas loses the ball, and now it's Notre Dame, Ohio State in the national championship game. It is Wild Card Weekend. We talked NFC. Let's go to the AFC. We'll do it next on Game Night on ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Monday, CFP Wild Card Weekend, and I'll react to it all in my Upon Further Review at 7 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
You promised.
I took the garbage out.
No, I'm talking about all the work we need to get done around here.
I know. We need a new roof and we need replacement windows.
How about a new bathroom and some overdue remodeling?
And how are we supposed to pay for all that?
My sister said she called Remodeling Loans and they were able to find her certified contractors.
That's great. But how'd she get the money to pay for all that?
Remodeling Loans offered 0 interest for 60 months. They even have payment plans with 0 down and 0 deposit.
Looks like we're getting a home makeover.
Great. Now, if I only knew someone to call for a husband makeover.
Really?
Remodeling Loans is the #1 leader in home improvement financing. Call 800-921-1403 today for a no credit check, no risk approval. Get approved today and we'll match you with the best contractors in your area. And remember, no deposit financing is now available. Call 800-921-1403. 800-921-1403.
Is credit card debt ruining your life? Did you know you have a right to settle that debt for much less than you owe? DebtBlue has helped people just like you resolve millions of dollars of high-interest credit card debt. They can help with payment relief, the burden of rising inflation, and have a large portion of your debt wiped clean. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, a free 10-minute phone call could save you thousands. Discover how to reduce or completely resolve your credit card debt. In fact, we're so sure that we can reduce your debt that we offer the DebtBlue Success Guarantee. We don't get paid unless your debt gets reduced or resolved, so there's absolutely no risk to call. For your free debt resolution plan, call 800-308-5977. That's 800-308-5977. The call is free. The consultation is free. The more you owe, the more you can save. Call now. 800-308-5977. 800-308-5977.
We live in uncertain times as we face war, the rise of digital currencies, and record high inflation. The ability to protect our savings and hold on to wealth we can pass down gets harder every day. That's why Preserve Gold is giving away a no-cost, no-obligation free wealth protection guide to help protect the retirement of countless Americans who are turning to tangible assets like physical gold and silver. All you need to do is text the word radio to 50505. Learn how you can put physical gold and silver into an IRA or 401k and even purchase precious metals for delivery directly to your home. Just text radio to 50505 to receive this exclusive offer. Preserve Gold has hundreds of 5-star reviews and millions of dollars in trusted transactions with satisfied clients. In addition to their free guide, you can also get up to $15,000 in free gold and silver with a qualified purchase. Text radio to 50505 to claim this exclusive offer from Preserve Gold today.
Message and data rates may apply.
They know their NASCAR and can probably tell you how to change your oil. Listen to NASCAR Radio Channel 90 and the SiriusXM app.
This is SportsCenter.
It was a wild college football playoff semifinal. I'm Chris Smith. Quinshon Judkins ran for 2 touchdowns before Jack Sawyer forced a fumble by his former roommate and Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers that had returned 83 yards for a touchdown with 2:13 left as Ohio State beat Texas 28-14 in the Cotton Bowl and advanced for a shot at their 6th national title. The Buckeyes will take on Notre Dame in the national championship, and former head coach Rick Neuheisel says the Irish can win it all, especially with the way unsung heroes have come through.
Last night it was Jaden Greathouse. Jaden Greathouse came into that game last night with 3 catches in the previous 2 playoff games for 14 yards. And he has 7 for 105. Everybody that gets asked to do something for Notre Dame finds a way to do it. They had a kick return the week before against Georgia for 98 yards, and Jelly comes off the bench last night, goes 6 for 7.
He was slinging it out there.
He was outstanding. And it seems like they just have the magic sauce this year.
The Irish will look to nab the school's first national title since 1988. And Georgia quarterback Carson Beck withdrew his name from the draft and is committed to Miami after entering the transfer portal on Thursday. Beck joins the Hurricanes on the final season of eligibility and will succeed Heisman Trophy finalist Cam Ward. On to the NFL, where Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson underwent surgery on Thursday after tailing his Achilles again. Sources tell ESPN's Adam Schefter that Watson's recovery is expected to take at least 7 months. The only other quarterback under contract for the 2025 season is Dorian Thompson-Robinson, but the Browns do hold the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Monday, CFP Wildcard Weekend, and I'll react to it all in my Upon Further Review at 7 a.m. Eastern. It's unsportsmanlike weekday mornings right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
ESPN Radio.
Right now, we have to talk about your picks, Q, because Game Night won the ESPN Radio NFL Pick'em Challenge.
Where does this rank in your life accomplishments? We know it has to be somewhere near the top, right? I mean,
it is. It is. Oh, yeah, Jordan, no doubt.
Greatest moment of my life.
I hit home runs playing softball. I won a golf tournament one time, and I have no idea because I can't golf. And then this. That's about the winning I've done in my life. Maybe that's why I'm here in Vegas covering the Raiders.
This is Game Night with Q Myers.
If you're not first, you're last.
On ESPN Radio.
Ohio State saying the same thing. If you're not first, you're last. Ohio State, they punched their ticket to the national championship game. They'll take on Notre Dame as they beat the University of Texas at the Cotton Bowl 28-14. We got more on that about 15 minutes from now here on Game Night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80, and tune in. We are presented by Progressive Insurance. A long time Victoria Arlen. I'm Q Myers. Victoria's definitely a winner. She's always winning. She's feeling good about herself. She was on the edge of her seat watching Ohio State squeak out that victory, even though it doesn't look like it by the box score. They did squeak out that victory, getting it done on the defensive side of things at the end. But like I said, we'll talk about that victory and what that means for Ohio State and Notre Dame moving forward, coming up in just a few here on Game Night on ESPN Radio. But it is also Wild Card Weekend, and do not forget, Monday Night Wild Card Weekend is capped off by an NFC matchup between Sam Darnold and the 14-3 Vikings and Matt Stafford and the West Division champion Rams. Because of the wildfires in L.A., the game has been moved to Glendale, Arizona. For tickets, go to NFL.com. ESPN's MegaCast coverage begins at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific on ABC, ESPN, ESPN Plus, and ESPN Deportes with Peyton and Eli on ESPN2 and ESPN Plus. Pregame begins with SVP Scott Van Pelt and the Monday Night Countdown crew at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific on ESPN. So, Victoria, we already touched on NFC wildcard games. There was 3 of those. Well, obviously there's 3 AFC games. So let's go ahead and jump right into
there
it.
Are cute.
Yeah, there is. Hey, that's the math that I like to do. That's
You're
the easy,
mathing over there.
Basic math. 1, 2, and 3. Let's get into game number 1.
Chargers at Texans.
All right, here you go. The Chargers, 11-6, traveling to H-Town, taking on the Texans that are 10-7. I believe the Chargers are already ahead of schedule year 1 with Jim Harbaugh.
100%.
I feel like that they knew that they were going to have a few hiccups along the way. They had to cut a little bit of the roster. They were going to turn some things over. But they're double-digit winners, and they're going on the road to take on the Texans. I feel like this is very favorable for the Chargers, especially because it feels like that they're still, just rising, and Houston's kind of plateauing.
I don't know if they're necessarily plateauing. It was interesting what their quarterback C.J. Stroud said about his Texan squad. He's like, let's not forget about last year. He goes, they said the same thing about us last year, about us being underdogs against the Browns. I'm not saying this is last year, but we did what we had to do to win. So he's basically like, that's ultimately what the playoffs come down to. There's 14 teams now, and the microscope is on you. So it really, I don't think Texas is going to go down without a fight, Q.
No. I mean, they're going to go. They're going to definitely fight. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But
I don't think it's as swayed to the Chargers as you think that it is.
I'm looking at Houston, and they just don't have it. And last year they took on Cleveland. Cleveland was on quarterback like 17. Right? I mean, they went into H-Town with Joe Flacco, so there's that. But Houston was a lot healthier. Their offensive line is banged up. Their weapons are banged up. It just doesn't feel like the way that they really designed it. They were playing better earlier in the season. The other thing is the Chargers want to beat you up. They want to get into that phone booth and beat the brakes off you. They literally want to get into a knuckle fight with you. And if you can't fight back, you're going to lose. And so to me, it feels like this is the Chargers game to win.
I think a lot of people are rooting in that direction too, especially with how much devastation LA is going through right now. I think a lot of people are rallying behind LA, and I think that can't go for nothing. We've seen that having that extra motivation, right, to give people some magic back, right? And I will note too, regarding the wildfires in Los Angeles, head coach Jim Harbaugh says that the team has contingency plans for families should something happen while they're away in Texas, so that everyone can focus on the game plan. Because there were folks being like, are they going to be distracted? Well, the team's already taking care of that and making sure that people are set, even the ones who are at home.
Well, let's put it like this. When you look at just this game, and I'm glad that, everything is set, and of course the wildfires and everybody's health and safety is what is the number one concern. But when you just look at this game on the surface, it tells you all you need to know when the Chargers are 3-point favorites, according to ESPN Bet, on the road. So that's game number one, Chargers at the Texans. How about game number two?
Steelers at Ravens.
Oh, boy.
Whoa.
Pittsburgh is riding a losing streak. They are not playing the way that they anticipated, like they were playing early in the season. They're sitting there at 10-7. Baltimore won the AFC North. This is going to be AFC North battle number 3. Look forward to this one. Baltimore with Lamar Jackson. He's cooking with grease. How are you seeing this one play out?
I mean, I want to give love to Pittsburgh, but look, Lamar Jackson, he's been leading the Ravens to 4 straight wins down the stretch, but it's going to be interesting. He's not going to have his star receiver, Zay Flowers.
Right.
And the team scored at least 31 points in those final 4 games, and Zay Flowers played a huge role. They do have the home field advantage option there, but I think it really is a situation. Zay Flowers is such an impact player. However, on the Pittsburgh side, they finished the regular season going the other way. They lost 4 straight, and Russell Wilson needs a running game, needs to find it, needs to turn it on to find success. And the Steelers defense, while we have seen them perform, we haven't seen it as of late.
Right. No, not at all. And Russell Wilson needs good George Pickens to show up as well.
Yes.
Right? So, I mean, you look at the ESPN Bet app, Baltimore is 9.5-point favorites. That's a huge spread in a playoff game.
Yeah.
9.5-point favorites. So I just don't think Pittsburgh's got the goods. Feels like they had it early on. And then all of a sudden we're going to hear all that conversation about, See, Mike Tomlin wins double-digit games, gets him to the playoffs, but can't get it done. We're going to hear all that nonsense again about Mike Tomlin. Should he or shouldn't he be? I'm not saying it either. But somebody, I guarantee you, is listening right now, screaming at the radio, yeah, Q, yeah, so what? He hasn't had a losing season. Yeah, we know. You say it all the time. But you know what he hasn't done? He hasn't won in the playoffs in a long time either. No. I guarantee someone's saying that, and they'll say it again because Baltimore, in my opinion, gets that dub as their 9.5-point favorites as we're going through the AFC wildcard games here on Game Night on ESPN Radio. How about game number 3?
Broncos at Bills.
You want to talk about teams that I feel like are ahead of schedule. How about those Denver Broncos led by Bo Nix, rookie quarterback? I didn't know what kind of quarterback he was going to be. I actually, honestly, as the guy that covers the draft as much as I do and loves the draft as much as I do, didn't think he was going to be that good of a quarterback. But he's perfect for what Sean Payton wants. You've seen him get really good. Problem is that they got to go on the road to take on Buffalo. Josh Allen, who very well could be the MVP of the league, they're cooking with grease as well. How are you seeing this one?
I'm all about Bo Nix. I'm all about what they've done, what the Broncos squad has done. What a lot of people don't realize is that altitude training that the Broncos players have. Going to a place like Buffalo, yes, there's the elements, but to be honest with you, like having the altitude that they deal with in Denver, Buffalo might be a little bit of a easier place to breathe for them too, and so I'm leaning towards Bo Nix. Look, I think when that final regulation game when they, yes, they were playing Kansas City's B squad, but 38-0 impressed a lot of us where we were like, oh, okay. And so I think they are a dangerous team that I don't think we should be sleeping on. And early in the season, I mean, this is a team that has tripped up other teams, comes close to tripping other teams. It's like the annoying little brother that is always trying to jump into your game, and then he comes in and you're like, oh, he's a baller. Like, he actually is kind of showing me up a little bit. I can't let him win. And that's really what this Broncos team is. I'm leaning towards that just because of...
You got Denver winning this game? You got Denver winning this one? Oh, man. Oh, man.
Just how they're charging.
Oh, man.
How they're charging.
Ring the bell. Ring the bell on her. Ring the bell. That's what we do when you're out of pocket, man. You're out of pocket on that one. 9-point favorites on the Buffalo Bills at home. I know that, Buffalo.
There's been so many times this year where there've been favorites and then the teams.
I don't give a rip. I know what Denver did against Kansas City. Kansas City played me and you. We were out there. They weren't really trying.
We were not out there.
They didn't even try in that one. There's no way. Buffalo has been cooking with grease. They're not turning the ball over. Josh Allen's playing at an MVP level. Yes, I forgot. You got that axe to grind with Buffalo. I forgot that's who you are. It's been a minute since I worked with Victoria Arlen. Yeah. She does not like the Buffalo Bills. You ain't jumping through no tables there in Buffalo. The Bills Mafia. Bills Mafia is not going to set a table on fire for you.
I don't want them to set a table on fire for me.
That's okay, man.
I'm all right.
That's okay, man. No tables for you.
I'm going to go hang in with Tomlin's crew in Pittsburgh,
No, you go to Denver, go hang in the altitude. I'm going to go jump through some tables. Me and Harry Douglas, we're going to jump through some tables with Bills Mafia. She's Victoria Arlen.
Gosh.
I'm Q Myers. It's Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Ohio State, the Buckeyes, they punched their ticket to the national championship game. We'll hear from their quarterback, Will Howard, and more next on Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The playoffs are here.
Here's one to the end zone. He's got it. Touchdown.
The latest news, the best analysis.
They're going into the playoffs limping.
Plus, predictions and reaction.
Everything that we want is still out in front of us.
The NFL playoffs. Continuing coverage right here on ESPN Radio.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Sports Grid Radio on Sirius XM has you covered this NFL season.
Wildcard Weekend is finally here, and we have you covered. Can the Ravens win and cover as 9.5-point favorites over the division rival Pittsburgh? Will the Commanders and Bucks get over their weekend high total of 50.5? Make sure you tune in to Sports Grid Radio to stay up to date on all the latest.
The place to get the winning edge over the sports books this football season is Sports Grid Radio. Channel 159 in the car and on the Sirius XM app.
Are you behind on your taxes? You're not alone. Americans have been hit with a triple punch. Businesses and paychecks slashed by the pandemic, record inflation, and soaring interest rates have left people across the nation stuck with serious tax problems. But the past does not have to be your future. A fresh start can begin with a simple phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Their tax attorneys and licensed professionals specialize in powerful taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. Having resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients, their track record says it all. IRS penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, so don't wait. Let Optima's award-winning team help you get back on your feet and back onto the right side of the IRS. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-435-8864. 800-435-8864. 800-435-8864.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. When you apply to University of Maryland Global Campus by February 12th, you'll pay no application fee. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience. Or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If it's happening in the ring, the octagon, or a steel cage, we're covering it on the channel devoted to combat sports. Sirius XM Fight Nation, channel 156, and the SXM app.
First down. Howard way back, looking to pass, dumps it off to Henderson, has it at the 20, 25 from the flat, 30, 35, breaks through. Oh my goodness, he's going to go down the right sideline. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, touchdown Ohio State. 75 yards with 13 seconds to go in the first half.
You want to talk about a breakdown when you're looking at the Longhorns and their defense. That play right there that you heard, Will Howard, Travion Henderson. That was 75 yards to the house for Ohio State right before halftime. That sound courtesy of ESPN Radio, and Ohio State wins 28-14 in the Cotton Bowl Classic, punching their ticket to the national championship game. It's game night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and tune in. We are presented by Progressive Insurance alongside Victoria Arlen. I'm Q Myers, and we definitely have our hearts and prayers out to all the folks in Southern California dealing with the California wildfires. If you're able, please help the people that are affected by the wildfires in 2025. Donate at redcross.org/ESPN. That's redcross.org/ESPN to help the Red Cross respond and help people recover. And Victoria, when it comes to this game, you look at Ohio State, they have been running everyone out of the stadium. They've just been looking really good ever since they lost to Michigan. They've been getting it done offensively. They've been getting it done defensively, but the offense has been phenomenal. Tonight was not that night. This was not a night where their offense was dominant. They still found a way to get it done. And that play, right before halftime, Texas had just scored, got a lot of momentum back on their side, and all of a sudden Ohio State hit them with what you knew was coming. It was either going to be a draw play or a screen play, and they got hit with the screen play for a touchdown.
Well, and that's what's crazy, too, about this is, you look at the score, and, 28-14, you're like, oh, wow, they, ran away with it. Not really. Not until the last, 3 minutes did Ohio State capitalize and charge on Texas making mistakes, Texas having some bad play calling that wasn't probably what you should be doing in the fourth quarter when you're neck and neck with another team. But another thing, too, is, Ohio State, they outscored Texas 14-0 in the fourth. Mm-hmm. But the thing about Texas, and we've seen this historically speaking, they're 0-15 under Coach Sark, down 7+ points in the fourth quarter. So when they start to fall down, they're not a team that rises up in the fourth.
Right. They
start in that ASU game, you start seeing the penalties, you start seeing things fall apart, and that's exactly what happened. And Texas held their own. Texas did a lot better than most people were.
Yep.
They were the underdogs for the first time all season, and they weren't acting like underdogs out there. They were absolutely holding their own until the last 5 minutes, where all of a sudden we're like, oh, did they swap like the JV squad here? Because this is a very different team.
Yeah, it was. And, again, looking at Ohio State and the way that they were able to get it done right at the end of the game with the Jack Sawyer 83-yard scoop and score, that was huge. And then, again, going back to that screen play that happened right before halftime. I mean, think about that. A 75-yard screen pass to the house, an 83-yard scoop and score accounted for 14 points in this game.
100%.
Right? I mean, just think about that. And that just lets you know the margin of error. Texas made a couple mistakes, and Ohio State made them pay for it. And Will Howard on the day, 24 for 33, 289 yards, a touchdown. You just heard that. That was the screen pass that went 75 yards, and also threw an interception. After the game, he caught up with our Holly Rowe.
Will Howard, there is a crucial call in this game where you are going to be asked to get a first down. You do it with your legs. Walk me through that play, and how did you get that crucial moment to work?
God is good, and when you trust in the Lord and you give up your life to Him, man, good things happen. And, we got in the look, and we said, man, we knew that play was going to be up on fourth down, and, great job by the O-line opening a crease for me. I got to stay on my feet and not get tripped up, but, man, that was a huge play in the ball game and a great job executing by the O-line. And, yeah, I wish I would have stayed up, but that was awesome.
What's going through your mind when Texas is knocking on the door? It is first and goal, and they have opportunities, and you watch your defense put that masterpiece together.
Our defense has done that countless times this year, man. It feels like, they're a bend-don't-break defense, man, and they showed up to play today. And that's a heck of an offense over there. Quinn's an unbelievable player. They got playmakers all over the place. So for our defense to step up like they did, I had all the faith in the world in them, but I was sitting over there praying. I was a little nervous, but, man, shout out to them and Jack Sawyer, man. Freaking Jack Sawyer, man. That's amazing.
Jack came over to the sideline, and you guys are absolutely going nuts. What can you share about that interaction, what you said to him when he came over?
He's my guy, man, and I'm so thankful that I get the chance to play with that guy. And, man, I just wish that we got a couple more years together, man. I love that dude. I love every one of these dudes, man. I'm just so thankful we get to stick together for one more.
What will it take to win a national championship?
It's going to take everything. We can't leave anything in the tank. Notre Dame's a great team, but we're looking forward to going down to Atlanta and playing a great game.
Will Howard right there, Ohio State quarterback with Holly Rowe. Following the game, following the 28-14 victory, as Ohio State punches their ticket to the national championship game, and they will take on Notre Dame. It's game night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit progressive.com. And Victoria, that is going to be a tall task for Notre Dame, is to try to knock off Ohio State. But we saw from what Texas was able to do tonight defensively, there are ways to slow down that Ohio State offense, but you've got to execute correctly. And if any team has a defense to be able to do it, I would think Marcus Freeman's Notre Dame defense could do it.
100%. And here's a cool thing about Marcus Freeman and his connection with Ohio State. So he's already played in 2 national championship games with Ohio State. They lost when he was a player there. And so now he is coming back to play his alma mater as the head coach of the opposing team. So that is that's a cool fun fact. It's also the third time that there's not an SEC team in the national championship, which is also really cool. But I think there's enough tape now, which we may have not had before or access to before, on the recent resurging Ohio State that Notre Dame can take a look at now and study.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a fun one. Of course, we got plenty of time to break it on down. We will break it on down, and really get into the nuts and bolts of what it's going to take for Notre Dame to pull off the upset. We'll do that in a few minutes from now, probably about 5 or 6 minutes from now here on Game Night on ESPN Radio. But again, just Ohio State showing that even when their A game was not there offensively, their defense was able to step up and really do the heavy hitting and really leading the charge. As we heard Will Howard say, their defense has done that all season long, where they have a goal-to-go type situation, an opportunity for the opponent to maybe tie the game or even go ahead, and somehow, some way, they make plays. And they did it 4 plays in a row. Victoria, that takes some stones to do that. First and goal from the 1 yard line, and they turned Texas away 4 times.
I think we were all watching. We're like, is this an alternate cast that we're watching? Like, what is? Does anyone know what it's like? It's like the part in a movie where they're running from the bad guys and they're so close to getting away from the bad, and you're like, oh wow, and then you're like, no, the chainsaw's still coming. The chainsaw's still coming. Like, why are you stopping? And it was like one of those moments where you're watching it and you're like, wait, do they not realize what's actually at stake here? Where we're at?
I don't watch scary movies. The black guy always dies first. Just saying. Just saying, Victoria. I'm serious. I'm just saying. I like to stay away from that territory. You know what I mean?
I don't like scary movies either.
I don't want to be the last hired and the first fired, if you know what I mean. Right? I mean, there's a reality when it comes to the scary movie, man. So you start talking about chainsaws and all that other stuff. Guess what? Bro man's not around. I'm out of there. I'm on that island, man. I'm kicking it.
You're out. You're on the
island. I'm topical. I'm not worried about I ain't worried about no scary movies. I'm not getting down like that. I'll leave that for someone else. She's Victoria Arlen. I'm Q Myers. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio. So what does Notre Dame have to do to pull off that upset against Ohio State? We'll break that down next on Game Night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy. Coming on Monday, Sam Darnold's next contract, Matt Stafford's future. I'll tell you what's at stake as we wrap up Wild Card Weekend with Vikings Rams. It's unsportsmanlike weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Are you behind on your taxes? You're not alone. Americans have been hit with a triple punch. Businesses and paychecks slashed by the pandemic, record inflation, and soaring interest rates have left people across the nation stuck with serious tax problems. But the past does not have to be your future. A fresh start can begin with a simple phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Their tax attorneys and licensed professionals specialize in powerful taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. Having resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients, their track record says it all. IRS penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, so don't wait. Let Optima's award-winning team help you get back on your feet and back onto the right side of the IRS. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-725-9935. 800-725-9935. 800-725-9935.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Why do you go to Princeton Longevity Center?
We go to Princeton Longevity Center because my husband's cardiologist told him having this exam saved his life.
Because somehow 20 turned into 40, and now I need to take my health more seriously. The Princeton Longevity Center designed a program to keep me healthy and active, so 50 and 60 will be no sweat.
Because even though my cholesterol is high, it turned out my arteries are clear. That's a big relief.
Whether you want to make the most of your future years or just want peace of mind, you need the Princeton Longevity Center. Their comprehensive preventive exam combines the latest technology with caring experts to create your personal plan for staying well.
Because I shouldn't have to wait an hour for a 10-minute physical. I go to Princeton Longevity Center because I get everything done in one day and take my results home with me.
Find out why you need Princeton Longevity. Call 888-8000-PLC or go to PrincetonLongevityCenter.com. Call 888-8000-PLC. That's 888-8000-PLC.
NFL fans, hear coaches' interviews, opinions, and in-depth analysis on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88. Or listen anytime on the SXM app, free for most subscribers.
This
Sports Center.
The national championship is set. I'm Chris Smith. At the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic, Ohio State and Texas were knotted up at 14 apiece heading into the final frame. Then Quishon Judkins got his second rushing score to give the Buckeyes the lead. And with just under 3 minutes to go, Texas had the ball with a 4th and goal on the 8-yard line.
4th and goal. Here's Ewers. Snap. Hit by Sawyer. Ball's loose. Sawyer comes up with it. Running down the right sideline. 40 to the 50-yard line. Sawyer to the 30. Jack Sawyer to the 20. To the 10. To the end zone. Touchdown. Jack Sawyer, the defensive end, coming up with the biggest play in Arlington, Texas, that could have Ohio State headed to Atlanta.
Mark Hesher with the call on ESPN Radio. Ohio State holds on for the 28-14 win over Texas and now opens as a 9.5-point favorite over Notre Dame in the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T per ESPN Bet Odds. Ohio State 6-2 all-time versus the Fighting Irish, including a perfect 2-0 record in bowl games. Meanwhile, in an interview with ESPN's Pete Thamel prior to the Longhorns' appearance, Texas QB Quinn Ewers responded yes when directly asked if he expects to play in the NFL next season. On to that NFL, where Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts has made it through the concussion protocol, clearing him to play against the Packers on Sunday after missing the final 2 games of the regular season. On the flip side, Packers quarterback Jordan Love was completely off the injury report after experiencing numbness in his throwing hand in last week's regular season finale against the Bears when he landed on his elbow.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman. Coming up Monday, we'll react to Wild Card Weekend when the great Damian Woody joins us at 7:15 a.m. Eastern to break it all down. He's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Will Howard takes a knee, and the final 10 seconds are going to roll off the clock. The Scarlet and Gray run out to the middle of the field here at AT&T Stadium celebrating as Ohio State is going to face Notre Dame in the College Football Playoff National Championship. The Buckeyes take out Texas 28-14.
That was the final call right there, courtesy of ESPN Radio. Ohio State wins the Cotton Bowl Classic 28-14 and now has a date with Notre Dame for the national championship. The College Football Playoff National Championship is presented by AT&T. Coverage will begin at 6:30 p.m. Eastern on Monday, January 20th on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. It is game night on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80, and TuneIn. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit Progressive.com. Alongside Victoria Arlen, I'm Q Myers. And Victoria, this is your time to shine. This is when you dig deep into the bag, not your snack bag, but your bag, all your bag of college football knowledge. And you are a plethora, and that's a big word, of knowledge when it comes to college football. Yeah. And this is going to be a tall task. Ohio State is 9.5-point favorites over Notre Dame. If you open up the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app, total is 46.5. What is it going to take? What is the recipe? What is the game plan for Notre Dame to be able to pull